Outline of storms and blades. In the aftermath of the Divine Demon War, a formidable dark mage named Randimor ascended amidst the chaos. He served as the spiritual leader of the Dark Mage Guild and the Shadow Mercenaries. During the negotiations in Marnie, Randimor forcibly channeled wine magic through dark energy, inadvertently drifting to Kosti Island, where he was besieged by legions of undead bats, ultimately meeting his demise in the sea. Chapter 1. The Fall of the Dark Mage. The resplendent sun bathed the earth in its golden light, accompanied by a languid breeze that caressed the landscape. Fluffy clouds meandered through the sky, tracing fish-scale patterns as if heralding an omen. The weather on the continent of Lungkaka was characteristically lethargic, with trees appearing listless and flowers languishing on the ground, while a distant herd of wild buffalo grazed, occasionally engaging in skirmishes. "This is a conspiracy," Bennett fumed, thumping the table with indignation. "To hold negotiations on the territory of light mages is tantamount to courting death." "It was prearranged," Randimor replied with a grave demeanor. "There is no room for alteration." "Absolutely not. It is evidently detrimental to us," Bennett asserted resolutely. "This negotiation was initiated by us. We must demonstrate sincerity," Randimor countered, gesturing to calm the situation. "Bennett, you are worrying excessively." Randimor's reputation as a dark mage resonated throughout the realm, known to all as the name that strikes fear. It was rumored that a light mage once offered a bounty of 10 million gold coins for Randimor's head, and tales circulated that even a weeping 3-year-old child ceased their cries upon hearing of Randimor's presence. As the proponent of the dialogue between dark and light mages, Randimor was naturally inclined to support the negotiations. In the wake of the Divine Demon War, most of the previous generation's magical elites perished during the Kosti Barrier War, leaving only a handful of senior mages to serve as the council of the magical realm. The number of intermediate and junior mages was limited, making those who achieved the rank of mage exceedingly rare. Randimor fortuitously emerged as the most powerful among the 5 elemental mage swind: fire, ice, light, and dark. One day, as was customary, Randimor ventured into the enchanted forest to hunt magical beasts for their cores. There, he unexpectedly encountered a severely injured dragon, wounded by the violent eruption of a volcano. Despite being a mere intermediate mage, Randimor wielded the ancient artifact, the Gushuan sword, to vanquish the dragon in astonishing feat, considering that a typical adult dragon possessed the prowess of a mage. Subsequently, Randimor devoted an entire week to fully absorbing the dragon's core, propelling himself from an intermediate mage to the rank of mage, thereby becoming the most formidable figure in the magical world. However, as a dark mage, Randimor inevitably aroused the envy of his natural adversaries, the light mages. A fierce rivalry ensued between the dark and light mages, resulting in a fierce struggle for dominance over the magical beasts of the enchanted forest, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere and igniting a prolonged 15-year magical conflict. The 5 elemental mages divided into 2 factions, one led by the light mage Patty and the other by Randimor, the dark mage. Among the ice, fire, and wind mages, the majority sided with Patty, while a minority rallied behind Randimor. Given Randimor's esteemed standing in the magical community, his proactive call for negotiations between the dark and light mages signified a hopeful stride towards restoring peace in the realm. Chapter 2. The Fall of the Shadow Mage. As one ages, courage often diminishes. Several young shadow mages regarded Bennett with disdain, mockingly taunting him. In this world, who could possibly rival the illustrious Randilmo? Bennett's face flushed crimson, and the atmosphere in the hall grew undeniably awkward, with few voices of support. Enough of this futile squabbling. Should we heed your words, or those of Randilmo? A voice rang out loudly to diffuse the tension. The hall fell silent. Although Marnie was distant from the center of the church's dominion, it remained a traditional sphere of influence for the clergy. Here, mages predominantly practiced light magic, and the few nature mages maintained amicable ties with us. The chosen location for negotiations was acceptable, demonstrating the other party's sincerity. "We need not be overly sensitive," Randilmo stated. Ultimately, the Mellon Conference passed 2 resolutions, one concerning negotiations with Marnie, and the other regarding the direction toward Gargo. Marnie is neither too close nor too far from the enchanted forest. Most mages prefer to undergo trials within the forest rather than traverse Marnie. often opting for the transit through Sabager. There are generally 4 routes leading to the Enchanted Forest: Sabager, Marnie, Gargo, and the Maritime route. Sabager is adjacent to the Enchanted Forest, boasting a well-established commercial network essential for mages' trials. Marnie, on the other hand, offers only a single path through the perilous Shiva Gorge, which leads directly to the forest's innermost depths, the domain of the legendary Xianyao. According to magical texts, Xianyao is the habitat of dragons, beings of immense power within the Enchanted Forest. Even a typical adult dragon possesses the strength equivalent to that of a mage. Presently, no mage dares provoke these formidable creatures, save for the solitary shadow mage of the Lunka continent, Randimor. No direct route from the Lunka continent leads to Marnie. One must traverse the Yila Desert, then journey to Gargo, and finally reach Marnie via the sea route. The journey is undeniably arduous, as the climate of the Yila Desert is inhospitable to humans, featuring 2 distinct seasons, the cold season and the blazing season. During the cold season, the days are bitterly cold while nights are reminiscent of spring. Conversely, the blazing season brings scorching days and refreshingly cool nights. Randimor's entourage comprised over 100 individuals: 1 mage, 1 high-level mage, 9 mid-level mages, 10 novice mages, 9 apprentices, 36 shadow mercenaries, and numerous laborers and translators. This grand assembly represented perhaps the most opulent expedition the magical realm had witnessed since the post-divine era. Currently, in the blazing season, temperatures soared to 22 rachi, causing eggs to cook in the sand and dough to transform into fragrant flatbreads. The camels, overwhelmed by the heat, could scarcely move. "Perhaps we should take a respite. The camels can hardly bear it," an elderly camel driver approached Randimor, suggesting. "We humans could use some water and a moment to rest." Randimor gestured to Bennett, signaling for a pause so everyone could hydrate before continuing. "All halt," Bennett commanded. Jerry, the leader of the Shadow Mercenaries, approached Randimor, expressing concern. "At our current pace, reaching Marnie within a month appears quite challenging. After we traverse half the distance, I shall employ flight magic. We shall certainly arrive in Marnie before the 10th of September. My Lord Mage, venturing alone to Marnie could pose significant risks. It is the domain of light mages, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. I have made my decision." Chapter 3. The Fall of the Shadow Mage. The desert night is steeped in mystery, with gentle winds whispering and the flicker of foxfire mingling with the cries of phoenixes. Yet it cannot conceal the exquisite beauty that lies within. Randimor, burdened with heavy thoughts, slowly emerged from his tent. He gazed up at the starry sky, where countless stars adorned the luminous crescent moon. The delay caused by the Malenbu conference had prolonged his stay, hindering his negotiations in Marnie. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. The resolution had indeed been passed. Not far away, a ghostly shadow lurked behind the sand dunes, sneaking glances toward the tent. Sensing something amiss, Randimor began to recite an incantation for an offensive spell while employing levitation to glide toward the shadow's direction. The shadow, realizing the peril, transformed into a wisp of wind and fled with remarkable swiftness. Randimor's electric eel spell arrived a moment too late, merely grazing the hem of the shadow's garment. He had hoped to capture the individual alive to discern their intentions, thus refraining from exerting his full strength. One must ponder, how many individuals in this world could so effortlessly escape Randimor's grasp? What a close call, the shadow silently exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down its forehead. Randimor, the most formidable shadow mage of the current magical realm, was indeed as formidable as rumored, his reputation not unfounded. The Malenbu conference was intended to be clandestine, yet word had somehow reached the Mercenary Guild, prompting several prominent mercenary organizations to send representatives to investigate. The Wind Spirit Mercenaries, unwilling to lag behind, dispatched their most powerful high-ranking wind mage, Ovid, currently the second-in-command of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries. Ovid's involvement underscored the significance the organization placed on this conference. The substantial financial backing from the Wind Mage Guild, amounting to no less than 20 million gold coins, further illustrated their commitment. A few days prior, Ovid's mission had progressed smoothly, filling him with a sense of pride as the prospect of earning 20 million gold coins loomed closer. However, after encountering some setbacks last night, his demeanor shifted to one of dejection, revealing the challenges of acquiring blood-soaked riches. Randimor, Bennett, and Jerry convened within the tent to deliberate strategies regarding the shadowy figure's presence. which seemed to be anything but ordinary. The ability to elude Randimor, a formidable mage, suggested that this individual was likely of a high-ranking magical caliber. Bennett asserted confidently that it was highly probable the figure was a wind mage or a practitioner of dual affinities in wind magic. Bennett's analysis was astute, as Randimor concurred, noting that the shadowy figure exhibited an extraordinary talent for wind magic, surpassing that of an average wind mage. Who could it possibly be? Jerry pondered, a hint of confusion evident. Perhaps it is a member of the Wind Mage Guild. Yet, that seems unlikely. The guild would not engage in such undertakings. It must be the work of a mercenary organization. Randimor fortified the camp's defenses for the night, establishing visible and concealed sentinels, as well as patrols, creating a formidable barrier filled with a palpable sense of danger. The shadowy figure did not reappear for several days. After his encounter with Randimor, Ovid understood the formidable nature of his opponent and dared not approach for a closer examination, instead opting to trail Randimor's group from a distance. Time passed swiftly, and Randimor's party finally traversed the desolate Yila Desert, arriving at Gargo. With the negotiation date in Marnie rapidly approaching, Randimor resolved to part ways with Bennett, Jerry, and the others in Pulse, opting to proceed alone toward Marnie, thus facilitating his use of flight magic to traverse the vast ocean. Chapter 4. The Fall of the Dark Mage. Flight magic is an exceedingly energy-intensive form of wind magic, categorized into single-target and area effect spells. For wind mages, the technical difficulty of employing flight magic is relatively low. However, Randimor is neither a wind mage nor one who practices wind magic. He relies on his formidable dark magical energy to manipulate wind elements, transforming them into wind magic at a cost that far exceeds that of a wind mage. The sea route from Pulse to Marnie spans over 6,000 nautical miles, demanding even greater magical energy expenditure. Even the exceptionally gifted high-level wind mage, Ovid, would find it exceedingly arduous to traverse such a distance. Fortunately, there exists a respite in the form of Kosti Island, a sanctuary amidst the voyage. Kosti Island, approximately 200 square kilometers in size, is a narrow isle inhabited by tens of thousands of eerie undead bats. Located less than 20 nautical miles from the nearest shoreline of the Enchanted Forest, it offers direct access to this mystical realm. The island is renowned for the legendary Kosti Barrier War, a pivotal battle in the annals of magical history, as it serves as a gateway to the divine realm. However, this portal appears to be sealed by some formidable power, allowing only a sliver of divine consciousness to escape from the barrier. Ovid, the second in command of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries, sought out the Mercenary Guild in Pulse, the only place where a magical teleporter could be found. He expended 10 gold coins to send a confidential missive to the Wind Spirit Mercenaries. The Malamber Convention has concluded, with resolutions reached through negotiations in Marnie. The negotiation date is set for September 10th. Randimor is expected to arrive in Pulse on the evening of August 31st. The damp sea breeze caressed his face like a gentle drizzle. Randimor employed flight magic to soar over the sea for several days and nights. Whenever thirst struck, he conjured fresh water through magic. When hunger beckoned, he consumed raw fish, and when fatigue weighed upon him, he entered a state of semi-meditation. Despite the considerable expenditure of magical energy, his vitality remained robust, with the semi-meditation allowing for some recuperation of his magical reserves. Before him lay Kosti Island, and Randimor resolved to take a brief respite there. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a desolate landscape, a melancholic tableau marked by stunted vegetation and the skeletal remains of once mighty trees, their branches withered and broken. A series of small rocky hills stood isolated, accompanied by the mournful sound of waves crashing against the rocks. An inexplicable dread surged through him like a bolt of lightning. For the island was littered with the remains of countless corpses, a scene both harrowing and grotesque. It was no wonder that many referred to Kosti Island as the Island of the Undead. Suddenly, an undead bat erupted from atop a pile of bones, startling Randimor. This creature, measuring 1 meter in length with a wingspan of 2 meters, streaked through the air with a chilling shriek, extending its tongue to unleash a jet of crimson flame mingled with purple toxic smoke, instilling a sense of terror. This undead bat was not a native inhabitant of the island, but rather a high-tier beast summoned by advanced summoning magic. Apart from the snow apes, high-tier beasts find it exceedingly difficult to survive outside the enchanted forest. However, due to Kosti Island's proximity to the forest, the summoned undead bats remained intact, Remnants of the Kosti War. Randilmo cautiously evaded the undead bat, yet one lunged towards him. He unleashed an electric eel spell, sending a 600-volt surge of electricity toward the bat. It plummeted from the sky, convulsing in agony before succumbing to death. Drawing the ancient Xianyuan's sword from his waist, Randilmo extracted the bat's magical core. At that moment, the core radiated a violet luminescence, astonishingly merging with the ancient sword. This seemingly unremarkable dark blade, previously less than half a meter in length, now extended to over a meter, shimmering with a dazzling violet glow as the sword spirit was miraculously resurrected. The unfolding events left this seasoned dark mage, well-versed in the magical realm, utterly astounded. Chapter 5. The Downfall of the Dark Mage. The Ancient Sword, originally known as the Purple Heaven Sword, is one of the 10 legendary artifacts once wielded by the Light Mage, Zimu He. During the cataclysmic war between gods and demons 3 centuries ago, the soul of the Purple Heaven Sword perished. 300 years later, responding to a faint trace of divine consciousness from the Kosti barrier, the sword's spirit was resurrected. The dark bat's magic core facilitated the rebirth of its spirit, igniting a resplendent violet brilliance. A verse attests to its legacy. Through trials and tribulations 3 centuries past, one day the spirit shall return to the sword. When the divine sword emerged, it illuminated the heavens, and Zimu's sword instilled awe across the firmament. In the hands of Randimor, the Purple Heaven Sword trembled gently, as if responding to something profound. This sensation intensified, and the trembling grew more vigorous. Suddenly, the divine sword slipped from Randimor's grasp and soared towards the Kosti barrier, guided by an unseen consciousness. Ignoring the peril posed by the dark bats, Randimor conjured an electric shield while employing a flight spell to swiftly pursue the Purple Heaven Sword. Amidst a tempest of blood and chaos, over 100 dark bats fell to Randimor's might. The sword's velocity escalated, reaching the recess of the Kosti barrier's shrine, where it vanished into the glowing purple depths. Confused and at a loss, Randimor stood bewildered as the sword inexplicably disappeared. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar phenomenon engulfed Kosti Island. It began with a slight tremor, escalating into violent quakes. The shrine of the Kosti barrier radiated a brilliant purple light, enveloped by a sudden surge of golden luminescence emanating from within the barrier, exuding a potent aura of divine light magic. The Kosti barrier expanded, as waves of powerful divine light magic relentlessly assailed the seal. Ultimately, a small breach formed in the barrier's seal. This tiny opening allowed the divine consciousness within the Kosti barrier to surge with unprecedented strength, transforming into a formidable domain consciousness. The domain consciousness fused with the spirit of the Purple Heaven Sword, generating an overwhelming force of sacred magical energy. Under the guidance of this magical energy, a hexagram magic array swiftly materialized, with the domain of the Purple Heaven serving as its core, hastening the expansion of the Kosti barrier. In time, the Kosti barrier swelled from less than 1 square kilometer to over 60 square kilometers, encompassing roughly 1/3 of Kosti Island. The magical energy shield glimmered with dazzling purple and golden hues, emanating a divine light magic aura. Within the confines of the Kosti barrier, light mages and nature mages found no disruption to their magical energies, while dark mages faced a different fate, light magic being the natural counter to dark magic. Their energies were severely diminished within the barrier. Randimor felt his magical energy evaporating rapidly. He was left with only half of his usual dark magical power. The situation was direr than anticipated, and he resolved to leave post-haste. He cast a flight spell, preparing to escape. Suddenly, a panicked swarm of dark bats, numbering in the tens of thousands, charged towards the solitary living mage, Randimor. Typically, these bats remained hidden within rocky caverns, rarely emerging en masse. The cataclysmic shift of the Kosti barrier had alarmed them. Randimor unleashed his ultimate dark spell, the Dark Electromagnetic Cannon. The scant dark elements within the Kosti barrier coalesced into a colossal beam of magical energy, carving a path through the air before him. Albeit at only half its usual potency, hundreds of dark bats fell victim to Randimor's ultimate magic. He navigated through the breach created by his spell, forging a bloody path, and was on the verge of escaping the Kosti barrier. At that moment, tens of thousands of dark bats, guided by the domain of the Purple Heaven, formed a hexagram-shaped magic array at the barrier's edge. The entire array erupted with searing flames, a conflagration stretching 1,000 meters, illuminating half of Kosti Island, accompanied by thick clouds of violet poisonous smoke. Realizing the impending disaster, Randimor invoked a dark forbidden spell, Doomsday Destruction. The dark elements at the periphery of the Kosti barriers surged, coalescing into a potent dark magical nebula, a force capable of catastrophic annihilation. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Dark Mage. A mere adult undead bat ascended to the status of a high-level mage. Its magical assaults were imbued with corrosive toxic smoke, boasting an attack power slightly superior to that of a high mage. Under the guidance of the domain of Zetian, thousands of undead bats exhibited remarkable efficiency in their magical energy utilization. Although the magical formations of these undead bats did not reach the level of a mage, they possessed over 80% of the power of forbidden spells, augmented by thick clouds of poisonous smoke. Randimor found himself within the Kosti barrier, where the loss of dark magical energy was substantial. Despite soaring towards the edge of the barrier, the potency of his released forbidden spells diminished. Ultimately, in his confrontation with the undead bats, Randimor found himself at a disadvantage, suffering considerable harm and succumbing to deep poisoning. The triumph of the undead bats was also bittersweet. Of the thousands within the magical formation, merely over 2,000 survived. Originally, there had been tens of thousands of undead bats on Kosti Island, and now only a little over 20,000 remained. This serves to illustrate the ferocity of the battle. Bearing his injured form, Randimor pressed onward, enduring the pain as he conjured an electric shield to fend off the bats' fiery assaults. His forbidden magic temporarily disrupted the domain of Zetian, causing the undead bats to attack in disarray, a fortunate turn of events for Randimor as he raced to escape. At last, having traversed the Kosti barrier, Randimor exhaled deeply, grateful that his life was spared. Like a falling star, the dark mage Randimor plummeted from the skies, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the Azure Sea en route to Marnie. The events unfolding above Kosti Island were witnessed by Louise, an intermediate wind mage, who was undergoing trials in the Enchanted Forest. A week later, Bennett, Jerry, and others discovered the relics of the mage Randimor, a delicate wooden figurine resembling him. A month hence, the shocking news of Randimor's demise spread incredulously throughout the Mage Guild and Mercenary Guild. 2 months later, the Dark Mage Guild convened a memorial service for Randimor in the Mosh tribe, adjacent to the Yila Desert. Bennett, a venerable high-level dark mage nearing 70, solemnly delivered the eulogy. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather with heavy hearts to mourn our beloved mage Randimor. For 15 years, under the auspices of the great Randimor, the Dark Mage Guild has evolved from insignificance to prominence, expanding its influence across the entire Lenka continent. Our presence is now felt far and wide, a notion once deemed unfathomable. Randimor fervently facilitated negotiations between the Light and Dark Mage Guilds, enhancing relations with the nature-based Mage Guilds, thereby securing a more favorable existence for the Dark Mage Guild. Through Randimor's diligent mediation, the Mercenary Guild recognized the status of Shadow Mercenaries within their ranks. 15 years ago, the Dark Mage Guild faced an existential crisis, under siege by the 4 foremost mage guilds, led by the Light Mages, and the 4 major mercenary factions in a harrowing war against magical beasts. Talent within the Dark Mage Guild was dwindling, and it teetered on the brink of extinction. Akin to fish at the mercy of the knife, it was the great Ares Mage's protection that sent Randimor to rescue us from peril. Alas, the heavens conspired against such brilliance, and the star has fallen. At the tender age of 39, the mage Randimor has departed from us forever. We mourn deeply. Filled with boundless sorrow, we shall carry forth the legacy of the great mage Randimor, forging ahead with unwavering resolve. Farewell, brave soul. Dark Mage Guild, November 9th. 7035 of the Light Era. Chapter 7. The Marnie Predicament. A 17-year-old boy of modest height with large eyes and slightly pale skin that hinted at a touch of darkness wandered the bustling streets of Marnie, his gaze darting about. Through the bakery's window, he fixated on the array of large loaves displayed on the shelves. Each loaf was lavishly coated with thick cream and adorned with an assortment of fruits and chocolates, creating an utterly tantalizing sight. Al, what are you doing standing there for so long? A sharp-eyed girl from the bakery, recognizing the youth, stepped out through the door. Oh, Tiz. I'm just looking for something delicious. Come inside and sit for a while. We have free milk today. Tiz seemed particularly kind to Al. No, I still need to attend mass at the church. You can drink afterward. It won't take long. Tiz was a devout and virtuous girl, 2 years AL's senior. Tall and radiant with her purple shawl cascading around her, exuding a mature charm. She was the daughter of the bakery owner, skilled in her craft, producing breads that were glossy, soft, and delectable. Al had a particular fondness for the bread she made. Tiz's parents were not from Marnie. Her father, Clay, was from the Sebagal, and her mother, Neil, was the daughter of the chieftain of the Moss tribe. Clay often succumbed to drunkenness, frequently resorting to violent outbursts against Neil. Yet he was exceedingly kind to his only daughter. Tiz consistently took her mother's side, which caused Clay to temper his behavior somewhat. Upon arriving at the church, Al observed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, engrossed in animated discussion. As he approached, he discovered that the Lord of Marnie had posted a new announcement. Public notice to the citizens of Marnie. Recently, a rare wave of magical beasts has surged from the direction of the Shiva Great Rift. The Lord has decided to broadly recruit civilian mages to bolster the insufficient numbers of the Marnie Mage Corps. Anyone with magical talent, regardless of age or gender, may proceed to the main hall of Marnie for a magical crystal assessment. Those who pass the test will be directly enrolled into the Marnie Mage Corps. Lord of Marnie, Levius date, September 20th, year 7035 of the Radiant Era. Al had a stronger affinity for fire magic. From a young age, Ali had guided him in the rudimentary practice of fire spells. However, Al possessed a congenital flaw in sensing magical elements. He often confused fire with dark elements, leading to amusingly disastrous outcomes. For instance, while attempting to ignite a campfire with fire magic, he inexplicably unleashed dark magic, stunning those nearby and causing quite the commotion. Ali was deeply concerned about Al's progress in magic. A simple magical structure often took Al several weeks to master. He had begun learning magic early, yet still had not reached the level of an apprentice mage. Nat, worried about this, endeavored to teach Al some basic alchemical spells. Remarkably, Al excelled in alchemy, prompting Nat to introduce him to more complex alchemical techniques, significantly enhancing Al's proficiency. Al was skilled in crafting simple beginner magical traps to ensnare low-tier magical beasts, and could create intermediate traps capable of capturing mid-tier beasts, albeit with a lower success rate. His talent for magical scrolls, however, was notable. Al had assisted Nad in producing numerous beginner magical scrolls with a surprisingly high success rate, even managing to astonish the seasoned Nat Chapter 8. The Dilemma of Marnie II. The Grand Marnie Cathedral, resplendent in gold and brilliance, looms majestically, its towering structure reaching towards the heavens. The stone steps flanking the cathedral's entrance descend steeply, reminiscent of a celestial ladder. At the entrance stands a formidable stone dragon, its fierce gaze and bared fangs exuding an air of intimidation. As El stepped into the cathedral, he was met with a throng of individuals gathered for the magical assessment. Many were unable to reach the third level of magical prowess, their crystal orbs dim and unresponsive. A priest declared, "Chris, you have not passed." El recognized Chris, a newly admitted apprentice of Nad, roughly his age, who had only recently begun his magical studies and had yet to attain the third level. Third level, not passed. Second level, not passed. Tiz, first level in light magic, passed. El gazed in astonishment at Tiz, who, until that moment, had escaped his notice. She had come to partake in the magical testing as well. Tiz glanced at El without uttering a word, silently following a nun towards the cathedral's rear. After a while, it was El's turn. The priest instructed him, place both hands upon the crystal orb, then meditate to release your innate magical elements. The orb will reveal the results of your assessment. El recognized this priest from previous visits to the cathedral. His name was Raquel, one of Lord Levis's most trusted light mages, serving as the chief priest of Marnie Cathedral, responsible for rituals and the recruitment of mages. El placed his hands on the orb and meditated, only to find that it displayed dark magical elements. The magical response is incorrect, Raquel remarked, furrowing his brow. One is permitted a maximum of 2 testing opportunities. I shall try once more, El replied, placing his hands on the orb again. This time, his concentration was heightened, successfully coalescing the fire element, which the orb now displayed. El, fire magic level 2, not passed, Raquel announced. Disappointment washed over El. Even Tiz had surpassed him with her first level magic. Can alchemical magic be tested? El inquired, unwilling to relinquish this chance. It can be tested. Those proficient in alchemical magic may pass with a second level assessment, Raquel explained. The task is to seal this blank magical scroll on the table with alchemical magic. Such simplicity, El thought. He recited the incantation for alchemical magic and effortlessly completed the task. L. Fire Magic Level 2, Alchemical Magic Level 1, passed, Raquel stated. L's heart soared with joy. In the rear courtyard of the cathedral, Kaifla, a mid-level light mage and the foremost of the Marnie Mage Corps, provided a brief introduction regarding the Corps to those who had successfully passed the assessment. She informed them that the new training for the Marnie Mage Corps would commence 10 days later, on September 30th. The Marnie Mage Corps is the only organized assembly of mages under Lord Levis, due to pressure from the 4 major mage guilds. This corps primarily comprises alchemical mages and lower-tier mages, rendering its combat capabilities somewhat limited. Levis invested substantial gold to maintain this organization, initially not expecting it to conquer lands, but rather to assert his status to the ecclesiastical authorities. In response to the repercussions of the Randimor incident, Lord Levis made the urgent decision to expand the Marnie Mage Corps. To disguise his motives, he circulated a notice claiming the Corps was recruiting mages from the populace due to the impending threat of the Shiva Great Rift monster tide. Levis feared that the Dark Mage Guild might seek to retaliate following the Randimor incident, and that the Light Mage Guild would also attempt to exert pressure, potentially placing Marnie directly under the dominion of the ecclesiastical authority. Chapter 9. The Marnie Dilemma 3. The negotiations concerning Marnie were scheduled for September 10th, which have now passed 10 days. The principal initiator of these negotiations, the esteemed sorcerer Randilmo, has yet to arrive in Marnie. Reports from the Wind Mage Guild suggest that Randilmo has perished in the waters off Kosti Island. However, this information remains unverified by the Shadow Mage Guild. This incident has sent shockwaves throughout the magical community, known as the Randilmo Affair. The negotiations in Marnie were fervently championed by the highly respected sorcerer Randilmo, with the radiant Archmage Patty actively supporting the cause. Both individuals are pivotal figures in the current magical realm. Lord Levis of Marnie, mindful of the gravity of the situation, has spared no effort in preparing for the negotiations. Prior to this, Lord Levis received a confidential letter from the Light Mage Guild, indicating that Randilmo was likely to have fallen in the vicinity of Kosti Island. At 50 years of age and having ruled for 30 years, Lord Levis ascended to his position at the tender age of 20. He subsequently married Yak, a woman 10 years his junior from the Lanswan region, and they have been blessed with a son and a daughter. Among the 3 light mages whom Lord Levis holds in the highest regard are Kefra, Racker, and Lang. Kefra oversees the Marnie Mage Guild. Racker serves as the high priest of the main temple, and Lang, representing the Holy See, governs the Marnie Church. Despite Kefra's abysmal command, Levis places great trust in her. Racker is efficient in his duties, albeit advanced in age, with a notable white beard. Lang, in the prime of his life, commands both Levis's trust and a modicum of wariness. In Marnie, true power resides with the mage guilds, particularly the Light Mage Guild led by Lang, while the influence of the other elemental guilds is notably weaker. Some have referred to Lang as the uncrowned king of Marnie, a title not without merit. Following the Kost War, the majority of elite members of the Light Mage Guild perished, resulting in a disarrayed and leaderless organization. At that time, Lang was merely a novice light mage, with only a handful of remaining white priests. He steadfastly supported Patty, who later ascended to the position of General Secretary of the Light Mage Guild and was elevated from white priest to cardinal, temporarily assuming the papal role of the Holy See. Consequently, Lang's fortunes flourished, becoming the only intermediate light mage to be promoted from white priest, and he now presides over all matters concerning the Marnie Light Mage Guild. On September 30th, Kefra, the foremost mage of the Marnie Mage Guild, commenced a new training program for the guild. Apprentices such as EEL and Tiz participated in this training. Currently, the Marnie Mage Guild comprises 128 members, having recruited 77 in the past 10 days, and is organized into 4 magical divisions: A, B, C, and D, each consisting of 32 members. Previously, the guild had only 2 divisions, A and B, each comprising a mere 20 members. The original divisions have been expanded, and 2 new divisions have been established. AEL was assigned to Division C, while Tiz was placed in Division D. The captain of Division C is Dick, a young novice wind mage, whose father, Cami, heads the Marnie Wind Mage Guild. The first day of training primarily focused on physical conditioning, with an emphasis on long-distance running, covering a full 5 kilometers. Divisions A and B fell behind after just 1 kilometer and were unable to continue. However, under the encouragement of Kefra and Dick, Divisions C and D completed the entire distance. Exhausted, AEL concluded the first day of training. A week later, Kefra led Divisions C and D to the Shiwa Great Rift to confront the annual Beast Tide, tasked with eliminating any potential monsters that might encroach upon Marnie. The trial at the Shiwa Great Rift presents an excellent opportunity for these newly formed divisions. Chapter 10. The Marnie Dilemma for the Shiva Rift is nestled between the majestic peaks of the Great Snow Mountain Range and the Enchanted Forest, with towering mountains on either side creating a formidable natural divide that cleaves Marnie in two. A narrow mountain path, the Wali Passage, slices through the Shiva Rift like a sharp blade. At the juncture of the Wali Passage and the Shiva Rift, there exist two gateways, the Upper Wali Pass and the Lower Wali Pass. The main temple of Marnie is situated beside the Lower Wali Pass, which is also the preferred trial destination of the Grand Sorceress Kefra from the Marnie Sorcerers Guild. In the era of deities and demons, the Lower Wali was originally closely connected to the mountains. However, due to subsidence and landslides, a narrow mountain path emerged. The former lord, seeking to enhance communication with Upper Marnie, expanded this path and constructed a modest castle. The Lower Wali Castle consists of two levels. The upper level serves as the quarters for the castle's garrison, where they rest and store weapons and provisions. The lower level marks the end of the Wali Passage, featuring two sturdy iron gates. Two swordsmen stationed beside the castle gates first spotted Grand Sorceress Kefra. She rode a magnificent white steed, exuding grace and poise, a sorceress in her 40s clad in a dark pink robe. Following her were two columns of mounted figures, numbering over 60, all adorned in the attire of sorcerers. Among them was a young man in his 20s, riding an impressive red stallion, his short blue hair glistening. He was Dick, a novice wind sorcerer. Grand Sorceress Kefra, we have received your pigeon message and anticipated your arrival today. A banquet has been prepared, one of the swordsmen stated. The other hastily rushed into the Lower Wali Castle to inform the captain of the garrison. Excellent, Kefra replied with a smile. This year's Beast Tide is unlike any other. The Sorcerers Guild intends to remain here for an extended period. Originally, the garrison of Lower Wali Castle comprised 20 men. But due to the Beast Tide's disturbances, most had fled, leaving only 3, the garrison captain and 2 unfortunate swordsmen. The captain, Gavri, was a disreputable drunkard, perpetually inebriated and utterly ineffectual. Most garrison captains in Marnie held knightly titles. Gavri was a rarity without such a distinction, managing to hold his position thanks to his connections with Grand Sorceress Kefra. With her arrival, Gavri endeavored to host a lavish banquet, striving to maintain some semblance of dignity. As the welcoming banquet commenced, the members of the Marnie Sorcerers Guild swiftly cast aside the fatigue of their journey, reveling in merry camaraderie. Initially, it was indeed unexpected that Grand Sorceress Kefra would personally lead the substantial entourage of sorcerers to Lower Wali Castle. Captain Gavri, raising his cup, took a sip of wine and, after reviewing the pigeon message once more, confirmed her personal involvement. Lord Levis places great importance on this year's Beast Tide, prompting the expansion of the Marnie Sorcerers Guild, Kefra remarked, setting down her cup. In past years, the Beast Tide was managed solely by the A-Magical Division. I am not well acquainted with the specifics. Captain Gavri, please enlighten me about this year's circumstances. This year's Beast Tide is indeed unprecedented. We have encountered an extraordinary number of low-tier magical beasts, far exceeding previous occurrences. Moreover, we have even detected several mid-tier magical beasts trailing behind, Gavri replied. Mid-tier magical beasts? Kefra inquired, intrigued. The flames emitted by mid-tier magical beasts are lethal, causing clusters of low-tier magical beasts to perish in their wake. My unit was utterly terrified, and the majority fled. Currently, only 3 of us remain in the Lower Wali Castle's garrison, including myself. Why did you not flee like the others? I twisted my ankle and received the Grand Sorceress's pigeon message shortly thereafter. Do these fire-breathing, mid-tier magical beasts resemble wolves? Indeed, they are the fire wolves. Fear not. I have my methods for dealing with magical beasts. May the Grand Sorceress achieve a resounding victory in this expedition with swift success. Chapter 11. The Marnie Predicament 5. The Fire Wolf is a mid-tier magical beast, emblematic of the fire element, predominantly cloaked in shades of gray, exceeding 1 meter in length and standing over half a meter tall, with a sharp snout and fearsome fangs. Within the Enchanted Forest, fire wolves are relatively common, typically prowling the orange level zones. An intriguing characteristic of the fire wolf is its curious association with magical or wherever such or is found. The presence of firewolves is likely to follow. The enchanted forest serves as the sole source of magical ore. Following the Kosti War, the extraction of magical ore has become increasingly arduous and scarce, resulting in a sharp surge in prices. Numerous merchants hoard magical ore, believing it to be a rare commodity. The skyrocketing prices of magical ore can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the ferocity of the firewolves has escalated the costs of extraction. Secondly, past overexploitation has led to the depletion of these resources. Magical ore deposits have gradually shifted from the more accessible peripheries of the enchanted forest to its deeper, riskier recesses. Without the robust support of the 5 major wizard guilds, no one can successfully extract magical ore. To achieve excellence in their endeavors, the Marnie Wizard Guild's esteemed leader, Kavaura, selected a cadre of adept alchemists from her 2 magical battalions, handpicking 10 individuals from a pool of 64. This select group formed a dedicated magical team. The primary objective of this team is to craft magical traps and scout paths for the vanguard of the Marnie Wizard Guild. AEL serves as the captain of this magical team, with Tiz as the vice-captain. Accompanied by Gaffrey, the garrison commander of the Lower Valley Fortress, Kavaura, Dick, and Aile's magical team conducted a meticulous inventory of the fortress's armory. 1 antiquated magical firearm, lacking magical crystals and magical or powder, 1 damaged novice magical scroll, 20 wands riddled with wormholes, 30 novice magical traps, most of which were in disrepair, 8 bed bows, 20 longbows, 40 short bows, and thousands of arrows, and 100 rusted longswords. In earlier times, employing a magical firearm against firewolves would have sufficed. However, the current circumstances are far from favorable. The Kosti War depleted an unprecedented reserve of magical ore, rendering subsequent extraction a formidable challenge. The meager quantities of magical ore extracted are insufficient to meet the demands of the major wizard guilds. The significant depletion of magical ore reserves directly results in the inoperability of magical firearms, which have fallen into disrepair over the years. Swords and bows have become the mainstays of contemporary weaponry. In such a state of disrepair, how can we combat firewolves? 'Tis lamented. Having something is better than having nothing, AL responded, hearing Tiz's grumbling. The wands may be battered, but with some repairs, they can still serve their purpose. The bows and arrows are well maintained, appearing as good as new. Dick took a closer look and felt as if he had unearthed treasure amidst the sand. Captain Dick has a discerning eye. These are the latest bows and arrows equipped at Lower Valley Fortress this year, Gaffrey informed them. With these weapons, along with the magical traps, we shall proceed smoothly. Kavaura expressed her confidence to El, instructing his magical team to expedite the repairs of these weapons. Are there any difficulties? We are somewhat short-staffed. From the 2 magical battalions, can you select 10 more individuals? That would suffice. El's magical team welcomed an additional 10 members. Although these individuals are not alchemists, their assistance in sharpening swords and the like will prove beneficial. Within 3 days, Aile's magical team successfully repaired 1 novice magical scroll, 20 wands, nearly 30 novice magical traps, and sharpened 100 longswords. Moreover, AEL skillfully crafted 2 intermediate magical traps, astonishing everyone. Reporting to Kavaura, AEL stated, aside from the magical firearm, all other weapons have been repaired. Excellent. We shall depart tomorrow, with our destination set for the Shiva Great Rift, Kavaura declared. Chapter 12. The Marnie Dilemma under the command of High Sorcerer Kaifula, 2 magical battalions, and a small squad from the Marnie Sorcerer Corps set forth from Lower Valley Castle. Well equipped with provisions and water, they left behind over 60 warhorses in the stables beside the Lower Valley Pass, each warrior armed with a sharp longsword. The 2 magical battalions were outfitted with 10 longbows and 10 short bows each, while Ayer's squad carried 20 short bows, a novice magic scroll, 30 novice magical traps, and 2 intermediate magical traps. Captain Gavry of the Lower Valley Castle garrison also accompanied them, as High Sorcerer Kaifula found no other guide as familiar with the Shiva Great Rift. Despite Gavry's reluctance to embark on such a perilous adventure, he acquiesced under Dick's threat, believing that sorcerers posed a greater danger than the Shiva Great Rift itself. 2 unfortunate swordsmen under Gavry trailed at the rear of the Marnie Sorcerer Corps, and when they reached the sloped path of the Shiva Great Rift, they discreetly slipped away, unnoticed by anyone. The Shiva Great Rift stretches approximately 300 kilometers, resembling a spearhead cleaved in 2, with one end leading to the enchanted forest and the other to the great snowy mountains. The lower valley pass is situated about 100 kilometers from the enchanted forest, while the upper valley pass lies roughly 95 kilometers from it. The valley between the two passes takes on a gorge shape, representing the widest expanse of the Shiwa Great Rift, through which the valley passage meanders. The tide of magical beasts from the Shiwa Great Rift rarely traverses the Gourd Valley. The climate of the Great Snowy Mountains is exceptionally frigid, rendering it unbearable for most magical creatures. Although a handful of intermediate ice-type beasts can emerge from the enchanted forest and cross the Gourd Valley, they easily fall prey to the snow apes. Snow apes, unique high-level magical beasts of the Great Snowy Mountains, possess ice-type magical attributes that starkly contrast with those of the ice-type beasts in the enchanted forest. High-level magical beasts from the enchanted forest struggle to survive beyond its confines, whereas snow apes thrive in the enchanted forest once they depart from the Great Snowy Mountains. Their population is exceedingly sparse, with an ordinary adult snow ape reaching the level of a grand sorcerer. Snow apes not only wield ice-type magic, but can also utilize teleportation magic. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, Captain Gavry suddenly called out, "Halt! Is it truly that perilous?" Dick inquired with a furrowed brow. "Very much so," Gavry replied earnestly. A few days prior, several firewolves were spotted here, incinerating a large group of magical rabbits with their flames. He gestured toward the charred remains of small magical beasts along the roadside, stating, "Behold, these corpses belong to that group of magical rabbits. My swordsmen witnessed it firsthand. It was a gruesome sight. After reporting this, they scattered in panic, fleeing for their lives." "What shall be our next course of action, High Sorcerer Kaifila?" Dick asked, seeking guidance with a hopeful glance. "Pray tell, Captain Dick, do you have any insights?" Kaifila wished to hear Dick's perspective first. "I shan't presume to offer great wisdom," Dick replied, "but we have passed through the Gourd Valley, and the path is narrowing. Should firewolves ambush us midway, our position would be severely compromised. What strategies do you propose, Captain Dick?" The two magical battalions advanced along the foothills of the Shiwa Great Rift, searching each side, while Ayer's magical squad traversed the center of the rift, parallel to the two battalions, systematically laying magical traps. Chapter 13. The tide of Shiwa's beasts. The Marnie Mage Corps cautiously advanced through the Shiwa Grand Canyon, heading towards the enchanted forest. The Kivra Magic Brigade stationed at the foothills of the left mountain, while the Dixie Magic Brigade secured the right. The L Magic Squad strategically laid magical traps along the central path, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 kilometer from each other and over 70 kilometers from the enchanted forest. A long, winding gravel road traversed the Shiwa Grand Canyon, where gusts of wind whisked large grains of dust past, and amidst the serene canyon, a faint wail of a sword spirit echoed. This place once served as a battlefield during the age of gods and demons, where tens of thousands of human warriors gathered to confront the 48 routes of beasts. The Wind Cleaver, a legendary weapon, slaughtered 100,000 beasts in this massacre, instilling fear in the hearts of beast kings and earning its place among the 10 great artifacts. "Kivra, we can go no further," stammered Captain Gaffrey of the Zawari garrison, his voice trembling. "What are you afraid of? The Marnie Mage Corps has come in such numbers, and yet a mere firewolf has you quaking in your boots," retorted Kivra, the leader of the Marnie Mage Corps, with a sharp tone. "I am not concerned about the firewolf, but rather about the defense of the Zawari castle," Captain Gaffrey replied. "You are now officially reassigned to the Marnie Mage Corps. Another shall take over your duties as garrison captain." A series of piercing wolf howls echoed from the mountains ahead. "The firewolves are coming. The firewolves are coming." The Marnie Mage Corps quickly entered a state of combat readiness. Nearly 100 magical antelopes, magical deer, and magical rabbits raced along the Shiwa gravel road, charging towards the L Magic Squad. Trailing behind this swarm of beasts were 3 firewolves, 1 adult, and 2 pups. "The beasts are upon us. Everyone must be brave," commanded L of the Magic Squad. "Trap team, prepare the magical traps. Attack team, get ready for battle. Priest team, prepare auxiliary spells." "Understood," came the reply. The trap team of the L Magic Squad, consisting of 5 members, promptly set up 15 basic magical traps in their initial position before retreating to a distance of 500 meters to set up secondary traps. L carried 2 intermediate magical traps for emergencies. The terrain of the Shiwa gravel road favored the pre-setting of magical traps, making it difficult for the beasts to evade while running. Typically, if the beast's levels were lower than that of the magical traps, escape was nearly impossible. The magical antelopes and deer ran faster than the rabbits, leaping far beyond their pace. An adult firewolf closely pursued 5 magical antelopes and 6 magical deer, while the 2 pups seemed more interested in the rabbits. The rabbits, being more agile, evaded the grasp of the young fire wolves, who repeatedly failed. One magical antelope was the first to fall into a basic magical trap. It struggled desperately to escape, but each attempt was in vain. Soon after, another magical antelope fell into a different trap. All 5 magical antelopes and 6 magical deer succumbed to the initial magical traps. Within one of the traps, a charming little magical antelope, mostly snow white with several long brown stripes on its sides and a blue triangular mark on its forehead, was ensnared. The adult firewolf, cunning in its awareness of danger, prowled along the edges of the traps, observing the multitude of magical antelopes and deer caught within. Shortly thereafter, a larger number of magical rabbits arrived. Some scurried about wildly, while others fell victim to the traps. The L Magic Squad achieved their first victory, capturing 4 magical rabbits, 5 magical antelopes, and 6 magical deer in the initial traps. The 9 members of the attack team, stationed at the secondary trap location, unleashed magical assaults upon the rabbit horde. When departing Zawari Castle, they were reluctant to equip the repaired old magic staves, as casting spells required a greater expenditure of magical energy. The rabbits, being low-tier beasts, possessed minimal magical resistance and were swiftly dispatched, with over 30 falling to their blades. Chapter 14. The Tide of the Shiwa Beasts. 2 Kefra and Dick, witnessing the dire situation of the magic squad in the middle lane, swiftly descended the mountainside with their flanking divisions, rapidly converging towards Ire. The piercing sound of several wind-whispering arrows shattered the air, followed by another volley. Ire recognized these signals as the prearranged cue for simultaneous assault agreed upon by Kefra, Dick, and himself. With both sides sounding their arrows, Ire drew his sword and shouted, "Charge!" The magic squad of Ire unsheathed their swords, pressing forward with fervor. The fire wolves attempted to flee. "Quick, unleash the arrows," came the command. A torrential downpour of arrows rained down from both sides of the rocky gorge, aiming to obstruct the fire wolves' escape. Yet, the arrows merely grazed the beasts, seemingly tickling them. The 3 fire wolves appeared unscathed, retreating calmly. Arrows proved ineffective against the fire wolves. Their magical shields were too formidable. Kefra shouted, "Get closer to the fire wolves. Our magic will weaken their shields, allowing our arrows to inflict damage." 2 magical divisions swiftly advanced from either side, encircling the fire wolves. They began to retreat. Victory! Victory! This wave of beast tide included a significant number of magical rabbits, some of which breached Ire's squad's defenses but fell into subsequent magical traps. The battle resulted in a resounding triumph for the Marnie Magic Guild, with only 3 fire wolves managing to escape. Kefra, Dick, and Ire's forces regrouped and pursued the fire wolves for nearly a kilometer. "Do not pursue further. The fire wolves are cunning. Beware of deception," cautioned Dick to Kefra and Ire. "Cease the chase," ordered Kefra. The Marnie Magic Guild promptly halted their pursuit of the fire wolves. With so many beasts eliminated, Ire felt elated at the prospect of harvesting numerous magic cores and instructed his squad to hasten their collection. The magic squad eagerly drew their swords, gathering the magic cores. There are 3 tiers of magic cores: low tier, mid tier, and high tier. In the Sebagal magic market, the prices for magic cores range from 1 gold coin to over 10 million coins, with some rare cores exceeding that value. The magic cores from magical rabbits and gazelles are classified as low tier, with a rabbit core valued at 1 gold coin and a gazelle core at 20 gold coins. Dragon cores, the pinnacle of magic cores, command prices exceeding 10 million coins and are scarcely available. One small magical gazelle, ensnared in a magical trap, appeared exceedingly adorable, adorned with a blue triangular mark upon its forehead. Tissy took a liking to the little gazelle and, unwilling to slay it, rescued it from the trap. "Tissy, why are you holding a small gazelle?" Ire inquired as he approached her. Gazelles are low-tier magical beasts with minimal combat prowess, and nearly no mage considers them as contract beasts. "Every precedent must have its exception. I have made up my mind," Tissy replied, placing the gazelle on the ground and gently resting her left hand upon its head. It obediently lay down, gazing up at Tissy with wide, curious eyes. "By the will of the divine, illuminating the earth, in the name of the spirit realm, I save the gazelle and forge a bond of contract," Tissi intoned, reciting the incantation for the contract magic while drawing a cross upon the ground. Through this cross, Tissi engaged in a nonverbal communion with the gazelle. The little gazelle nodded, seemingly comprehending Tissi's thoughts entirely. The cross upon the ground radiated with a sacred light, witnessing the gazelle's transformation into Tissi's contract beast. Contract magic, distinct from summoning magic, first emerged before the Great War between gods and demons and has persisted to this day. The energy source of contract magic does not derive from either the divine realm or the demon realm, but from the spirit realm. A contract beast represents a bond forged between a mage and a magical beast, establishing a master-servant relationship. Contract beasts are classified into 3 tiers: spiny coral, tooth bamboo, and spiral stone. The level of the contract mage or their magical energy must surpass that of the contract beast, and a mage can only forge a contract with one beast at a time. The contract beast attunes to the mage's potential and consciousness, gaining a space within the spirit realm. The higher the tier of the contract beast, the larger the spirit realm space it acquires. Chapter 15. The Siege of Shiva by the Fire Beasts under the vast expanse of the night sky. The Mage Corps of Marnie found refuge in the depths of the Shiva Great Rift, with the D-Mage Corps encamped on one hillside and the C-Mage Corps on the opposite slope of the valley. As the clock struck midnight, a pair of fire-green eyes stealthily ascended towards the D-Mage Corps camp. Unbeknownst to Kaifla, Ire, Tiz, and their companions, who were lost in dreams of victory, danger lurked just beyond their slumber. A gaping maw of peril was poised to strike. A scream shattered the stillness as a fire wolf lunged forth, its fangs tearing into the throat of an unsuspecting victim, blood spilling forth in crimson rivulets. The watchful sentinels, alert to the intrusion, sounded a sharp alarm. Another cry echoed through the night as yet another fell prey to the ferocious beast. The fire wolf wreaked havoc, injuring several. Awakened abruptly from her sleep, Kaifla was thrust into a maelstrom of chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, she conjured a basic light spell, the Holy Light, channeling her magical energy. The air shimmered with the gathering of luminous elements, coalescing into a brilliant sphere of light under her command. As a mid-tier light mage, her holy light would linger longer than that of a novice, illuminating the camp for a duration of 20 minutes. Before her loomed a formidable gray firewolf, its menacing glare and bloodthirsty grin revealing its predatory intent as it lunged towards her. With no time to evade, Kaifla swiftly erected a protective holy shield, which the beast crashed against, tumbling onto the rocky ground. Enraged, the fire wolf retaliated, unleashing a torrent of flames, the inferno spiraling with a ferocity that ignited the very earth. "Run!" bellowed Gavri, his form charred and panic-stricken, as he fled for safety. In the ensuing chaos, the D-Mage Corps and the smaller magic team scattered, responding to the shouts of alarm. Yet, Ire and Tiz, undaunted, joined forces with Kaifla to confront the fire wolf. With the holy light still aglow, Ire seized the opportunity to activate a mid-tier magic trap, but the cunning fire wolf evaded it, charging directly at Tiz. Caught off guard, she found herself in peril. In that critical moment, her subconscious summoned the little magic antelope, Joseph, who bravely confronted the beast, colliding with its belly. The fire wolf reeled back, momentarily thwarted, and unleashed another fiery breath in a desperate attempt to consume Joseph. Tiz, quick to react, drew the triangle-shaped antelope back and took refuge behind a rock. The flames missed their mark, scorching the stone, which hissed in protest. Seizing the moment, Kaifla unleashed a mid-tier light spell, Radiant Wheel, sending forth beams of light that rained down upon the fire wolf, who retaliated with flames. At that critical juncture, Ire activated another mid-tier magic trap. Caught between two assaults, the fire wolf found itself ensnared, thrashing in vain to escape. Tiz, seizing the moment, unsheathed her sword and charged forward, delivering a decisive strike that claimed the life of the ferocious beast. "Well done, Ire and Tiz," Kaifla commended, her voice resonating with pride. The fire wolf was truly terrifying. Fortunately, we anticipated its arrival with 2 mid-tier traps. Ire gasped in astonishment. "We managed to slay it, nonetheless." Tiz chimed in joyfully. "We have struck gold. A firewolf core is worth 1,000 gold coins." Kaifla then received a message from Dick, who was approaching from a distance. "What is the situation on your end?" "A firewolf launched a night raid, but it has been dealt with," she replied, a tinge of disappointment coloring her tone, for she had not foreseen such an ambush. We suffered considerable losses, and our ranks have been scattered. How fares your side? All is well here. I noticed the holy light, and came to assess the situation. Chapter 16. The Siege of the Shiva Beasts. As dawn broke, Kevela and Dick regrouped their scattered troops. Assessing the casualties, 3 fallen, 4 severely injured, and an unspecified number lightly wounded. Kevela, lacking in military knowledge and often plagued by doubt, found herself hesitating in decision-making. Yet fortunately had Dick by her side. The Fire Wolf is exceedingly cunning. Despite our numbers, we still suffered defeat, she lamented to Dick. It must be this way. At the Upper Valley Pass stood a star tower, home to a brotherhood of Marnie Star Tower mages, who possessed an abundance of healing potions. The Lower Valley Castle had scant supplies of such potions, and in past encounters with the Beast Tide, the Magic Battalion had always procured healing aids from the Star Tower mages. Upon receiving Kevela's message, the High Priest of the Marnie Star Tower, Leon, promptly gathered healing potions and set out to the Upper Valley Star Tower to assist. Leon was an intermediate ice mage and a trusted confidant of Rakel, the High Priest of the Marnie Main Hall. Rakel directly oversaw a brotherhood of the Marnie Main Hall and guided the Marnie Star Tower mages. Leon was one of the few male mages in the Marnie Main Hall, held in high regard by Rakel. The appointment of the Marnie Star Tower High Priest was nominated by Rakel and then confirmed by the Marnie Council. The Marnie Star Tower mages numbered 18. Though few in number, they wielded significant influence in the desolate Upper Marnie region. Upper Marnie, situated in a remote corner, was home to the 2 prominent tribes of Nis and Gas. The 2 tribes' great shamans, Narivi and Vara, hailed from the Marnie Star Tower Brotherhood. The 2 tribes were intricately interwoven, with troop numbers as plentiful as the stars, each consisting of 20 to 100 warriors, totaling nearly 10,000 across the Upper Marnie tribes. These tribal battalions had been embroiled in ceaseless warfare, resulting in innumerable casualties. Yet the Marnie Star Tower mages had managed to mediate. Kevela, the foremost mage of the Marnie Mage Corps, previously proposed to Lord Levis that the Marnie Star Tower mages be incorporated into the Marnie Mage Corps under the pretext of combating the Shiva Beast Tide. However, she faced staunch opposition from Rakel. Considering the prestige of the Marnie Star Tower Brotherhood among the 2 tribes and respecting Rakel's authority, Lord Levis declined Kevela's suggestion. This led to a fierce confrontation between Kevela and Rakel, which, under the mediation of Lord Levis, ultimately resulted in a truce. Subsequently, Rakel nominated Leon, a mage with whom Kevela had a good rapport, to serve as the High Priest of the Marnie Star Tower. The Shiva Beast Tide is akin to a flurry of flying fluff, beyond the capacity of mere mortals, Leon remarked to Kevela during their journey. When the Magic Battalion previously engaged the Shiva Beast Tide, I never heard of a Fire Wolf night raid. The High Priest knows only one side of the story and not the other. What do you mean by that? The Magic Battalion did not delve as deeply into the Shiva Rift as the High Priest had. Over the years, the Shiva Beast Tide followed its own patterns. The Magic Battalion recognized this pattern, waiting until the mid-tier beasts retreated before launching their attacks, thereby eliminating primarily low-tier beasts. As a result, they frequently reported victorious outcomes, much to the Lord's delight. The former commander of the Magic Battalion, Pikel, who was the beloved younger brother of Lady Yage, was granted the title of Lord by Lord Levis due to his outstanding military achievements. With his new title, Pikel was swiftly appointed as the Lord of Lance City by Lord Levis. Even as the Lord of Lance City, it was merely a share of the High Priest's military accomplishments. Yet, the one whom Lord Levis trusted the most remained the High Priest. Chapter 17. The wave of Shiva beasts. Before the expedition led by the first seat, 65 warhorses were placed in the Lower Valyrian stable, along with the one already present. There were a total of 66 horses. If it were the work of horse thieves, not a single horse would have remained in the stable. I do not believe it was the horse thieves. Who else could it be? Gavri, you fled first, yet you dared to steal my warhorses, Kefra admonished Gavri sternly. Unbeknownst to them, it was the first seat's warhorses. The supplies in the Lower Valyrian castle were dwindling, so a hasty trip was made to the city of Marnie to procure 2 carts of supplies. Captain Dick, how do you propose we handle this? Kefra inquired. Gavri's diligence in procuring supplies truly set an example for us. The notion of fleeing is hardly credible. In the year 7035 of the light calendar, the Marnie Mage Corps faced the Shiva Beast Wave for the first time, and their efforts ended in failure. The main magical battalion and a smaller magical squadron almost entirely collapsed, resulting in 3 fatalities, 4 severe injuries, and 7 minor injuries. Most of these stragglers were from the city of Marnie. They made a hasty retreat to Lower Valyrian, absconding with warhorses as they fled back to Marnie. During this period, the Marnie Mage Corps managed to acquire 1 Firewolf magic core and over 100 low-grade magic cores. On October 13th, the remnants of the Marnie Mage Corps began to recuperate in the Lower Valyrian castle. The first Seat Kefra transferred the A and B magical battalions from the city of Marnie to Lower Valyrian, reorganizing the Marnie Mage Corps. The C and D magical battalions were consolidated into 1 C magical battalion, with Dick appointed as its captain. Due to Dick's exceptional command, Kefra promoted him to serve as the deputy of the Marnie Mage Corps. Due to his outstanding talents in alchemy, El was appointed as the Water Mage in Marnie. Tis replaced Gavri as the captain of the Lower Valyrian garrison, despite being the first to flee before the battle. The drunken Gavri faced stern reproach from First Seat Kefra, but was still entrusted with significant responsibilities. Gavri transformed his role and became the deputy of the Marnie Mage Corps, even surpassing El in rank. The reorganized Marnie Mage Corps comprised the A, B, and C magical battalions, along with 1 Water Mage and 1 garrison in Lower Valyrian, totaling 104 individuals. Kefra procured a substantial number of longbows and arrows from the city of Marnie, ensuring that each member of the Marnie Mage Corps was equipped with a sword and a bow, with each longbow standardly fitted with 40 long arrows. After a 5-day period of rest, the morale of the Marnie Mage Corps soared, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Kefra resolved to embark on another expedition to confront the Shiwa beast wave. The entire Marnie Mage Corps mobilized, while the Lower Valyrian garrison remained to guard and oversee the 100 or so warhorses. Deputy Dick led the C magical battalion, with El commanding the Water Mage. As they forged ahead, cutting through obstacles, over the course of 2 days, the Marnie Mage Corps marched a distance of 100 kilometers, inflicting considerable damage on the beasts along the way and collecting an abundant harvest of magic cores. They were approximately 7 kilometers from the enchanted forest, which was clearly visible in the distance. As night fell, Dick discovered a natural cave along the mountainside of Upper Valyrian, ideal for their encampment. The cave entrance appeared narrow, yet the interior was remarkably spacious. As long as they secured the entrance, they could effectively withstand a night raid by the fire wolves. The Marnie Mage Corps spent a worry-free night. Chapter 18. The Tide of the Shiva Beasts as Dawn Broke. A vast horde of magical beasts emerged at the foot of the camp of the Marnie Mage Corps. The beasts howled, their cries echoing through the ravines. As dust and debris swirled around them, firewolves, magical antelopes, magical deer, unicorns, and countless other creatures surged forth, instilling a sense of dread. The Marnie Mage Corps found themselves within a 60-kilometer radius of the lair of the dragon, Huyao. Subtle magical fluctuations, imperceptible to the dragons, would not elicit a response, while powerful magical energies would resonate with the dragon's roars, amplifying the magical waves. Thus, the horde of beasts was often drawn to the resonating magic of the dragons. The intense magical fluctuations produced by the Marnie Mage Corps attracted waves upon waves of beasts from the enchanted forest, culminating in a formidable tide of Shiva beasts. The Marnie Mage Corps faced the imminent peril of being engulfed by this monstrous tide. Dick turned to Kivra and stated, "Kivra, although we are well-equipped and our morale is high, we cannot withstand the simultaneous assault of thousands of magical beasts. We must not hesitate. We must organize an immediate evacuation. Otherwise, we shall face complete annihilation." Kivra convened an urgent mobilization meeting for the Marnie Mage Corps. "We are besieged by thousands of magical beasts below us, and we must evacuate urgently." Dick added, "The group flight spell can only transport 5 individuals at a time. My auxiliary flight spell can allow Dick to carry 3 additional people. Thus, we will need to split into several groups for our escape. It is imperative that we maintain order during the evacuation." Dick continued, "Transporting over 100 members of the Marnie Mage Corps 3 kilometers away using our flight spells is no simple task. The group flight spell differs from the individual flight spell. The latter requires merely a single incantation, while the former necessitates a complex series of incantations, involving numerous magical formulas that are intricate and cumbersome. The group flight spell is time-consuming, and with Kivra's auxiliary flight spell, it will take at least 20 minutes to complete each batch of evacuations." After 1 hour, Dick and Kivra successfully completed 3 batches of flights, evacuating 24 individuals. At that moment, the horde of Shiva beasts began their ascent, the rocks clattering under their weight. "The beasts are coming," The beasts are coming. Everyone, up the mountain, quickly. Dick shouted calmly and assertively. The Marnie Mage Corps promptly scrambled towards the summit. Several fire wolves charged into the former cave camp of the Marnie Mage Corps, unleashing torrents of flames that engulfed the cave. Following them, a dozen magical deer ascended, summoning a flurry of ice blades. A few of these blades grazed 3 or 5 members of the Marnie Mage Corps as rocks tumbled down the mountainside with a deafening clatter. In the chaos, 2 individuals lost their footing and fell to their demise. Stay calm and be cautious, Kiva urged. They had narrowly escaped being devoured by the beasts. Not falling off the mountain is a stroke of luck, she lamented, regretting not heeding the counsel of Leon, the priest of the Marnie Star Tower, and recklessly advancing alone, which had led to the second defeat at the Great Rift of Shiva. The Marnie Mage Corps had one final batch of flight remaining, with Dick, L, and 2 others making the last escape. A magical deer leapt atop the summit. L momentarily froze in surprise, but Dick, with quick reflexes, swiftly cast the Wind Blade spell, sending several blades piercing into the heart of the magical deer. Typically, a novice mage would struggle to fell such a formidable lower-tier beast, but this particular deer, fatigued from its ascent, was struck down by Dick's decisive blow. From the summit, more magical beasts climbed up, followed by a barrage of ice blades, wind blades, and fireballs. As Dick and the others took to the skies, they miraculously evaded harm. Chapter 19. The rescue of Marnie. The disheartening news regarding the Dark Mage Randimor and the complete failure of negotiations with Marnie spread throughout the 5 principal wizard guilds. In an uncharacteristic turn of events, a majority of the Light Mages Guild abandoned the previously established consensus before the negotiations, allowing the war faction to gain the upper hand and pushing the Light and Dark Mages Guilds to the brink of severance. The stance of the 3 elemental mage guilds remained ambiguous as they observed the unfolding situation. The head of the Light Mages Guild, Pope Patty, refrained from expressing a position, maintaining a deep and steady demeanor. The essence of Patty could be encapsulated in the notions of sword, poetry, and distant horizons, resolute yet sharp, imbued with a thread of contemplation amid lofty aspirations. The Light Mages Guild, supported by the Church, gradually flourished, nurturing a multitude of talented light mages for the ecclesiastical institution. The Pope concurrently served as the head of the Light Mages Guild, while the 9 cardinals of the Church held positions as deacons within the guild. The failure of the Marnie negotiations directly affected the future trajectory of both the Light and Dark Mage Guilds, rendering it imprudent for Pope Patty to declare a definitive stance, primarily as he awaited the opinions of the other 9 cardinals, particularly that of the chief cardinal, Shios. In terms of seniority, Shios was arguably Patty's equal, and in magical prowess, he too had attained the rank of Archmage, although this had yet to be publicly disclosed. In the aftermath of the Randimor era, the alliance of 2 Archmages from the Light faction was formidable enough to dominate the current magical realm. Lang, the head of the Marnie Light Mages Guild, was not aligned with Chief Cardinal Shios, but rather was a loyalist to Pope Patty. Acutely aware of ecclesiastical affairs, Lang resolved to take bold action, first deposing Lord Levius of Marnie, and subsequently placing Marnie under the Church's jurisdiction, effectively closing the door on any ambiguous dealings with the Dark Mage Guild. Lang possessed a thorough understanding of Marnie's military deployments and was particularly attentive to the interactions between Kivra and Raquel, dispatching contingents from the Marnie Paladin Order to the tribes of Nis and Gas. The Marnie Paladin Order constituted the backbone of the Marnie Light Mages Guild, consisting of 8 divisions and nearly 100 members, all of whom reported directly to Lang, commanded by Captain Lyle and Vice Captain Mang, both of whom were intermediate light mages on par with Lang. This trio of intermediate mages, alongside the Marnie Paladin Order, represented a formidable force. The Marnie Imperial Guard comprised 2 divisions, totaling approximately 500 fierce warriors, each equipped with a longbow, a longsword, and a short sword. The commander of the Marnie Imperial Guard, Shurin, in his 30s and slightly younger than Kivra, excelled in archery, renowned as a marksman of unparalleled accuracy. He was a trusted apostle of the spirit envoy Gava from the sacred site of Gashan, a fact known to only a few outside circles. During the tenure of the previous Lord of Marnie, a clandestine recruitment of individuals to serve as guards took place while he was in Gashan for training. The descendants of the Gashan guards continued to serve in the Marnie Imperial Guard, with capable individuals like Shurin ascending to high ranks within the organization. Chapter 20. The rescue of Marnie II. A captivating woman descended gracefully, entering Xian's line of sight. Her name was Lucy, a nun from the Marnie Cathedral's order of monks, who typically donned a nun's habit but occasionally dressed in an extravagant manner. Lucy possessed a vibrant personality, marked by a fierce jealousy that rendered her susceptible to Lang's influence. She ensnared Xian, much like the serpent beguiled Adam, and even to tasting the forbidden fruit. Lang seized the opportunity to locate Xian through Lucy, suddenly launching an attack by dispatching agents from the Dark Mage Guild to capture the commander of the Marnie Royal Guard, Xian. Caught off guard, Xian was swiftly apprehended and placed under house arrest. From a moral standpoint, I believe that Commander Xian ought to align with me and maintain distance from Lord Levis, as Lang personally sought to sway Xian, given Lord Levis's undue closeness to the High Priestess Kyvra, who held little regard for the Marnie Royal Guard. Betraying Lord Levis was not an option. Xian remained resolute. The chaotic darkness cannot yield genuine illumination. A half-closed door will never fully open. A single drop of water remains oblivious to its own worth. It took Lang 2 full hours to persuade Commander Xian of the Marnie Royal Guard. Xian's betrayal directly precipitated the shocking upheaval on October 20th, which reverberated through the 5 major mage guilds. Lang, the head of the Marnie Light Mage Guild, had not anticipated that Xian's standing within the Royal Guard surpassed that of Lord Levis. Unbeknownst to them, the High Priest Rakel and the Marnie Cathedral's order of monks were suddenly encircled by over 500 members of the Marnie Royal Guard and the Marnie Paladin Order. High Priest Rakel and the entire order of monks were captured. Levis and Rakel were escorted to the Marnie Light Mage Guild, marking the conclusion of the Marnie upheaval. Lang subsequently issued an announcement in the name of Lord Levis. Public notice from the Marnie nobility. Due to health concerns, this lord has decided to retire. The heir to the lordship of Marnie will be recommended by the Marnie Light Mage Guild. Lord Levis of Marnie, October 20th, 7035 of the Light Era for Lang. This day seemed to stretch endlessly. On the 21st, High Priest Kyvra of the Lower Valley Castle received a carrier pigeon from the head of the council, Spey, informing her of the eruption of the upheaval in the Marnie capital. Lord Levis, High Priest Rakel, and the order of monks had been imprisoned by Lang and Xian. Kyvra, Dick, Gavri, and Elle convened an urgent meeting at Lower Valley Castle to discuss their response to the Marnie upheaval. The upheaval in the Marnie capital had been instigated by Lang and Commander Xian, who conspired to imprison Lord Levis. This was only a matter of time, Kyvra declared to those gathered. Gavri remained unconvinced. It could be that significant issues have arisen in the Marnie negotiations. The scheduled date was September 10th, and now it is already October 21st, yet we have seen no sign of those negotiations. Dick expressed his frustration. We must prepare for battle. The Marnie Paladin Order and the Marnie Royal Guard may be en route to Lower Valley Castle. The enemy is formidable. The Marnie Paladin Order boasts at least 3 intermediate light mages, along with a considerable number of novice light mages. When considering the mages from the Light Mage Guild, Lang's forces will be even greater, Dick analyzed. Regardless of the enemy's strength, if we compromise and surrender, the Marnie Mage Guild will lose its foothold. Lord Levis is still in Lang's grasp. Our immediate priority is to rescue him, Kyvra asserted firmly. High Priest Kyvra is wise, Gavri remarked. Chapter 21. The Rescue of Marnie. On the morning of October 22nd, the Marnie Mage Corps, the Marnie Star Tower Monastic Order, and the garrison of the Lower Valley Castle, numbering over 100, convened a solemn assembly at Lower Valley Castle to establish the Hugu Alliance, led by Kyphula, Leon, and Tiz. Kyphula was appointed as the supreme commander of the Hugu Alliance, with Leon serving as the deputy commander. The Marnie Star Tower Monastic Order brought with them 4 siege bows, significantly enhancing the combat capability of the Hugu Alliance. The alliance resolved to march forth from the Marnie capital to rescue Lord Levis. After a day of urgent marching, the Hugu Alliance arrived 3 kilometers outside the Marnie capital by evening on the 22nd. Kyphula dispatched Ire to infiltrate the Marnie capital for reconnaissance, while Dick was tasked with providing support at the city's edge. Ire, disguised as a member of the Light Mage Guild, blended into the Marnie main hall. Where is Lord Levis imprisoned? Ire mused, wandering around the vicinity of the Marnie main hall. Silence. I am Sister Lucy of the Marnie Monastic Order. A nun suddenly appeared behind Ire. Sister Lucy had abandoned her alluring attire for the humble garb of a nun, her 30 years gracing her with an aura reminiscent of a saint, guiding the worldly. It's you. I recognized you from the magical examination, Ire exclaimed upon recognizing Sister Lucy. Sister Lucy, do you have any news about Lord Levis? Where is he currently imprisoned? Lord Levis, High Priest Rakel. and the members of the Marnie monastic order have been confined within the Marnie Light Mage Guild, she revealed. Have you gathered any news regarding Lord Levis? Dick inquired eagerly upon encountering Ire. I have indeed, Ire replied as they walked. Is there any news about Lord Levis? Kaifula questioned with urgency upon meeting Ire. Lord Levis, High Priest Rakel, and the members of the Marnie monastic order are all held captive within the Marnie Light Mage Guild, as informed by Sister Lucy, who fortuitously evaded capture. What is the current situation at the Marnie Light Mage Guild? It's too late to venture there. I merely explored the vicinity of the Marnie main hall. Upon learning of Lord Levis and High Priest Rakel's plight, Kaifula, Leon, and the others held a brief discussion and ultimately resolved that the Hugu Alliance would launch a nighttime assault on the Marnie capital. The garrison from Lower Valley Castle would be responsible for igniting fires within the Marnie capital. The 3 magical divisions of the Marnie Mage Corps and 1 from the Flying Water Division would feign attacks from 4 different directions, while Kaifula, Dick, and the Marnie Star Tower Monastic Order would directly infiltrate the Marnie Light Mage Guild to effect the rescue. A thunderous roar erupted from within the Marnie capital, followed by a conflagration erupting from the direction of the Marnie main hall. The awakened populace soon realized that a fire had broken out, and by that point, the flames had already spread extensively. Shouts of battle echoed from all directions outside the Marnie capital as several magical fireballs illuminated the night sky. The residents of the Marnie capital had experienced more upheaval in these few days than in the entirety of the preceding years. The unexpected retirement of Lord Levis, the inexplicable imprisonment of the Marnie monastic order by the new lord, and even the capture of a figure like High Priest Rakel all seemed to herald the onset of significant events. Chapter 22. The Rescue of Marnie 4. In recent days, Lang had been stationed at the Marnie Light Mage Guild, commanding operations. One night, a tremendous crash jolted him from his slumber. He sprang from his bed, donned his attire, seized his wand, and rushed outside. What has transpired? He exclaimed, calling for Captain Lyle of the Marnie Holy Knights. I have just received word of a great fire at the Marnie main hall, Captain Lyle replied, having been on night duty at the guild. Upon hearing Lang's call, he hurried over to report the situation. Quickly, gather the troops. We must make our way to the Marnie main hall at once. The journey from Wali Pass to the Marnie capital was treacherous, spanning over 120 kilometers. To arrive promptly, the Marnie Star Tower monks brought only 2 disassembled ballistae and 300 long arrows. With a wave of his hand, Dick commanded the 2 hastily assembled ballistae to unleash a fierce barrage, launching 6 long arrows simultaneously, slicing through the air with ferocity. The mages of the Marnie Light Mage Guild fell one after another. The Star Tower monks swiftly invaded the guild. Most of the guild's personnel, having followed Lang to the Marnie main hall, left behind 31 individuals, including the Vice Captain Mang and 1 intermediate mage, 6 junior mages, and the remainder being magical apprentices. On the side of the Star Tower monks, Kevila and Leon were intermediate mages, while Dick was a junior mage, accompanied by 4 other junior mages and 8 magical apprentices. In terms of numbers, it was 15 against 31. However, the Star Tower monks possessed a stronger magical tier and superior equipment. Facing the sudden assault, Vice Captain Mang quickly unleashed a spell of holy light, illuminating the Marnie Light Mage Guild. Kevila, I see you, Mang called out. His vision not entirely clear, but his voice projecting authority. Vice Captain Mang, I have no desire for idle chatter. Surrender Lord Levis, Kevila declared, cutting straight to the point. Lang merely wishes to engage Lord Levis in earnest discussion, came the response. You have already provoked us, now hand him over. We can discuss matters further once we see Lord Levis, Mang retorted. Seeing him is acceptable, but do not misunderstand. How can we converse amidst the clashing of swords? Leon interjected vehemently. And release High Priest Raquel as well. He demanded. Why the haste? Let us converse. There is nothing that cannot be resolved, Mang replied, his demeanor tense. Vice Captain Mang of the Marnie Holy Knights is formidable, Kevila remarked to Leon and Dick. Assist me in forming a defensive line. Both ballistae should target Mang simultaneously. I will advance under the cover of the arrows, Dick declared, filled with fervor. Leon directed both ballistae to unleash a volley toward Mang. Yet Mang's magical orbs deflected numerous arrows with precision. Employing a flight spell, Dick swiftly closed the distance to Mang. Sensing Dick's approach, Mang leaped back, conjuring several magical orbs to strike at him. Chapter 23. The rescue of Marnie. Dick was taken aback by Mang's swift movements. Mang was quick, but Dick was even quicker. Seizing the moment, Dick ascended, veered to the right, and executed a sharp diagonal maneuver, narrowly evading Mang's magical orb. Although the two ballistae of the Marnie Mage Corps possessed formidable power, the united front of the Marnie Paladins proved nearly impenetrable. Dick could not help but reflect that the entirety of the Marnie Mage Corps was no match for the well-trained Marnie Paladins. There was no time to lose. Lord Levis had yet to be rescued. Kivra was resolute in her stance. Despite the Marnie Paladin Corps having only one intermediate mage, their formation was not easily dismantled. Leon conveyed to Kivra that a swift resolution was impossible. Should reinforcements arrive for the Marnie Paladins, their escape would be compromised. Suddenly, the sky darkened as Mang's holy light spell extinguished, and the assault from the Marnie Paladins intensified, with hundreds of magical orbs bursting forth in the air. The balance of power shifted. Kivra and her allies fought bravely in defense, though many of their number bore injuries. Reluctantly, she decided to retreat under the cover of night, abandoning two cumbersome ballistae and several corpses. Mang commanded a small contingent of the Marnie Paladins, launching a pursuit against the Marnie Mage Corps. Kivra and her companions retreated towards the valley pass, fending off attacks as they withdrew. "Kivra, over here," called out the water mage Ael, who was positioned near the main gate of Marnie City, spotting numerous figures ahead. "It's Ael, quickly," Dick exclaimed to Kivra. Ael coordinated the rear guard, loosing volley after volley of long arrows, momentarily halting Mang's pursuing forces. However, fortune seemed to elude Kivra. The leader of the Marnie Paladins, Lyle, arrived with his men, joining forces with Mang, thereby amplifying the pressure on the Hu Valley Coalition. Two of the four junior mages of the Marnie Mage Corps fell in battle, one of whom was Gar, the younger brother of the great shaman Nalawi from the Maniagash tribe. Under Kivra's command, the Hu Valley Coalition retreated in disarray towards the Valley Pass. Just as the Marnie Paladins prepared to relentlessly pursue the Hu Valley Coalition, a messenger swordsman reported to Lyle and Mang. "Commander Lyle, Deputy Commander Mang, the High Priest Rakel, and the Marnie Cathedral Mage Corps have managed to escape. Thanks to Sister Lucy. Stop the pursuit immediately and concentrate all efforts on capturing High Priest Rakel," ordered Commander Lang. "Has Lord Levis fled?" Lyle inquired of the messenger. "Lord Levis remains. Commander Lang has already dispatched reinforcements to bolster his defenses. We are on the verge of eliminating Kivra of the Marnie Mage Corps. We cannot halt our pursuit now," Mang insisted to Lyle. The pursuit of the Hu Valley Coalition by the Marnie Paladins abruptly ceased, allowing Kivra and her comrades to breathe a sigh of relief. Kivra turned to Dick, asking, "Why did the Marnie Paladins suddenly withdraw?" "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps something has occurred in Marnie City," Dick speculated. "That seems quite probable," Leon concurred. Chapter 24. The Rescue of Marnie in the Operation to Rescue Lord Marnie. The forces of the Hu Valley Coalition were excessively dispersed. Initially, the troops assigned to disrupt the enemy encountered no formidable opposition, but later found themselves on the defensive. When the entire army retreated, they lacked the strength to fend off the advancing foe. Had it not been for the enemy's withdrawal due to orders, the Hu Valley Coalition would have faced imminent annihilation. The three divisions of the Marnie Mage Corps, A, B, and C, suffered considerable casualties during their retreat, particularly the Marnie Star Tower S practitioners, the Lower Valley Garrison, and the Flying Water Unit of the Marnie Mage Corps. High Priest Rakel had endured much suffering during these days. When Kivra met Rakel, they exchanged warm pleasantries. "It's nothing. Lang's treatment has indeed been quite generous." Kivra then inquired of Dick, "What news from the main city of Marnie?" "The Lord Levis remains under Lang's control. The commander of the Marnie Royal Guard, Sheehan, has been supported by Lang and has become the new Lord of Marnie." In a surprising turn of events, the vice commander of the Marnie Holy Knights, Mang, has assumed command of the garrison. The Marnie Light Mage Guild and the Marnie Nature Mage Guild have formed a joint council, with Lang appointed as the head of the Marnie Mage Guild Council and the High Priest of the Marnie Cathedral. Currently, High Priest Rakel is the most wanted criminal in Marnie, as the former practitioners of the Marnie Cathedral have been identified as a faction opposing the Lord. After hearing Dick's report, Kivra, Leon, Rakel, and others convened a meeting to discuss the next steps for the Hu Valley Coalition. "Given the current state of our forces, we find ourselves in a position of absolute disadvantage. Lang's forces are robust. The total number of the Marnie garrison approaches 2,000, alongside the Marnie Sword Division and various retinues. Additionally, there are the Marnie Royal Guard and the Marnie Holy Knights, not to mention the members of the Marnie Mage Guild Council and the Mercenary Guild. Lang can mobilize no less than 3,000 troops, Dick stated bluntly. Indeed, Lang is not an easy opponent to confront. The terrain at the Valley Pass is treacherous, making it difficult to assault. If Lang wishes to engulf us, it will not be a simple task. The two major tribes of Upper Marnie boast nearly 10,000 warriors. As long as we offer a sufficient incentive, they will align with us. After deliberation, the command of the Hugu Valley Coalition decided to send Rakel and Leon to the two major tribes of Upper Marnie to garner additional support and recruit some tribal warriors to establish the second division of the Hugu Valley Coalition. Dick and Elle were dispatched to Lance to seek the support of Lord Levis's brother-in-law, Lord Pichel, the ruler of Lance. The Marnie Mage Corps would be restructured into the first division of the Hugu Valley Coalition, with Kyvra continuing as its commander. The first division would maintain its stronghold at Lower Valley Castle and be responsible for gathering intelligence from the main city of Marnie. After Rakel escaped from the Marnie Light Mage Guild, Lang became increasingly cautious in his dealings. From the merchants, he learned that Rakel was at Lower Valley Castle, where Kyvra and Rakel had formed the Hugu Valley Coalition. The memory of the Great Fire in the main city of Marnie still haunted Lang, and he realized that the cunning Rakel would not be as easily dealt with as Kyvra. Mang, concentrate all the mobilizable forces of the Marnie garrison in the main city of Marnie to prepare for the Hugu Valley Coalition at the Valley Pass. Lang discussed with Mang in the Marnie Cathedral. Such a large mobilization of troops could easily incite panic among the common folk of Marnie. Chapter 25. Lance is nestled in the expanse between the Shiwa Great Rift, the Enchanted Forest, and the sea, where the land gracefully extends toward the ocean, forming the picturesque Lance Bay. The city of Lance lies 50 kilometers south of Lance Bay and is the hometown of Lady Jaeger, the consort of Lord Levis. The Jaeger family wields considerable influence in Lance, dominating the entire dried fish industry of Lance Bay. The chief of the sea organization's Lance branch is none other than Jaeger's father, Sherloss. Sherloss has 3 sons and 1 daughter, Fels, Pichel, Molman, and Jaeger. Fels operates dozens of dried fish shops in Lance, and his business continues to flourish. Sherloss is particularly pleased with his eldest son, even contemplating the transfer of leadership of the Lance branch of the sea organization directly to him. Pichel previously served in the Marnie Mage Guild and is an old acquaintance of Kyvra, having participated in numerous campaigns against the beast tides in the Shiwa Great Rift. In recognition of Pichel's military accomplishments, Lord Levis of Marnie bestowed upon him the title of second-class baron and subsequently appointed him as the Lord of Lance. In contrast to his elder brothers, Fels and Pichel, Molman is deeply engrossed in the study of alchemical magic. Sherloss often laments that Molman's expenditures on alchemical pursuits are excessive. However, alchemical magic possesses vast potential for development. Molman has invented numerous novelties, occasionally selling 1 or 2 magical items in the city of Marnie, where they are met with great acclaim. The valley leading to Lance is separated by towering mountains and the sea. Dick and Al, having never visited Lance before and with the dimming light of day, find themselves veering off course. The group flying spell consumes a significant amount of magical energy, making it quite impressive that Dick, a mere novice mage, could sustain such a long flight. Ahead lies a quaint fishing village. Al points in the distance and says to Dick, "Let us venture there and see if we can find something to eat." Dick, feeling hungry, agrees. The small fishing village stands by the sea, and upon entering, they are greeted by the aroma of fresh fish, the very scent of the ocean. Rows of wooden racks are laden with succulent fish, their white bellies sliced open, the son serving as the primitive chef in the creation of delectable dishes. Audelis, tidy up the fishing nets, an elderly man instructs a young girl. "Yes, Grandpa," Audelis replies. Though Audelis is not older than Dick, she is of average height, yet remarkably slender. Her voice differs from that of her peers, resembling the melodious chirping of a lark, earning her the title of the true nightingale of Lance Bay. As she matures, the children younger than her in Lance Bay come to regard her with a hint of fear, believing her voice to be ghostly. "Little girl, do you know where the restaurant is?" Dick inquires of Audelis. There are no restaurants in Lance Bay. There is one in Lance City, but it is quite far from here," Audelis responds while arranging the fishing nets. Dick is taken aback by Audelis's eerie demeanor, finding her ghostly speech unsettling. Al, unable to catch what Audelis said, gestures emphatically, asking, "Is there food? Is there food?" "There are dried fish for sale over there," Audelis points out. "A large pot." "A pot of that size?" Al exclaims joyfully upon seeing the pot. A big pot at the dried fish shop steams with bubbling heat, fueled by glowing firewood beneath. Dick shakes off his fatigue, invigorated by the sight, and tells Al, "We have food now." "Business, what is being cooked in that pot?" Dick asks at the dried fish shop. "That is the fisherman's dinner, not for sale," replies Fells, the eldest son of Sherloss, who runs the dried fish shop. He is around 40 years old and has a lean physique. "1 gold coin, how about that?" Dick offers. "Sold." 2 gold coins for a double portion, Fells responds. Chapter 26. Lance's 2 Fells presented Dick and Al with a glove and a pair of chopsticks, then skillfully retrieved a large bowl from the steaming pot using tongs. The bowl was brimming with perfectly steamed and tender-dried fish, which he promptly placed onto Dick's gloved hands, while Al similarly received his own generous portion. Dick, lacking proficiency with chopsticks, found himself learning through hunger. The fish dish was delectable, a culinary delight he had never experienced before. In the face of hunger, even the simplest meal can transform into a feast. Dick and Al devoured their bowls of fish rice with gusto, and Fells graciously replenished their servings with 2 steaming bowls of soup. Currently, the situation in the capital of Marnie was quite turbulent, and Lance's had recently instituted a curfew. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary ventures outside. "We have urgent matters to attend to in Lance's." Each morning, a carriage departs from Layson town to Lance's, but it is a 2-kilometer walk from Haiquan village to Layson. The night in Haiquan village was exceptionally beautiful. The cuckoos had ceased their calls, and Dick and Al gradually succumbed to slumber. What they did not anticipate was that the fisherman's daughter, Adres, was none other than the daughter of Lord Levis and Lady Yage, the niece of Lord Pichel, the ruler of Lances, and the esteemed Duchess of Marnie. The hierarchy of titles in Marnie consists of 3 ranks: Duke, Lord, and Knight. Dukes are bestowed only upon the legitimate offspring of lords, inheritable by blood. Lords are awarded to those who have demonstrated valor in battle, also inheritable. Knights are granted for martial achievements, but are not inheritable. Lord Shurin, the former commander of the Marnie Imperial Guard, was elevated to knightly status for his military accomplishments. However, upon becoming the new Lord of Marnie, he faced widespread opposition from the local garrison due to his opposition to hereditary titles. Commander Mang of the Marnie garrison had significant disagreements with Shurin regarding the matter of hereditary titles. Eventually, the Archmage of the Dark Mage Guild, Lang, intervened to mediate, leading to a reconciliation between Shurin and Mang, thus preserving the title system of Marnie. Duchess Adres was frail and diminutive from a young age, bearing little resemblance to her mother, Yage, or her father, Levis. Levis was not particularly fond of his daughter and had her raised by her maternal grandparents and Lances. Since she could remember, Adres had only seen her father once, during her investiture ceremony at the age of 10. She possessed a stronger affinity for ice magic, having learned much from her mother, and had attained a level 1 proficiency in ice magic. The following morning, Dick and Al arrived in Layson town and boarded the carriage bound for Lances. The journey was leisurely, and they did not arrive in Lances until the afternoon. Lances, named after Lances Bay, exuded a classical ambience, with numerous pointed arches and colorful cobblestone streets, which were just wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. Groups of pedestrians meandered along the streets, and the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from nearby bakeries. As they strolled down Lances Avenue, Dick and Al encountered a plethora of intriguing novelties, broadening their horizons. Some of the goods available were also sold in the capital of Marnie, but the variety in Lances was unmatched. As they continued walking, Dick noticed a gathering of mercenaries in the distance, numbering over 20, all clad in mercenary attire. It seems that those individuals are not locals of Lances, but rather from the Mercenary Guild. "I shall go and inquire further. Please wait for me here," Dick said to Al. Chapter 27. Lancelot 3. Dick soared above the spire of the building, quietly observing the group of mercenaries. He strained to hear their fragmented conversations. Today, Lord Pichel was to take action against the Dark Mage Guild, which previously held a position in Marnie. The negotiations in Marnie had prompted them to begin actively positioning themselves there. The Dark Mage Guild collaborated closely with the Shadow Mercenaries, jointly sending Gabri and Sinchi to Marnie to engage in the vanguard. Gabri, a mid-level dark mage, had traversed the Yila Desert alongside the renowned Randimor, and this operation in Marnie was primarily orchestrated by him. Sinchi ranked 9th among the 12 shadows of the Shadow Mercenaries, surpassing the 12th shadow, Jerry, earning him the nickname 9 Shadows Sinchi, and he was also a mid-level dark mage. Apostles, descend upon the pigeon post. Charge. Under Sinchi's command, over 20 men surged like wolves, fiercely assaulting the Lancelot pigeon post. From his vantage point, Dick observed the agile figure of Al dodging along the street nearby. The Lancelot pigeon post was the only one in the city, standing 3 stories tall and spanning over 1,000 square meters, facilitating the transmission of messages between Marnie and the outside world. The 9 Shadows Mercenaries were indeed well-trained, a formidable elite, within 5 minutes. They had reduced the Lancelot pigeon post to rubble, dark smoke billowing slowly into the sky above the ruins. Urgent alarm bells rang out in rapid succession around the Lancelot pigeon post. The Lancelot Guard Brigade rushed from all directions, intent on capturing the assailants. The 9 Shadows Mercenaries, however, showed no inclination to linger, striking left and right, killing several members of the Lancelot Guard Brigade, and weaving through the gaps towards the Lancelot Grand Hall. Given the current combat strength of the 9 Shadows Mercenaries, they could easily eliminate 1 or 2 guard units. But Sinchi's objective was not to engage in a bloody conflict with the Lancelot Guard Brigade. Rather, he aimed to eliminate Lord Pickhell and sever the communication link between Lancelot City and the main city of Marnie. As chaos ensued in Lancelot City, panic swiftly spread among the populace. The Lancelot pigeon post lay in ruins, with remnants scattered along the way. What is the situation here? Sinchi inquired as he approached the vicinity of the Lancelot Grand Hall, where he met Gabri, who had gathered at this point. Lord Pickhell was already aware of the attack on the pigeon post, as someone had hurriedly entered the Grand Hall to deliver the news. Why didn't you intercept the messenger? Gabri questioned. I feared that alerting them might provoke the snake. Lord Pickhell is the main course, Sinchi replied, not having time to berate Gabri. With a wave of his hand, the 9 Shadows Mercenaries shot forth like arrows, launching a fierce assault on the Lancelot Grand Hall. At that moment, only 2 guard units were defending the hall, which were swiftly overwhelmed. Inside the Grand Hall, Pickhell had just received reports from his subordinates that the city's pigeon post had been attacked and several members of the Lancelot Guard Brigade had been lost, with the assailants likely being one of the 5 major mercenary organizations, the Shadow Mercenaries. Soon after, more reports came in, stating that the Shadow Mercenaries had already breached the Lancelot Grand Hall. Enraged, Pickhell seized a sand gold magic staff and stormed out of the hall, furious at the audacity of the Shadow Mercenaries to assault the Grand Hall. The 2 defending guard units had been nearly annihilated by the 9 Shadows Mercenaries, with both unit leaders falling in battle, leaving only 4 or 5 wounded swordsmen. By the gods, when did mercenaries become so formidable? Pickhell cursed loudly. Lord Pickhell, beware of these ferocious claws, warned several wounded members of the Lancelot Guard Brigade. Why have you Shadow Mercenaries attacked Lancelot? Pickhell demanded, confronting the ruthless 9 Shadows Mercenaries. The negotiations in Marnie have been breached. You have violated the treaty, Gabri retorted, unleashing a powerful lightning spell that surged with tens of thousands of volts toward Pickhell. Pickhell countered with a golden shield spell, which absorbed the lightning strikes, dissipating them without a trace. Sinchi, let us double our efforts. 2 against 1, Gabri exclaimed, realizing that this Lord Pickhell was more formidable than anticipated. Sinchi had already circled behind Pickhell, casting a lightning spell aimed at his vulnerable back. Chapter 28. Lance Sinchi reacted swiftly, conjuring an electric shield just as the alchemical spear struck it, creating a breach in the shield. Gabri released several electric eel spells in rapid succession, forcing Pickhell to abandon his assault on Sinchi, as the golden barrier absorbed the barrage of electric attacks. Sinchi unleashed a lightning spell, which Pickhell countered with the alchemical shield. Remarkably resilient, it withstood the powerful strikes, leaving only a minute pinhole. Sinchi had earned numerous accolades as a Shadow Mercenary, seldom facing defeat. Were one to rank magical prowess among the 12 Shadows, he would undoubtedly place within the top 3. It was evident that Pickhell, capable of troubling the formidable Sinchi, was far from ordinary. In earlier years, Sinchi had been vanquished by Lord Manihian when Sheen was the commander of the Manihian Royal Guard, selected by the Renka Anti-Rebellion Coalition. The notorious thief, Sinchi, found himself outnumbered and captured by Sheen. Just as he teetered on the brink of demise, Margus, the Grand Master of the Shadow Mercenaries, dispatched aid for his rescue. Subsequently, Sheen ascended to the leadership of the Manihian Royal Guard, while Sinchi was elevated to the rank of 9th Shadow within the mercenary ranks. Margus, however, had underestimated the alchemical prowess of Lord Lance. Even 2 mid-tier dark mages struggled to subdue Pickhell. Dick soared above the Lance Cathedral, observing the intense conflict between the 9 Shadows Mercenaries and the Lance Defense Forces. The Lance Defense Brigade, armed with 20 siege crossbows, was encircling the cathedral with utmost determination, while the 9 Shadows Mercenaries risked being pierced by relentless arrows. Sensi, sensing the dire situation, whistled and signaled a retreat. The mercenaries swiftly divided into 2 groups and exited Lance City. Remarkably, none of the 9 Shadows Mercenaries perished in this encounter, although Pikel suffered a loss of 2 defenders. Commander Nicola of the Dark Mage Guild pondered the attack on Lance by the Shadow Mercenaries and sought to devise a response. Pikel, troubled, turned to Nicola, who was a trusted ally of Pichel's father, the Venerable Chalice. Nicola had previously served in the Songhai Organization's Lance branch before joining the Lance Defense Brigade and being bestowed with the title of Manihian Knight. Do not be alarmed, my lord. The pigeon post in Lance has been destroyed, rendering immediate aid from Manihian impossible, even if the post had remained intact. Given your previous association with the former Lord Levis, it is unlikely that the central city of Manihian would dispatch reinforcements, and the other 5 cities may also prove unresponsive. Levis chose the wrong side. We need not follow suit. The Dark Mage Guild and the Shadow Mercenaries remain our formidable adversaries. Recently, I have heard of discord between Grandmaster Mang and the new Lord Sheen regarding the issue of noble titles, which was only resolved after Grandmaster Lang intervened. Currently, the central city of Manihian is preoccupied and cannot attend to Lance. It would be prudent for us to expand the Lance Defense Brigade, preparing to confront Sheen and Lang, so that we may advance towards the central city of Manihian or retreat to the safety of Lance. Chapter 29, Rance 5 at dusk. The emissaries of Pikel posted a proclamation in the Sunset Square at the heart of Rance. The notice read, "Today, the Marnie rebels have assaulted Rance, inflicting significant casualties upon the Rance garrison. The Rance pigeon post has been destroyed by the insurgents. I, the lord of this city, vow to eradicate the Marnie rebels. Where there are rebels, there shall be none of us, and where we stand, there shall be no rebels. To defend Rance and protect Marnie, the Rance garrison shall be expanded and elevated to the Rance Garrison Legion, and I urge all eligible citizens of Rance to enlist." Lord Pikel, October 26th. 7035 of the Luminary Calendar. Dick and Elle entered a restaurant in Rance, ordering half a kilogram of bread, half a kilogram of roasted meat, 2 grilled fish, and 2 cups of Rance tea coffee. Although vegetarians might argue against the health benefits of roasted meat and disapprove of gluttonous eating, such convictions falter in the face of hunger. The bitterness of coffee and the astringency of tea allowed Dick and Elle to truly appreciate the wonders of Rance tea coffee. In the afternoon, shadowy mercenaries attacked Rance, yet Lord Pichel's proclamation misattributed the assault to the Marnie rebels. Dick furrowed his brow and remarked to Elle, "The palace's statements are often ambiguous. There is no need to dwell on them. Rance is one of the 7 cities of Marnie, and Lord Pichel's initial stand against the Marnie rebels sets a precedent for the other 6 cities. This will greatly benefit the coalition in Hu Valley, as at least Commander Kaifala will no longer be fighting alone. With the expulsion of Levius, Pikel will also expel Xian. Today, Marnie is not what it once was. Our purpose in coming to Rance is to seek Lord Pichel's support. The expansion of Rance's military aligns perfectly with our intentions. We should go to see Pikel immediately to express our goodwill regarding the Valley of Wary. Dick, perhaps it would be wiser for you to meet Lord Pikel alone while I enlist in the new army of Rance, so I may serve as an inside ally for the Hu Valley Coalition. You may temporarily take charge of the 1st Division." Dick arranged a meeting with Lord Pikel, bringing greetings from Commander Kaifala of the Hu Valley Coalition at the Wary Pass. Pikel informed Dick that the Lady of Levius and her daughter were safe in Rance. The city had severed ties with the Xian rebels and hoped that the Hu Valley Coalition would be prepared to assist Rance when the time came. In just 2 days, the Rance garrison expanded into the Rance Garrison Legion, with its numbers swelling to 790, comprising 3 divisions, a guard, and a cavalry unit. Elle enlisted in the Rance Garrison Legion and was quickly assigned to a prominent role, serving as the cavalry commander. The rapid expansion of a single garrison in Rance was undoubtedly bolstered by the substantial support from the Sea Organization's Rance branch. Pichel's brother, Moerman, established the Alchemist Guild in Rance, marking the first such guild in Marnie. The emergence of the Alchemist Guild altered the previously subordinate status of alchemical mages within the magical community. Inevitably, news of Rance's upheaval reached the capital of Marnie, prompting a myriad of figures to traverse between Xian and Lang. Reports from the Sword Division of the Rance garrison indicated that Lord Pichel, with the backing of the Sea Organization, had overnight transformed a single garrison into 3 and had founded the Alchemist Guild with Moerman at its helm. Reliable sources revealed that the former Lord Levius's wife, Yag, and daughter, Duchess Audelis, were also in Rance, frequently spotted in a place called Haquin Village. Bears, the newly appointed commander of the Marnie Imperial Guard, reported to Xian. Originally the deputy commander of the Marnie Imperial Guard, Bears had been promoted following Xian's ascension as the new Lord of Marnie. Lang began to express interest in appointing Mang to the position of commander of the Marnie Imperial Guard, but faced vehement opposition from Xian. Xian had no desire to be a puppet of Lang, nor did Lang wish to sever ties with Xian at this juncture. Chapter 30. Lance 6 on that day. Lord Xian convened a meeting at the Marnie Cathedral to address the rebellion of the Lance Cup. Attendees included the Grand Leader of the Marnie Mage Guild, High Priest Lang, Commander Mang of the Marnie Garrison, Commander Bears of the Marnie Imperial Guard, Sword Minister Yenomar, and Chief of the Marnie Council, Spey. I must speak candidly. How can we place our trust in those of noble rank, such as Lord Pichel? How audacious for Lance to challenge Marnie. I implore Lord Xian to dispatch a formidable force to quell this insurrection. Bears, having received counsel from Xian, promptly expressed his stance. Lance has long harbored ill intentions. While Lord Pichel may be manageable, the enigmatic organization, the Sea of Clouds, poses a significant challenge. We possess no concrete intelligence regarding this organization, and Commander Bears must proceed with caution. The matter of Lance requires the steadfast support of Grand Leader Lang. Xian and Bears harmonized in their sentiments. I previously held the position of Chief Swordbearer within the Light Mage Guild and possess some knowledge of the Sea of Clouds. This organization controls over half of the world's maritime vessels, with an intricate web of factions, 4 of which are particularly formidable: the Skeg faction, the Riley faction, the La faction, and the Lake faction. The Skeg faction stands as the largest within the Sea of Clouds, and the Lance branch, being a significant offshoot, has aligned itself with Lord Pichel, with the singular aim of compelling us to release the former Lord of Marnie, Levis. Lang, focused solely on the Wary Pass, was reluctant to deploy troops to Lance, instead seeking to redirect attention towards the matter of Lord Levis. Indeed, Lang's words struck a chord with Xian. The situation surrounding Lord Levis is a critical dilemma for him. Xian slammed his palm upon the table in fury, declaring, "I shall not barter Lord Levis as a pawn. The Sea of Clouds has gone too far. Lady Yag, the wife of the former Lord Levis, maintains close ties with the Sea of Clouds. If we refuse to release him, how can we expect the organization to relent?" Spey, who enjoys a close friendship with both the former Lord Levis and Lord Pichel, strongly advocated for Levis's release. Let us not forget the threat posed by the Hugu Valley Coalition, led by the former High Priest of Marnie, Raquel, and Commander Kaifla. Currently, aside from Lance, the 5 city garrison divisions have begun to arrive at Marnie's capital, preparing for deployment to the Wary Pass. However, the forces of merely 5 garrison divisions seem somewhat insufficient. Mang calmly interjected, "I oppose the release of the former Lord Levis. Otherwise, the Sea of Clouds will become even more unrestrained," stated Yenomar. "I wholeheartedly agree with Yenomar. We cannot release the former Lord Levis. I shall plant our banner in Lance," Xian affirmed. During the meeting on the Lance Rebellion, a divergence of opinions regarding the deployment to the Wary Pass emerged, ultimately leading to a compromise. The 5 garrison divisions of Marnie and 50 members of the Marnie Mage Guild would form the newly established 1st Legion, led by Commander Mang, to assault the Wary Pass. According to Marnie law, the Imperial Guard cannot be redeployed from the capital without the Lord's consent. Yet, the Imperial Guard, under the guise of the Marnie garrison, circumvented this law and, alongside the 5 battalions of the Marnie Holy Knights, established the newly formed 2nd Legion, commanded by Bears, to march against Lance. The following day, as the 1st and 2nd Legions prepared to depart, Lord Xian stood before the grand expanse of the Marnie Cathedral, beside a large magical amplifier, with a magnificent stone dragon towering behind him, to deliver a pre-battle address. "Dear mages, swordsmen, and archers, I understand your reluctance to engage in battle, yet we must bravely confront this challenge. Kaifla, that treacherous scoundrel, has betrayed us. We cannot allow him to act with impunity at the Wary Pass. The people of Lance have feasted. They have turned against us, and if we do not eradicate them, they will seek our destruction. May the divine be with you. Marnie shall prevail. Marnie shall prevail." with the neighing of war horses and the swirling smoke of battle. The resounding chants echoed across the grand expanse of the Marnie Cathedral as the newly formed First Legion set forth towards the Wary Pass, while the Second Legion hastened directly towards Lance. Chapter 31. The Battle of Dao Shi is anticipated by Lord Pikhar. If we do not dispatch scouts to the city of Marnie in advance, we shall fall victim to Xian's schemes, Yasek remarked. The forces of Marnie have indeed divided into two fronts, indicating that both lands and the Wali Pass are primary targets for Xian's assault. Such a dispersion of military strength works to our advantage, Nicola stated. It appears that Xian is still reluctant to part with Kyvra, the overall commander. The Wali Pass is akin to a noose that has long been tightened around his neck, ready to strangle him at any moment, Moerman quipped. I believe holding our ground at lands and defeating Xian's northern forces beneath its walls presents a more assured prospect, Havage expressed. A sense of urgency filled the air. Enemy troops had breached the defenses. While Lord Xian remained in slumber, a young messenger named Chris burst into his chamber. What is it? Why the commotion? Xian groggily rebuked. Report to Lord Xian. The enemy has infiltrated the main hall of Marnie. I do not know how they managed to enter, Chris stammered. Shaken. It is impossible for enemy forces to assault the city, Xian retorted, but the distant, piercing sound of alarm bells compelled him to acknowledge Chris's claims. Quickly. Relay my orders. Prepare the city for defense. The majority of the Marnie Royal Guard had been dispatched to lands, leaving only a scant number of troops to safeguard the main hall. Xian, unwilling to delay, hastily donned his attire, preparing to seek Lang at the Mage Guild of Marnie. Little did he know that the army of lands, akin to divine warriors, had already encircled the main hall, sealing it off completely. Lord Xian, enemies are everywhere. We must escape through the back door, Chris urged. Xian, accompanied by a dozen swordsmen, dashed towards the rear entrance of the main hall, only to find it swarming with troops from lands. He instructed his comrades, you must charge through the back door of the main hall. I will take another route. Capture Lord Xian alive. Do not let him escape. After years of managing the affairs of the Marnie main hall, Xian was intimately familiar with every detail of the premises. Once he distanced himself from Chris and the others, he swiftly made his way to the inner courtyard wall of the main hall, scaling it with agility. In less than 50 paces, he reached the outer courtyard wall, which towered twice as high as the inner wall, its smooth surface offering no foothold. Fortunately, a row of olive trees bordered the wall. Though not as tall as the outer wall, the trees provided a means of leverage. Xian, possessing remarkable agility, swiftly ascended one of the olive trees and leaped from it, barely grasping the ledge of the outer wall. His incredible strength allowed him to scale upward, pressing his body against the wall, and with a sudden effort, he grasped the top of the wall with one hand. With both hands firmly gripping the wall, he propelled himself upward with his feet, finally climbing over the outer wall. Having escaped the main hall of Marnie, Xian slipped away through the gaps in the army of lands. Chapter 32. The Battle of Dao Shi. Pitcher personally commanded a division to assault the Marnie Light Mage Guild alongside the Alchemist Guild led by Moerman. At this juncture, Lang, the head of the Marnie Mage Guild, and Lyle, the commander of the Marnie Paladins, were present. The Marnie Paladin Corps comprised 8 tents, with 2 dispatched to Upper Marnie and 5 assigned to the newly formed Second Legion of Marnie to confront Lance. Currently, only 1 tent remained stationed at the Marnie Light Mage Guild. 10 bed crossbows, longbows, and short bows unleashed a volley of hundreds of arrows, instantly blanketing the courtyard of the Marnie Light Mage Guild. Lang and Lyle, accompanied by the troops from the Marnie Paladin Corps, fiercely resisted. Yet the arrows swiftly inflicted injuries upon many of their ranks. Lang, Lyle, and the members of the Marnie Paladin Corps erected a holy shield formation, barely managing to fend off the barrage of arrows from the Lance army. Observing the arrows fall harmlessly before the holy shield, Pitcher realized they could not penetrate the defenses established by Lang and his allies. Consequently, he unleashed a powerful alchemical spear, launching a vigorous assault against the shield. Are these Marnie? Their magical prowess is astonishing, Lang exclaimed in surprise. Though Lang was recognized as the unofficial king of Marnie, his light magic, albeit not of the highest tier, was remarkably pure, largely attributed to the direct guidance of Pope Patty. Few Marnie could easily defeat him, especially with Lyle, a fellow mid-tier light mage, by his side. To his astonishment, it appeared that Marnie also possessed mid-tier alchemical mages. Lyle seemed incredulous. The clash between the Lang-Lyle duo and the Pitcher-Moerman combination resulted in countless magical orbs soaring through the air, illuminating the Marnie Mage Guild as if it were midday. Pitcher wielded an alchemical shield in one hand and a spear in the other, frequently shifting between offense and defense. Molman activated his latest invention, utilizing an alchemical device to guide 10 spinning darts, effectively slicing through the approaching magical orbs. With over 20 alchemical mages from the guild present, Lang and his allies found themselves at a disadvantage. After a fierce and bloody battle, Lang was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of Pitcher and Molman, sustaining serious injuries, while Lyle also suffered minor wounds. Both Lang and Lyle, being mid-tier light mages, posed a challenge that Pitcher dared not pursue recklessly. Under the cover of night, they broke through the siege and fled toward the Valley Pass. At dawn, the Marnie was completely overrun by the Lance army. Former Lord Levis and his son Gerbas were rescued by Pitcher. The Lance army annihilated 2.5 battalions of the Marnie Imperial Guard, including a staff escort and a sword escort, along with 1/10 of the Marnie Paladin Corps, resulting in 63 fatalities and 191 captives. The three principal figures of the Marnie Nature Mage Guild, Yasi, Lachas, and Kami, alongside the chief of the Marnie staff, Spay, and the head of the Marnie Sword Department, Yanoma, were captured. They all expressed their willingness to surrender and pledge allegiance to Pitcher. Pitcher released these individuals, marking the onset of the Pitcher era in the Marnie capital. The Lance Army's resounding victory in the Marnie capital was largely attributed to Pitcher's adept command. Yasi, head of the Marnie Fire Mage Guild, extolled Pitcher, stating, "It is by divine favor that we have achieved this victory. I am deeply moved by your willingness to set aside past grievances." Pitcher replied, "Indeed, it is the grace bestowed upon Marnie that has led us to triumph." As the commander of the Marnie New 1st Legion, General Mang was presently engaged in an assault on the Valley Pass, supported by numerous mages from both the Marnie Nature Mage Guild and the Marnie Light Mage Guild. "What strategies does the Lord envision regarding this?" inquired Lachas, leader of the Marnie Ice Mage Guild. "A friend of a friend is not necessarily a friend, nor is an enemy's enemy necessarily an ally. I believe General Mang is a wise individual. Cooperation is far more advantageous than conflict," Pitcher responded. "That is splendid news. I appreciate the efforts of the leaders of the Nature Mage Guild," Pitcher continued. "My brother Molman has established the Alchemist Guild in Lance, and I myself am an alchemical mage. Alchemical mages and nature mages share a common origin. Why not join forces under the banner of the Marnie Mage Guild Council to continue our collaboration?" Chapter 33. The Battle of Downhill 3 with the support of Lord Pichel. The Alchemist Guild of Lance and the Guild of Nature Mages of Marnie established a new joint council of Marnie mages. Moerman succeeded Lang as the grand leader of the Marnie Mage Council, while the former heads of the Marnie Guild of Nature, Yasi, Luochas, and Kami, assumed the roles of deputies. The Marnie Mage Council has thus become the preeminent authority in the magical realm of Marnie, and the Alchemist Guild of Marnie has officially raised its scepter of power. At noon, Pichel dispatched an envoy to post a public notice in the capital of Marnie. The announcement read, "We have learned that the former commander of the Marnie Royal Guard, Xian, has instigated rebellion, declaring himself lord and disrupting order. I, leading the forces from Lance, vow to quell this insurrection and have now returned triumphant. Xian has fled, and the former lord, Levis, has been rescued. Unfortunately, during his imprisonment, he fell gravely ill. In accordance with destiny, I hereby designate a new lord for Marnie. Moreover, remnants of Xian's forces still linger at the Wally Pass. To stabilize Marnie, I have decided to expand the Lance garrison. I call upon the eligible citizens of Marnie to enlist in this noble endeavor. Date, October 30th. Year 7035 of the Radiant Era Lord of Marnie. Pichel. From among nearly 200 captives, Pichel selected a contingent to integrate into the Lance garrison. Additionally, he reallocated nearly a division to form the Marnie Sword Brigade and the Council Guard. The Lance garrison briefly rested and expanded in the capital of Marnie, transforming its 3 existing regiments into 4, which included 3 Royal Guard regiments and a newly formed garrison regiment, comprising 750 soldiers in the Royal Guards and 220 in the new garrison. The commanders of the 3 Royal Guard regiments were Yasik, Nikola, and Havich. Spade earned Pitchel's trust and was appointed as the Grand Commander of the Marnie Council and the leader of the new garrison regiment. The former head of the Marnie Sword Brigade, Yenomar, became the deputy commander of the Marnie Council. Levis's son, Gerbas, was appointed as the head of the Marnie Sword Brigade, while El continued in his role as the water shepherd of the Lance garrison. Grand Commander Spade sent a messenger to the 6 cities and 18 towns of Marnie, announcing that the Lance army had captured the capital of Marnie and that Lord Pikel had been designated as its new lord. Although the capital had fallen, Xian's 2 armies remained unvanquished. Meng's newly formed First Legion of Marnie, consisting of over 1,000 men, still occupied the Wali Pass, poised to launch an assault on the capital of Marnie at any moment. Pikel dispatched Yanomar, the former head of the Marnie Sword Brigade who had surrendered, to persuade Meng to capitulate. The castle of Lower Wali was stocked with ample provisions, supplies, and 10 siege engines, which had enabled the coalition forces to repel multiple assaults from the newly formed First Legion of Marnie. Meng, in conjunction with 50 accompanying mages, unleashed a barrage of area effect spells, which caused the castle of Lower Wali to collapse under the magical onslaught, resulting in the loss of 6 siege engines. Kefra Laker and 2 orders of monks promptly released defensive spells, striving to maintain their positions amidst the chaos. In a fit of rage, Meng found it increasingly challenging to breach the Wali Pass. Chapter 34. The Battle of Dao Shi 4. Former Minister of the Marnie Sword, Yanomar, acting as a diplomat for Pitcher, arrived at the Meng camp utilizing a wind magic scroll. The forces of Lance had captured the main city of Marnie, and Lord Pitcher had been newly appointed as the Lord of Marnie, while the former Lord, Xian, had vanished without a trace. The Lord exhibited strict military discipline, and the sword and bow soldiers displayed unparalleled valor, a stark contrast to Xian's chaotic and rebellious nature. I advise you to pledge your allegiance to the Lord at the earliest opportunity, considering the broader strategy. Yenomar's assertion was misguided. The Meng army abruptly ceased their offensive, likely having learned of the change in ownership of the main city of Marnie. We should dispatch someone to spread the news of the transfer of Marnie's main city within the Meng forces. This will incite disorder among them, alleviating the peril at the Wali Pass. Dick, brimming with eagerness, turned to Kaifla. Indeed, Dick, you are a remarkable individual. I entrust this matter to you. Chris, is that you? I recognize Chris. I am now part of Lance's Legion, serving in the Fei Shui unit. Indeed, it seems you have joined the Fei Shui unit. I joined the Lance Legion only yesterday. I was formerly a heraldic swordsman for the previous lord, captured after a defeat, and unexpectedly, I have now become the captain of the newly formed Defense Regiment C. Chris, do you know about my family? How are my father Nat and mother Ollie faring? Since Lang assumed the leadership of the Marnie Magic Guild's Joint Council, all mages from the main city of Marnie have been conscripted into the council. Mage Nat and Mage Ollie have been assigned to the newly formed First Legion of Marnie under Meng, currently engaged in the assault on Wali Pass. Rest assured. Chapter 35. The Battle of Dauxi 5. As night descended, Pikel arrived outside the city of Lance, accompanied by 3 regiments of the Imperial Guard and 30 mages assigned from the Marnie Mage Guild. At that moment, Lance had just fallen to the newly formed Second Legion of Marnie led by Burrs. A contingent of over 200 from the Lance branch of the Songhai organization valiantly defended the city, but ultimately succumbed, perishing to the last man. The chief leader of the Songhai organization's Lance branch, the Venerable Kielis, fought fiercely, claiming the lives of 11 knights from the Marnie Holy Order before being struck down by a barrage of magical orbs, meeting his end on the battlefield. Following the breach of the city, Burrs' forces unleashed a brutal rampage, resulting in heavy casualties among the people of Lance. Lang and Lal sustained injuries during the fierce confrontation in the Marnie capital and, supporting one another, fled towards the Valley Pass. However, shrouded in darkness, they lost their way by sheer chance and mistakenly arrived at Wei's Town. Wei's Town, a pivotal stronghold to the northwest of the Valley Pass, served as a hub for supplies of grain and meat. Upon reaching this town, Lang's condition worsened suddenly, leaving him incapacitated and collapsed on the ground. Exhausted, Lao resolved to tend to Lang's injuries in Wei's Town before continuing their journey. Who goes there? What is the password? Questioned 3 patrolling swordsmen from the town's garrison as they spotted suspicious figures at the entrance. Do not alarm yourselves. We hail from the Marnie capital, replied Lyle, the commander of the Marnie Holy Order. Oh, this is Wei's Town. How may we assist you? One of our companions is gravely injured and needs to be taken to the church in town. The path is unclear. Please guide us. Lal instructed the patrolling swordsman to fashion a makeshift stretcher to carry Lang into Wei's Town. Who exactly are you? One of the patrolling swordsmen inquired as they proceeded. I am Lyle, commander of the Marnie Holy Order. Lyle, my heavens, you are currently wanted by Lord Pikel, exclaimed the patrol, dropping the stretcher and sounding the alarm. They drew their swords in preparation for confrontation. The head of the Marnie Council, Spey, had dispatched urgent messages, marking the new Marnie Lord Pikel, former Marnie Lord Xian, former head of the Dark Mage Guild Lang, and Lyle, the commander of the Marnie Holy Order, as wanted criminals. Upon hearing the alarm, the entire garrison sprang into action, surrounding Lyle. In a fit of rage, Lyle accused Spey of treachery, imploring the approaching garrison not to heed the council's proclamations. As the 1st and 2nd regiments of Marnie were still engaged in fierce combat at the front lines, Knight Larry, the captain of the Waystown garrison, had previously served in the council and shared a rapport with Spey. Reluctant to take sides too soon in the conflict between Pikel and Xian, Larry sought to avoid antagonizing Lyle, the commander of the Marnie Holy Order. Meanwhile, Lang was carried to a small church in town for recovery. The church's priest, Lava, was a kind-hearted man who had previously served in the Marnie Cathedral and was acquainted with the former high priest, Rakiel, while simultaneously dispatched messages to Mang and Burrs while ordering the Waystown garrison to heighten their vigilance. Chapter 36. The Battle of Jiaoxi, Part 6. A cadre of incompetents, a congregation of fools. These are the traitors. Lang's injuries had somewhat healed, yet he was incensed by the complete disintegration of Marnie's newly formed First Legion, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Lyle's envoy failed to establish contact with Manger, instead reaching Bears, who was hastening with his defeated troops toward Vast Town. Bears, you are truly inept, leading both yourself and others to ruin. The Marnie Imperial Guard is the elite of Lord Scene, and the Marnie Paladins are the Armée de la Armée. How could your newly formed 2nd Legion falter so swiftly? Lang, suppressing the agony of his wounds, repeatedly struck the bedpost, vehemently rebuking Bears. The 1st Legion of Marnie had completely disbanded at the Wali Pass, and the 2nd Legion was reduced to a mere 100 men. Presently, the 7 cities and 18 towns of Marnie had nearly fallen under the dominion of Pikel. We may soon find ourselves without a foothold, Lang lamented with profound indignation. What shall we do next? Lyle inquired. Lyle, Bears is consolidating and reorganizing forces in Vast Town, integrating all troops into the Marnie Paladins. The garrison of Vast Town has also been incorporated. However, the commander of the Vast garrison, Knight Larry, vehemently opposed this amalgamation and was subsequently slain by Bears. Lang, resting on a stretcher, departed Vast Town alongside Lyle and the newly constituted Marnie Paladins under Bears. After vanquishing Bears' army, Lord Pikel first performed the rites for his father, Chelas, before reorganizing his troops to pursue the remnants of Bears' forces. He received a carrier pigeon from the chief of the Marnie Capital's advisory department. Spey, the 1st Legion of Marnie has utterly collapsed at Wali Pass, with scattered remnants fleeing and now posing little threat. The commander of the Marnie Paladins, Lyle, is in Vast Town, where the garrison commander, Knight Larry, is an informant for our department. Pikel surmised that Lang, Bears, and others were likely with Lyle in Vast Town. Thus, he advanced toward Vast Town with 3 elite guard regiments and mages from the Marnie Mage Guild's Joint Council. Many within Lyle's newly formed Marnie Paladins had sustained injuries, and while retreating toward the coast, they were suddenly confronted by Pichel's forces, suffering a devastating defeat. Fortunately, Lang, Lyle, Bears, and others managed to seize a ferry from the Oceanic Organization, escaping Marnie by sea. Pichel's army achieved consecutive victories, their reputation swelling. And except for Wali Pass and the Upper Marnie tribes, all of Marnie lay within Lord Pichel's domain. Lord Pikel, firmly ensconced in the capital of Marnie, personally penned a letter to Commander Kaifala of the Hugu Valley Alliance at Wali Pass. Commander Kaifala, it has been 10 years since we last met after parting from the capital of Marnie. I hope this letter finds you in good health. Your elegance is forever etched in memory. Today, all 7 cities and 18 towns of Marnie belong to me. I wish to join hands with you to hunt the Shiwa beasts for the benefit of Marnie and its people. Chapter 37. The maneuver of Marnie and the coalition forces of the valley had just endured a fierce battle at the Wali Pass, emerging victorious under the inspiring leadership of Kivra. A reshuffling of personnel within the coalition took place, with Kivra remaining as the commander-in-chief, Leon as the deputy commander, and Dick leading the Sword Gate. Gabri was appointed as the chief priest, while the former Marnie Star Tower Order merged with the Marnie Main Hall Order, now rebranded as the Valley Coalition Star Tower Order, all under the unified command of Gabri. The coalition comprised the 1st Division, the 2nd Division, the Order of Sorcerers, Faishwili, and the garrison at Lower Wali Castle. with Dick also serving as the commander of the 1st Division and forcibly, while Gabri commanded the 2nd Division. As Kivra and Tiz mobilized the coalition forces to repair Lower Wali Castle, a missive from Lord Pikel of Lower Marnie arrived. This Lord Pikel expressed a desire to join forces in hunting the Shiwa beast. Kivra displayed the letter to Dick, Gabri, and others, inquiring about their opinions on this matter. Lord Pikel has swallowed the 7 cities of Marnie and has been newly appointed as the Lord of Marnie. His military might is burgeoning. We are few in number, confined to the narrow Wali Pass, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand his advance. I hope Commander Kivra will prepare accordingly, Dick stated. Dick's implication was clear. Should we submit to that foul fisherman Pikel? Gabri expressed his discontent. Do you believe we can still strike back against him? Gabri challenged. Why not lead the troops out of Wali Pass and defeat that Pikel in one fell swoop? Dick countered. Although Pikel has seized the 7 cities of Marnie, he will require time to organize his forces. For now, the Wali Pass is secure. Yet, it is not a place we can indefinitely defend. If the commander harbors intentions towards Upper Marnie, we can hold the Wali Pass. If not, it will surely become our grave, he warned. The chiefs of the 2 major tribes, Nis and Gas, had always been loyal to Lord Levis. Now that Pikel had declared himself Lord and refused to yield to Levis, he would undoubtedly face their scorn. Gabri, who had always been prudent, garnered great respect from Kivra for his insights. As the chief priest Rakel has stated, if that insolent boy Pikel dares to disrespect us, I shall sever ties with him, Kivra declared. He and Dick set off for the Nis and Gas tribes to discuss matters of cooperation. Upper Marnie, desolate and uninhabited, stood in stark contrast to the bustling Lower Marnie. The vast, barren expanse echoed with the howls of wolves and the cries of spirits. Kivra and his companions covered their faces as they rode into the Nis tribe. Amidst the dry wooden fences and clustered tents, the tall Nis royal flag fluttered in the wind. Chief Buni, there are visitors seeking an audience outside the main tent, reported the tribal official, Jaklon. Who are they? Chief Buni inquired. They are from the Valley Coalition. Former Marnie Star Tower priest Leon, the current deputy commander of the Valley Coalition, and 2 others, Commander Kivra and Dick, the Sword Gate leader, came the reply. Have you informed Great Wizard Narivi? Not yet. Quickly, summon the Great Wizard to my tent. Kivra, Leon, and Dick entered the grand tent of Chief Buni, just as Great Wizard Narivi arrived. Great Wizard Narivi, how have you been? We are deeply regretful about your brother Gal's situation. We never anticipated the strength of the Marnie Holy Knights, Kivra expressed, having known Narivi previously. Commander Kivra, it is good to see you. As for my brother Gal, let us not dwell on it. Narivi waved his hand dismissively. I would like to introduce you. This is Chief Buni of the Nis tribe, and this is Great Wizard Narivi of the Nis tribe, Leon announced. These 2 are Commander Kivra of the Valley Coalition and Dick, the Sword Gate leader. Greetings. Greetings. Please, take a seat. Chief Buni, I come today to discuss an important matter, Kivra began. Our Nis tribe is situated in a remote area, and we are unaware of much that transpires outside. What brings you here, Commander Kivra? Buni asked. Former Lord Levis of Marnie has retired due to illness, and the former commander of the Marnie Imperial Guard, Xian, has illegitimately claimed the lordship. Lord Pikel of Lands has defeated Xian and has been newly appointed as the Lord of Marnie. This has transpired in recent days. Oh, we have heard whispers of such events. Chapter 38. The Manichaean ambush Longa had dispatched 2 contingents from the Manichaean Holy Knight Order to the Upper Marnie, one stationed in the Nis and the other in the Gas tribe, each led by the respective commanders, Rainstadt and White. Both Rainstadt and White were novice light mages, and upon receiving the disheartening news of Longa's utter defeat at the Manichaean capital, they were overcome with sorrow. Rainstadt learned that the commander-in-chief of the Hugu Alliance, Kaifula, had arrived at the Gas tribe. Seizing this opportunity, he sent a message via carrier pigeon to White, urging the Manichaean Holy Knight stationed in Nis to eliminate Kaifula. White, alarmed, realized that Rainstadt's message would arrive too late. He promptly informed Chief Galil of the Gas tribe, preparing to lead his contingent to Nis in support of Rainstadt. However, Chief Galil hesitated, reluctant to become enemies with the Hugu Alliance. The Hugu forces had fortified their position at the Wali Pass, making it exceedingly difficult for the lower Manichaean forces to advance, thus placing the upper Manichaean tribes at a disadvantage. If Chief Galil stands with us, the Holy See will certainly not neglect your tribe, White implored. Should the Holy See send a white-robed priest to bless the Gas tribe? We would not have to live in such trepidation, constantly worrying about this and that. I will find a way to contact the Holy Sea's headquarters. The great wizard Vara prepared his forces to accompany you. Kaifula and Chief Buni, along with the great wizard Nalawai, deliberated for an entire day. Kaifula voiced his concerns regarding the Wali Pass. Chief Buni permitted the Hugu Alliance to continue recruiting from the Nis tribe. The Nis would form the Nis Legion and Nis Wizard Corps, with Kaifula providing more than half of the magical equipment and weaponry. The Upper Marnie tribe was separated from the Sebagal tribe by merely a mountain and a river, yet the roads were impassable, making it challenging for wind mages to procure magical supplies and weapons from the Sebagal magical market. The Lower Marnie enjoyed the advantages of maritime trade, and Kaifula, positioned at the strategic Wali Pass, had more avenues to acquire magical equipment and arms than the Upper Marnie tribes. At times, the two Upper Marnie tribes found themselves compelled to compromise with Kaifula, while the Nis tribe had entirely sided with him. Now was the time to act, commanded Rainstat. Rest assured that troublesome Kaifula shall not see the dawn. Under the cover of night, the Manichaean Holy Knights launched a concerted effort to assassinate Kaifula. As a mid-level light mage, Kaifula was caught off guard by the two novice mages from the Manichaean Holy Knights. Typically, novice mages are no match for their mid-level counterparts. However, there have been instances where mid-level mages have succumbed to the prowess of novices. Suddenly, dozens of magical light spheres hurtled towards Kaifula. Having indulged in copious amounts of fine wine, she was dazed and somewhat oblivious, failing to anticipate an attack. Dick, Leon, and Great Wizard Nalawai were not ordinary individuals. They swiftly reacted, countering Rainstat's magical spheres with spells of their own. Rainstat succeeded, landing two magical spheres squarely on Kaifula's chest. Kaifula, momentarily shaken from her stupor, hastily summoned a protective holy shield, but it was too late. The magical spheres struck her, inflicting grievous wounds and causing her to bleed profusely before she collapsed unconscious. Capture the assassin. Capture the assassin. First, we must save Kaifula. Her life is paramount. Dick shouted. Great Wizard Nalawai promptly assigned several apprentice wizards to administer aid to Kaifula. The sorcery of the Nis tribe was notably effective, and with the combination of peculiar incense and medicine, the treatment for her magical injuries proved remarkably successful. The heavy bleeding from Kaifula's chest was staunched, preserving her life for the time being. Chapter 39, The Knights of Manian in the Darkness of Night. Leinster led the Knights of Manian into a fierce battle against countless warriors of the Nisi tribe. Covered in blood, he stood amidst a circle of slain foes, with his own ranks suffering heavy casualties. Fearless and resolute, Leinster fought his way through the encirclement, accompanied by a handful of lightly wounded subordinates. Pursuing them was Leon, the Grand Sorcerer of Noriv, commanding hundreds of Nisi warriors. As Leinster stumbled forward, perhaps due to the treacherous terrain, several of his men fell back to delay their pursuers. Leon, riding fiercely, brandished his whip, declaring the defeat of Lang and the disappearance of his forces. You Knights of Manian should surrender without further ado. Recognizing Leon, Leinster recalled their previous encounter at the Temple of Marnie, and later, hearing of his association with the Marnie Star Tower. Before he could finish his thought, a chill wind swept past, as Noriv unleashed his sorcery, sending dozens of green vine arrows piercing the chests of Leinster's men. The haunting cries of the dying sent shivers down their spines. The strangeness of Noriv's magic instilled a tinge of fear in Leon. Indeed, Noriv was a formidable adversary. There are 5 bodies here, summing to 9. Of the 10 Knights of Manian, at least one has managed to escape, Noriv remarked to Leon. He then raised his sword, severing the heads of the 5 corpses to hang them from his horse, which now bore the gruesome trophy of 9 bloody heads. This path leads to the Gash tribe. Ahead lies their domain, Noriv stated, intent on using the heads of the knights as a tribute to honor his brother, the sorcerer Gal. He was determined not to let Leinster slip away. Noriv and Leon pursued relentlessly until dawn, when they suddenly spotted a contingent ahead. Are those the warriors of the Gash tribe? Noriv discerned the eagle-headed serpent banner of the Gash tribe. Noriv the Grand Sorcerer, I am Vala, the figure called out. Recognizing Noriv, Vala the Grand Sorcerer, what brings you here? Noriv inquired. I trust you are well, Vala, Leon added in greeting. Noriv the Grand Sorcerer, Leon the Sorcerer. I was on routine patrol at the tribal border when I received reports of unusual activity. I did not anticipate encountering both of you simultaneously, Vala explained. To be candid, last night, the Nisi tribe dispatched numerous assassins to target the commander of the Hu Valley Coalition, Kaifla. We have dispatched many of them, their heads adorning my horse. And I was pursuing the remnants with Leon, Norv elaborated. White, the Grand Sorcerer Vala, and the warriors of the Gas tribe arrived just in time to fend off Norv and the Nisi warriors, rescuing Leinster from dire straits. Disguised as a warrior of the Gas tribe and mounted on a warhorse, Leinster had skillfully concealed himself from the Nisi forces. The Nisi have moved on, White informed Leinster. That was a close call, Vala exhaled in relief. Norv and Leon are formidable foes. If a confrontation had ensued, we would have certainly suffered. Thank you, Grand Sorcerer Vala. White expressed gratefully. The Gas tribe has decided to pledge allegiance to the Holy See. It seems we are allies now. Chapter 40. The maneuver of Manyen 4. At this juncture, Lord Pikel of Manyen was preoccupied with reorganizing his forces, intending to expand the garrison division of the 7 cities of Manyen into 7 distinct regiments. Earlier, the coalition of the 5 cities of Manyen had suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Wary Pass, leaving the garrison divisions under the command of the lords of Nick, Nila, Vini, Mega, and Gab with dwindling numbers, making expansion exceedingly challenging. Pikel dispatched carrier pigeons to reassure the 5 city lords, hoping they would expedite the process of reorganization. He appointed his elder sister, the former lady of the Lord, Yage, as the Lord of Lance City. Although Yage lacked a noble title within Manyen, her status as the spouse of the former Lord, Levis, was sufficient to placate the populace, thereby breaking the precedent of having untitled lords in Manyen. The garrison division of the main city of Manyen was renamed the 1st Legion of Manyen, comprising 3 elite guard divisions and a flying water regiment, with Yasek appointed as its commander. The newly formed garrison division of the main city was designated as the garrison division of the main city of Manyen, consisting of 2 divisions, with Nicholas serving as its commander. Havai was appointed as the overall commander of the Manyen garrison, with the deputy commander, Noma, also taking on the role of division commander, and the sword minister, Yagelbas, assuming the position of commander of the sword division. Pikel established the Council of Ministers of Manyen, comprising the Lord of Manyen, the commander of the 1st Legion, the commander of the garrison division of the main city, the overall commander of the garrison, the senior officer of the advisory department, the sword minister, the chief leader of the Dark Mage Guild, the 1st Duke of Manyen, and 6 city lords. Perhaps fate has a peculiar way of intertwining lives. Once a member of the Hu Valley Coalition, the Flying Water Regiment commander, Ire, now leads a division within the garrison division of the main city of Manyen, with his father's apprentice, Chris, fortuitously serving as his deputy commander. Ire's parents have also joined the council of the Dark Mage Guild. The inaugural meeting of the Council of Ministers convened at the main palace of Manyen, focusing on the Wary Pass issue. The 6 lords of Manyen, engrossed in their efforts to expand their forces, were unable to attend the meeting. Currently, the other 6 cities of Manyen could not spare troops, and any attack on the Wary Pass would rely solely on the 1st Legion of Manyen and the Mage Guild Council. Havai, the overall commander of the garrison, was the first to express his stance. According to the latest intelligence from Upper Manyen, the commander of the Hu Valley Coalition, Kaifala, had unexpectedly been ambushed in the Nisi tribe, with the assailants belonging to the former Manyen Holy Knight Order, leaving Kaifala's fate uncertain. The sword minister, Yagelbas, remarked that the Nisi tribe had planned to rely on the Hu Valley Coalition to establish the Nisi Legion and Nisi Sorcerer Corps, but following Kaifala's assassination, cooperation between the Nisi tribe and the Hu Valley Coalition had significantly slowed. The senior officer of the advisory department, SPE, added that another secret report suggested that the Gas tribe had provided sanctuary to the assassins of the Manyen Holy Knight Order, indicating a rift with the Nisi tribe. The chief leader, Moerman, noted that the discord between the 2 major tribes of Upper Manyen was highly advantageous for launching an assault on the Wary Pass. Is there any feasible way to traverse the towering mountains of the Shiva Rift? Lord Pikel inquired. The mountains of the Shiva Valley rise majestically into the clouds. Unless one possesses wind magic, it would be exceedingly difficult to cross, replied Yasek, the commander of the 1st Legion. Though there are wind mages in the main city of Manyen, their numbers are limited, rendering their impact minimal. Moreover, wind magic scrolls are exorbitantly priced and extremely scarce. Is there truly no alternative? Pikel pressed. If we fail to seize the Wary Pass and restore the Wary Corridor promptly, Manyen risks being split in 2. A direct assault on the Wary Pass is indeed a potential course of action, but such an endeavor would necessitate the use of heavy crossbows. To mount a strong offensive, we would require at least 50 ballistae, Nicola, commander of the garrison division of the main city, asserted. Gathering 50 ballistae in the short term poses a significant challenge. Moerman shrugged in resignation. The Council of Ministers yielded no conclusive results, prompting Pichel to decide to send Mang and Iyer to the Wary Pass to investigate the situation concerning the Hu Valley Coalition and the condition of Commander Kaifala. Before their departure, Pichel granted Mang and Iyer special authority to act as they deemed appropriate. Chapter 41. The maneuvering of the Manian 5 Kefra remained unconscious in the Nisi tribe, leaving Leon and Dick in a state of frantic anxiety. Dick dispatched a message via pigeon to Gavri and Rakel, informing them of Kefra's assassination attempt and injuries in the Nisi tribe. Gavri and Rakel were taken aback. They had received word that Pichel's envoy was en route to the Valley Pass to meet with Commander Kefra. If Pichel learned of Kefra's grave condition and absence from the Valley Pass, there was concern that he would send a formidable army to assault the location. Gavri sent a pigeon to Dick, urging him to consult Deputy Commander Leon regarding Pichel's envoy coming to the Valley Pass to meet Commander Kefra. It was none other than Mang, Al, and Dick immediately recognized them. Mang, who had once led troops against the Valley Pass, had now become a subordinate of Lord Pichel. Al, the division commander, stated, "Mang, the High Priest, and I have come at the behest of Lord Pichel to pay a visit." Dick exchanged a glance with Al, and they shared an understanding smile. Dick felt a tumult of emotions. The former ally, Al, was now a division commander under Lord Pichel. "Please, have a seat," Dick gestured. "To be candid, we have come to see Commander Kefra. Is he present at the Valley Pass?" Mang replied. "It seems we can only converse with you during Commander Kefra's absence. I will oversee all affairs at the Valley Pass in his stead. Our visit serves two purposes: to reconnect with an old friend and to convey Lord Pichel's regards. His army will soon arrive at the Valley Pass, which is currently underdefended with scarce provisions. How can we hold our ground, even with the reinforcement of the two major tribes from Marnie? It is clear that distant waters cannot quench immediate fires. The 500 valiant soldiers of the Valley Pass can hold their ground against 100 foes." Mang, the High Priest, interjected, "Surely you have not forgotten the recent catastrophe at the Valley Pass. How can a mere 500 withstand the might of the Marnie army? We are not here for combat, but rather for amicable discourse. I'll ease the tension in the air." "You are correct, Commander Al." Mang shifted his tone and addressed Dick. "Lord Pichel is known for his foresight, not for recklessness. He values the strategic importance of the Valley Pass and wishes to avoid a division of Marnie. He intends to grant a title of Duke to the Valley Pass, transforming conflict into harmony. The title of Duke is not to be taken lightly, and such an honor is rare. It is evident that Lord Pichel's intentions are genuinely noble." Al concurred, casting a knowing glance at Dick. Dick understood the implication. With friends comes fine wine, while foes bring wolves. "I believe we shall become good friends, rather than engage in endless prattle. A banquet has been arranged, and it is my sincere request that you esteemed guests join us." Chapter 42. The feast begins. The banquet hall of the Lower Valley Castle was adorned with festive decorations, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Long tables draped in white linen lined both sides, laden with an abundance of wine, goblets, assorted cakes, roasted meats, and fruits. Rakel, Gavri, and others had been waiting for quite some time. "This is Rakel, the High Priest of the Hugu Alliance. You two may already be acquainted, so I need not elaborate further," Dick remarked to Mang. "Greetings, High Priest Rakel. It has been quite a while. You appear as robust as ever." Mang responded warmly upon seeing Rakel. "Ah, it is the esteemed Chairman Mang. It has been too long," Rakel replied. "No longer the chairman. I am now the High Priest of the Mani Temple, Mang." "Huh. Chairman Mang has taken my former position." No, it is High Priest Mang now." Who would have thought that High Priest Rakel would align himself with the Hugu Alliance, humbling himself beneath Kaifula? Such is the unpredictable nature of the world. I propose a toast to our distinguished guests, Mang and El. On their arrival, Gavri declared, raising his goblet. "Cheers! Cheers!" Everyone echoed, lifting their cups and downing their drinks in unison. Dick, holding his goblet, turned to Mang and said, "In order to honor High Priest Mang, I shall drink to you once more." "Long live Dick! What a robust drinker." Mang joined in, raising his cup. "High Priest Mang, let us have another toast," Dick suggested. No, that is enough. Come, I shall drink again." "Very well, I shall partake as well," Mang replied. "Dick, my dear brother, I toast to you," El interjected. raising his cup and finishing it in one go. "Captain L, this one is for you," he added. As the drinks continued to flow, Dick and Mang became increasingly animated, engaging in lively conversation. "Dear brother Dick, how can one defend the meager territory of the Valley Pass? Currently, Lord Pickhell commands a formidable army, and even I must serve him. If you were to nominally align with Pickhell, I believe he would not oppose you," Mang stated. "The two great tribes of Marnie remain uncivilized. Lord Pickhell would not expend his efforts here. To be frank, Pickhell has other plans. Pray, do enlighten me, dear brother Mang." Lord Pitchell's father, Sherloss, was the chief of the Songhai Organization's Lance branch, Mang whispered to Dick. "The Songhai Organization?" Dick exclaimed internally, taken aback. "I have recently heard that the late Lord Levis's widow, Yage, is Pitchell's elder sister. Not long ago, Pitchell's father fell in battle at Lance City, slain by the forces of Bourse. Now that the Lance branch of the Songhai Organization has lost its chief, Lord Pickhell must negotiate directly with them. Furthermore, I have heard that the Shadow Mercenaries are planning to attack Lance due to the failed negotiations with Marnie and the fall of the Mage Randall. What do you suggest regarding the relationship between the Hugu Alliance and Lord Pickhell?" "Dear brother Dick, I shall speak candidly. How can a woman lead the Hugu Alliance? Lonya holds a significant position and wields considerable influence. Why not establish yourself independently? Perhaps you could secure a title from Pickhell, allowing the Hugu Alliance to steadfastly guard the Valley Pass. Would that not be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Come, High Priest Mang, let us raise our glasses once more. One cup, another, and yet another." Dick and Mang lost count of their toasts. Dick privately accepted the terms proposed by Mang. The Hugu Alliance would nominally align with Lord Pickhell, while Dick himself would receive the title of Duke of Marnie. In his heart, Dick harbored his own calculations. Indeed, the forces of Pickhell were formidable, but accepting his title would ensure the safety of the Valley Pass. Moreover, the former commander of the Hugu Alliance, the Adept L, now served as Pitchell's captain, while High Priest Mang originally hailed from Lang. Both could serve as invaluable informants within the Hugu Alliance, alerting him to any impending disturbances. Chapter 43. The Rift Mother's health is quite robust. However, she is deeply concerned about her two uncles in the city of Marnie. "I have sent a young man to accompany you on your excursions around Marnie. His name is Ael, a native of Marnie and the youngest and most accomplished division commander in our region." "Very well, uncle." Upon arriving at the Marnie Grand Hall to report to Duke Audelis, Ael was taken aback. "Is this not the Fisher Maiden from Lands Bay's coastal village?" A shiver ran down Ael's spine as the Fisher Maiden Audelis spoke with a voice that echoed like a specter. "Duke Audelis, you are not that Fisher Maiden, are you?" Ael faintly recognized Audelis. "Commander Ael, it appears we are acquainted. The dried fish and rice from Lands Bay is rather delectable, is it not? Did my uncle send you?" "Lord Pickhell dispatched me to ensure your safety. However, I believe the Duke requires no protection, as she exudes an undeniable aura of safety." "Is that so?" The Duke's demeanor was striking, resonating like the grandest symphony, akin to a celestial being devouring the moon, captivating and awakening all who beheld her presence. "Really?" "Indeed." With Ael as her companion exploring the city of Marnie, the ghostly Duke Audelis felt immense joy, while El braced himself for further endurance. Many shops in Marnie had resumed operations in recent days, with merchants arriving from the Valley Pass, bringing an array of furs and wines from the Upper Marnie tribe, signifying a marked improvement in the situation compared to previous days. The superior furs from the Upper Marnie tribe excited Audelis immensely, as these materials serve as the foundation for crafting leather bags and shoes. "Over there, I wish to acquire a triangular leather hat," Audelis remarked regarding the merchandise. "It will take at least half an hour." The leather trade was remarkably efficient. A sharp knife swiftly sliced through a large piece of cowhide, the blade dancing as it stitched and shaped, the contours of the triangular hat emerging until the final seam was completed, precisely within half an hour. "Your craftsmanship is exceptional. Thank you. It will be 20 gold coins." Audelis donned her exquisite triangular leather hat, looking remarkably stylish and radiant. "Would you like a triangular leather hat as well?" Audelis inquired of El. "No, a magical hat or a leather helm would be more suitable for me. Let us stroll over there." "Certainly. There is a bakery nearby renowned for its delightful offerings. We should give it a try, and they even provide free milk." "Ael, do you know where magical items are sold? What are you looking to purchase? Perhaps a magical scroll or something of the sort." "Oh, it is quite a distance from here. We would need to walk for a considerable time." "Duke Audelis, are you an alchemical mage? How did you deduce that?" Alchemical mages or affluent individuals tend to purchase magical scrolls more frequently. Alchemical mages often buy blank scrolls, while the wealthy are more inclined to acquire light-based magical scrolls. Chapter 44. The rift too suddenly. A commotion erupted ahead, causing the crowd on the street to scatter in disarray. A figure clad in the garb of a priest was besieged by dozens of unidentified assailants. This individual, known as Eldo, was an apostle of the Great Spirit of the Garshan, dispatched to the capital city of Marnie as an advance scout. The attackers were members of the Songhai organization, led by none other than Kama, a trusted subordinate of Fel's. Wait, I believe I see Commander L. Where? Over there, alongside a woman. There's no avoiding it now. I might as well go and greet them. Commander L. Ray greeted Fel. Oh, and who might this lovely lady be? Captain Ray, this is the only Duchess of Marnie. Audelise, Ray replied. Audelise, your grace, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Ray, captain of the patrol division of the Marnie garrison. Ray nearly dropped his jaw. The ghostly Duchess Audelise was quite renowned in Marnie. Hello, Captain Ray. Why is there such chaos in the streets today? Just a few days ago, everything was fine, and now it has disturbed the Duchess's enjoyment. L questioned Ray. Report to Commander Al. It was the work of the Songhai organization, Ray answered. Everyone knows that the Songhai organization is affiliated with Lord Pikhel. No one in the Marnie garrison would dare take action against them without Commander Nikolai's approval. Nonsense. Where would the Songhai organization even come from in Marnie? Audelise interjected, her voice dripping with sarcasm, startling Ray. The ghostly Duchess Audelise indeed lived up to her name. Her chilling voice fell like an avalanche, shattering the atmosphere. Ray was taken aback, hesitating to speak. The Duchess inquires, where did the Songhai organization originate? Have your eyes failed you? Ael scolded. Oh, Ray stammered, momentarily stunned by Audelise's ghostly tone. After regaining composure, he recalled that one of his patrol members was acquainted with a certain Kama, a capable lieutenant of Lord Pitchel's elder brother, Fel's. Kama, Audelise recognized the name. He is indeed a member of the Songhai organization. I thought he had perished at Lance. Kama is indeed one of my Uncle Fel's men. Though Ray's patrol team was outnumbered, their combat prowess was formidable, quickly encircling Kama and his group from the Songhai organization. Which patrol team are you from that dares to hinder the Songhai organization? Kama demanded sharply, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Who among you is the leader? Is it you, Kama? I know you. Have you heard of the ghostly Duchess Audelise? The niece of Lord Pikhel has arrived in the capital of Marnie, and your ruckus has disturbed her presence, Ray boldly reprimanded, emboldened by the backing of the ghostly Duchess. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We are from the Songhai organization. Arrest them, Ray commanded his patrol team. Despite their numerical advantage, the members of the Songhai organization were caught off guard and surrendered without resistance. Audelise stepped forward, recognizing the individual just captured by the patrol team. Kama. Is that really you? Kama felt a chill wash over him, the ghostly voice of Audelise striking him like a cold wave. Audelise, it truly is you. I am Kama. I thought I would never see you again. Chapter 45. The Fracture 3. Kama was one of the few survivors from the Lance branch of the Songhai organization during the Great War of Lance. At that time, he had been dispatched by Fels to the main city of Marnie, but was captured by the forces of Burz along the way. Seizing an opportunity, Kama attempted to escape, but was struck down by a hail of arrows from the Burz archers, believing he was fatally wounded. And the Burz army thought he had perished as well. Fate had other plans, and he miraculously survived. Perhaps it was sheer luck that during his escape, he stumbled over a stone and fell into a puddle, losing consciousness, while most of the arrows fired by the Burz army missed their mark. With the urgency of the war, the Burz forces did not linger over this minor incident, scarcely glancing at what they presumed to be Kama's lifeless body. When Kama regained consciousness from the pit, he discovered several minor arrow wounds upon his body. He wiped away the blood, grateful to be alive. Fels had assigned him to oversee a magical dock belonging to the Lance branch of the Songhai organization in the city of Marnie. This magical dock was one of the few establishments dedicated to selling magical items, with only 3 such docks in the city, the other 2 being closely affiliated with the Marnie Dark Mage Guild and the Gasson. After the forces of Pitcher conquered the city of Marnie, Moerman took the helm of the Marnie Magic Guild's joint council. The former vice commander of the Marnie Holy Knights, Mang, had submitted to Pitcher, and the magical dock, closely tied to the Marnie Light Magic Guild, followed suit. Among the 3 magical docks in Marnie, 2 had direct or indirect connections to the Songhai organization, excluding the one aligned with Gashan. Following the upheaval in the city, Gashan could not remain detached. Thus, the great spirit envoy Gashi sent his trusted apostle Eldo to Marnie, tasked with safeguarding this particular magical dock. Lord Pitcher solidified his control over Marnie, and many were aware of his close ties to the Songhai organization. As Fell's confidant, worked for the Lance branch of the Songhai organization. Fels instructed to seize control of all magical docks in Marnie to more effectively manage the magical supplies of the Hu Valley Coalition. As Fels emerged as the most powerful figure within the Lance branch, an altercation ensued as rallied a group to assault the Gashan apostle Eldo. I recognize this individual. He belongs to the Songhai organization. You ought to release him, Duke Audelis said to Rue. Rue hesitated. Release him as commanded. Why the delay? Ael seemed to scold Rue. Let him go. Rue, compelled by Ael's command, gestured to his subordinates. Duke, they are also members of the Songhai organization. Said to Audelis, please release them as well. We cannot release them all. The Gashan individual under siege is of Gashan's faction. And it would be troublesome to explain later, Rue whispered to Ael. Let us settle this, Duke. Ael gently tugged at Audelis's sleeve. Do not make our garrison's duties difficult. It would also be challenging to explain to Commander Nicola. At this moment, Eldo stood up from the ground. In terms of magical combat prowess, Kama's group was no match for Eldo. Eldo was a low-tier spirit magic sorcerer, enveloped in a protective magical energy, rendering ordinary individuals powerless against him. Kama, being merely an alchemical magic apprentice, possessed lesser magical rank than Eldo. However, alchemical magic has the unique ability to channel magical energy into the ground. If a sorcerer's protective magical energy is insufficiently robust, the full force of an alchemical magic apprentice's attack can still prove formidable. Kama initiated a surprise attack on Eldo, and through the art of alchemical magic, he effectively neutralized much of Eldo's protective magical energy. Coupled with the numerical advantage of Kama's group, Eldo was overwhelmed before he could cast his spirit magic. Seeing Kama, Eldo's rage surged, and just as he was about to unleash his magic, Rue intervened, stating, "Leave this matter to our garrison, cease the fighting." Chapter 46, Fracture 4. How despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack, Eldo chastised, pointing at Karma. Karma, how do you conduct yourself? The ghostly voice let out a chilling howl that reverberated throughout the venue. Eldo was taken aback, as a petite girl with a disheveled hairstyle appeared before him. Who is this ghostly figure? Duke Audelis. This girl is from the Jia Mountain, sent here under the guise of the magical dock to smuggle magical equipment. A considerable amount of these items has been resold to the commander of the Hu Valley Coalition, Kevala, as well as the Shangmani tribe. It is reported that the Mercenary Guild in the main city of Marnie and the Nick branch are also complicit in the smuggling activities of this magical dock. Karma explained. I understand that there are matters concerning the main city of Marnie that you are not fully aware of, Audelis stated. What does the Duke imply? Currently, many individuals under the Lord's command are former subordinates of the previous Lord Xian, who has an inextricable connection with Jia Mountain. The Jia people hold significant status within Jia Mountain, and now is not the time to sever ties with them. Inform your contacts in the garrison not to act recklessly. We will retrieve them later. Understood. Audelis scrutinized Eldo, pondering which spiritual envoy this Jabala could be associated with. Jashi, the great spiritual envoy Jashi of Jia Mountain? Indeed, I have heard of the name Jashi during my time in Lance, yet I have never had the pleasure of an audience. Should anyone dare to provoke further, they need only seek me out. I am Duke Audelis of Marnie. So this girl is the legendary ghost Duke Audelis, Eldo thought, a shiver running down his spine. Duke Audelis intervened to ease the tensions between Jia Mountain and the Songhai organization. The magical dock in the main city of Marnie, closely tied to Jia Mountain, is temporarily safe. Consequently, the Lance branch of the Songhai organization will establish a Marnie branch within the main city. Audelis summoned the members of the Songhai organization to the main hall of Marnie. Only those from the Cielra's family are eligible to establish a branch of the Songhai organization in Marnie, and Audelis fits this criterion perfectly. Audelis' actions were certainly not impulsive. The activities of the Mercenary Guild, Jia Mountain, and the Nick branch in Marnie's main city were evidently at odds with the Lance branch of the Songhai organization, resulting in a significant influx of magical equipment and weapons into the Wali Pass and Shangmani tribe. Today, I shall establish the Marnie branch of the Songhai organization. Both the Lance and Marnie branches are parallel entities within the Songhai organization. True friends are found within the seas. Love knows no bounds across the horizon. I hope all brothers unite and overcome adversity together, in accordance with the leader Attalus directives. Now, the Songhai organization has added the Marnie branch, alongside the existing Lance and Nick branches. The organization comprises 4 major factions: the Sigi faction, the Royali faction, the Shilu faction, and the Lake faction. The Lance branch belongs to the most powerful Sigi faction, while the Nick branch aligns with the Lake faction. The Marnie branch, established by Duke Audalis, does not closely align with any of the 4 major factions. Audalis and 47 others officially established the Marnie branch of the Songhai organization in the main hall of Marnie, with the High Priest Meng witnessing the event alongside Ire. Audalis provided each member of the Marnie branch with a sharp short sword, engraved with the insignia of the Marnie branch. It is hard to conceive that such a young and frail girl could embody such strength. Indeed, Duke Audalis is a person worthy of trust, despite her somewhat peculiar voice. In accordance with the customs of the Songhai organization, all founding members of the Marnie branch must have individual discussions with leader Audalis. It took Audalis 3 days to familiarize herself with the names and backgrounds of all members of the Marnie branch. Their backgrounds were quite complex, with many being remnants from the Wali Pass. Audalis reassured them that regardless of their past identities, they are now part of the Marnie branch of the Songhai organization. Chapter 47. Fracture 5. Perhaps it was a fragment of some potent magical energy from an unknown realm. Could it be emanating from the Great Stone Dragon? With a gaze filled with curiosity, El scrutinized the colossal figure before him, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Trusting his instincts, which whispered of an enigmatic magical essence concealed within the dragon, he closed his eyes and began to attune himself to the ambient magical energy surrounding him. Indeed, it was this very force. El's eyes sparkled with revelation as he uncovered a hidden secret of the stone dragon. The night was shrouded in darkness as El incessantly explored the surface of the great stone dragon, eager to unearth something significant, yet he found naught. How peculiar, he murmured. Perhaps it lies in a higher position. Scaling the majestic creature, he perched upon its head and carefully delved into its maw, ultimately discovering a smooth, walnut-sized stone. This was no ordinary stone. It was the dragon soul, a creation of the Dragon King, and one of the 10 legendary artifacts. AEL had identified the source of the unknown magical energy emanating from the stone dragon. This strange power was derived from the dragon's soul. Cradling the soul in his palm, he noted how the moonlight seemed to resonate with it, pulsating with a mesmerizing interplay of red and white luminescence. With utmost care, AEL secured the dragon's soul and leapt down from the dragon's head, one of the 48 beast kings. The Dragon King had been sealed away by the Archmage of the Purple Mu River during the War of Gods and Demons, imprisoned within the enchanted forest. Drawing upon his life force, he had condensed a dragon's soul, escaping through the fissures of his confinement. The Dragon King, initially believing his kind would face extinction, could not have anticipated that the enchanted forest would become the last refuge for dragons, while those beyond its borders had perished. The creation of the dragon's soul was intended for a future day when he might be liberated from his bonds. The dragon's soul soared forth from the enchanted forest, traversing the halls of the main temple, ultimately finding its resting place within the maw of the great stone dragon, where it languished for 3 centuries. Untouched by the light of day, the dragon's soul harbored within it the formidable magical energy of the Dragon King, capable of accelerating a mage's ascension through magical ranks and assisting individual mages in casting group spells. Chapter 48. The Rift. Oh my goodness, what a colossal fireball! A startled voice exclaimed from behind El. Who is there? El turned to see Sister Lucy, illuminated by the faint embers on the ground. Recognizing each other, El was taken aback to see the long-haired Sister Lucy at night. She had once aided him in the city of Marnie, and they were familiar with one another. Lucy originally belonged to the Nish tribe, and she shared a close relationship with Leon, the deputy commander of the Hugu Valley Alliance. Commander Kaifla's injuries were gradually healing, and upon regaining consciousness, she learned from Leon that Dick had unilaterally accepted a title from Marnie and had betrayed the Hugu Valley Alliance by siding with Lord Pikel, leading to her vehement condemnation of Dick's shamelessness. Kaifla began reaching out to her former subordinates, with significant assistance from Leon, and through Lucy, she contacted the Shadow Mercenary Guild. Aware that El was in the city of Marnie and had become the commander of the Pikel division, Kaifla could not forget Faishwili Mu. who had once served in the Hogu Valley Alliance. Perhaps by chance, Lucy encountered Elle in the main hall of Marnie, drawn there by the enormous fireball. "Oh, I just cast a fireball spell." "Just a fireball spell?" "Indeed, Sister Lucy, what a coincidence. I was merely strolling about and happened to see this magnificent fireball and came to investigate." "Elle, I have been trying to reach you these past few days. But you were not at the garrison headquarters. What is it?" "Commander Kaifla of the Hogu Valley Alliance asked me to contact you. She is in the Nis tribe, and her injuries have mostly healed, but she is extremely furious," Lucy informed Elle. "I received a message from the Nis tribe stating that Dick has betrayed Commander Kaifla. Commander Kaifla must have misunderstood Dick. I was helping a friend, and I am not fully aware of the situation. However, Commander Kaifla wants you to get in touch with someone." "Who?" "You certainly know this person, Chris, the deputy commander of the Marnie garrison, who also holds a position in the Shadow Mercenary Guild." "Impossible. My deputy commander Chris is involved with the Mercenary Guild?" Elle could hardly believe his ears. "Commander Kaifla urgently needs to purchase a large quantity of magical equipment and weapons from Marnie to be transported to the Nis tribe. She hopes that you and Chris can collaborate. The trade of magical equipment in Marnie is primarily handled by the Songhai Organization's Marnie branch. There are 3 magical docks in the city of Marnie. 2 have direct or indirect ties to the Songhai Organization, while the Jia Mountain Magical Dock recently resolved the conflict with them. After Dick received his title, the relationship between the Songhai Organization and the Valley Pass improved significantly. If there are connections with the Songhai Organization, transporting magical equipment and weapons through the Valley Pass to the Nis tribe would be considerably easier. The Nikki branch of the Songhai Organization mainly deals with weapons and possesses little magical equipment, which must be procured from the city of Marnie. Whether Chris can successfully procure magical equipment from the docks and transport it out of the city of Marnie will depend on you, Commander Elle. Elle felt certain that Commander Kaifla must have misunderstood Dick. There were certain matters he could not explain to Lucy. He had been involved in Dick's ennoblement, which was the only way to secure the Valley Pass at the time. Elle was neither at the Valley Pass nor in the Nis tribe, making it difficult for him to grasp the rift between Kaifla and Dick. The Hogu Valley Alliance had grown significantly, now comprising the 1st and 2nd Divisions, the Feishui Division, the Valley Division, and the Hogu Valley Alliance Star Tower Monastic Order, totaling nearly 1,000 members. The Feishui Division was expanded from the Feishuili within the Hogu Valley Alliance, commanded by Leo, while the Valley Division was formed from the garrison of the Lower Valley Castle, led by Tiz. Leo, of a similar age to Elle and a level 1 light magic apprentice, was highly valued by Dick, having fought alongside Elle and Feishuili. Dick appointed Leo, won over Tiz, and united with the High Priest Rakel, gradually solidifying his power within the Hogu Valley Alliance. At this time, Gavri, who commanded the 2nd Division, was left helpless. Gavri had previously been a trusted confidant of Kaifla, who had contacted him, yet Gavri privately expressed that Dick's position within the Hogu Valley Alliance was unassailable. The chieftain of the Nis tribe, Buni, became a widower in middle age and provided Kaifla with special care during her illness, for which she was immensely grateful. With Leon's mediation, the relationship between Kaifla and Buni advanced further. The Nis tribe maintained a close relationship with Kaifla and Leon, while the bond between Kaifla and Dick had soured. Chieftain Buni rejected Duke Dick's proposal for collaboration, indicating that the Nis tribe did not support him. Not long ago, the Hogu Valley Alliance and the Nis tribe had been as close as family, collaborating to defeat the invading Mang army at the Valley Pass, with most of the 2nd Division's personnel hailing from the Nis tribe. Recently, the Nis tribe had been vigorously expanding its military, causing Dick considerable unease as he summoned Leo, Gavri, and others to discuss how to manage the smuggling of magical equipment and weapons from the Nis tribe. Had it not been for Dick's betrayal of Commander Kaifla, the Nis tribe would not have embarked on such large-scale military expansion. The commander must be blind. Dick, how can you face the commander? Gavri had been dissatisfied with Dick for quite some time. Without a word, Dick sprang from his seat and drew his sword, swinging it at Gavri. He was seized by the High Priest Rakel, who held him tightly. This cannot all be blamed on Duke Dick. We are all witnesses here. The forces of Lord Pikhel and Lower Marnie are formidable. How could the Valley Pass withstand such might? You, Gavri, did not oppose it at the time. Who could have anticipated that Commander Kaifla still holds such influence in the Nis tribe? Gavri, hiding behind Rakel, attempted to explain. Do not think I am unaware. Commander Kaifla has been sending you private messages via carrier pigeon these past few days. Are you conspiring against us, you traitor? Dick shouted, pointing at Gavri. I stand with Duke Dick, Anyone who opposes the Duke opposes me and the Feshue division. Leo leaped from his seat, drawing his sword and glaring angrily at Gavri. I stand with Duke Dick as well. Tis placed her hand on her sword and rose. Very well, I too stand with Duke Dick. Seeing the support from Tiz and others, Gavri had no choice but to relent, lowering his head. Since everyone has come to a consensus, I shall not decline. If anyone disobeys orders, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With his sword in hand, Dick struck down hard, splitting the discussion table in two with a resounding crash. To heed the Duke's command, Dick was elected as the supreme leader of the Hugu Valley Alliance, assuming all powers therein, while simultaneously dismissing Commander Kaifla and Deputy Commander Leon. The Hugu Valley Alliance would no longer have a commander or deputy commander. Far away in the city of Marnie, Duchess Adelis was unaware that Duke Dick had become the supreme leader of the Hugu Valley Alliance. She was overwhelmed with the affairs concerning the Marnie branch and managed to meet with Lord Pickell. Today, a minister from the Songhai organization Eslancy branch, Karma, led an assault on the Jia Mountain Magical Dock, instigating a public brawl in the streets of the city of Marnie. Fortunately, Commander L happened to pass by and swiftly directed the garrison patrol to restore order. Duchess Adelis informed Lord Pickell. Furious, Lord Pickell rose from his chair, his face contorted with anger. This is outrageous. Karma should be minding his business selling dried fish in Lancy Bay instead of causing chaos in the city of Marnie. My uncle, please calm your anger. This matter likely involves my uncle Fells, who intends to control all magical docks in the city of Marnie, hence instructing Karma to attack the Jia Mountain Apostle. The Jia Mountain Magical Dock was involved in smuggling magical equipment and weapons, with the Marnie Mercenary Guild and the Nikki branch lurking in the background. This matter should not be rushed, as it could easily alert the enemy. Rest assured, uncle, I have resolved the matter. My niece, Adelis, has truly matured. Would you enlighten your uncle as to how you accomplished this? Just moments ago, the Azure Sea organization established a new Marnie chapter in Marnie City. This afternoon, I informed Commander Nicola, instructing the garrison to release the troublemaking Kama and his cohort. They have all since joined the Marnie chapter, of which I am the leader. Pitcher was disinclined to concern himself with the entanglements between the Azure Sea organization and Gazan, but upon reflection, having his niece intervene presented a viable solution. The assault on the Lance Hall by Shadow Mercenaries still weighed heavily on Pitcher's mind. Now that the Vari Pass had been pacified, he could devote his attention to dismantling the Marnie Mercenary Guild. That very evening, Lord Pitcher and Duchess Adelis convened in secret, deciding that the Marnie chapter would participate in the Sword Division's operation to eradicate the Marnie Mercenary Guild. 3 days later, Chris departed the city at dawn with the Tortoisefish Mercenaries, joining the Nick chapter awaiting them outside the city. They were tasked with delivering a shipment of magical equipment, long swords, and iron ingots to the Nice tribe. Al, acting on Lucy's instructions, contacted Chris and vouched for the Tortoisefish Mercenaries, ensuring the Marnie garrison's smooth passage of the supply wagons laden with Gazan magical armaments. Little did Al suspect the calamity that awaited the Marnie Mercenary Guild that day. The Marnie Mercenary Guild was situated far from the Marnie main hall, boasting only 2 D-rank mercenaries, Tortoisefish and Fox Wolf. The guild, including its 2 D-rank mercenaries, comprised a mere 40 individuals, their income primarily derived from the trafficking of magical equipment and weaponry. No sooner had the Tortoisefish Mercenaries departed than Adelis and Gerbas, leading a sword division and the Marnie chapter, descended upon the Marnie Mercenary Guild. A flurry of long swords and short swords flashed, painting a bloody tableau as the Marnie Mercenary Guild and the Foxwolf Mercenaries were torn asunder. Are there any still breathing? Kama, retrieving a long sword from the ground, delivered a coup de GRC to each of the fallen Foxwolf mercenaries, praising the blade's quality. The Marnie Mercenary Guild's weapons are truly remarkable. This long sword is exceedingly sharp. A figure flickered in the Marnie Mercenary Guild's window as a gleaming longsword, propelled by a gust of wind, lunged towards Kama. Beware, there's one still alive. Kama, nimble on his feet, dodged to the left and retreated, yet failed to evade the blow entirely. A sword struck his right arm, causing blood to gush forth, and his long sword clattered to the ground. Its Vice Commander Chris, Gerbas of the Sword Division, exclaimed in disbelief. Capture him alive. Duchess Adelis commanded in a voice as delicate as a cat's paw. The Sword Division and Marnie chapter surged towards Chris. Kama, sprawled on the ground, was trampled by his own comrades, inadvertently aiding Chris. Chris, wielding his longsword, parried a dozen blades, sparks flying. After several exchanges, Chris sustained multiple cuts. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust his sword into the chest of a sword division member, staining himself with blood. As a barrage of swords descended upon him, he spun. Using the corpse as a shield, extracted his sword, and charged forward, hacking with all his might. His advance was met with resistance. Chris swiftly drew a short sword, slashing upwards, grievously wounding the wrist of the man before him, causing him to lose his balance and collapse. The interplay of long sword and short sword, of weight and agility, coupled with Chris's familiarity with the Marnie Mercenary Guild's layout, allowed him to evade and parry with remarkable dexterity. Many fell victim to his blade. As the ranks of the sword division and Nick chapter swelled, Chris, realizing the direness of his situation, hurled his short sword towards Kama and his cohorts, then detonated a rudimentary wind magic scroll, escaping through a window. Damn it, he possessed a wind magic scroll. Gerbas, a novice light mage, lamented his oversight. He attempted to cast a spell, but it was too late. Adelace, that man was Vice Commander Chris of the garrison. I know him. I never suspected he was affiliated with the Marnie Mercenary Guild. He has fled. We must report this to the Lord immediately, Adelace declared. Shall we pursue him? Kama inquired, clutching his bloodied arm. The Duke and Duchess of Gerbas, along with the Sword Division and Marnie chapter, eradicated the Marnie Mercenary Guild, a victory that was heralded throughout Marnie City. Lord Pitcher hosted a lavish banquet at the Marnie Main Hall, honoring the Marnie chapter and the Sword Division. I propose a toast to the victory of the Duke and Duchess of Gerbas, Lord Pitcher exclaimed, elated by the swift and decisive operation. Cheers! The assembly echoed, raising their glasses in unison. Fine wine exuded its fragrant bouquet, a testament to the triumph achieved. Amidst the clinking of glasses and convivial chatter, a joyous atmosphere permeated the hall. Gerbas, Adelace, my niece and nephew, your efforts are commendable. What reward do you desire? Lord Pitcher inquired, glass in hand. We have not yet considered it, the Duke and Duchess replied. As you are both Dukes of Marnie, I shall bestow upon you the towns of Vass and Layson as fiefs. We are grateful, Uncle. I am concerned about Vice Commander Chris of the garrison. His affiliation with the Marnie Mercenary Guild suggests potential accomplices within Marnie City, Gerbas said, setting down his glass. I have ordered Chief Hawayer to apprehend Chris throughout Marnie. This traitor was formerly a member of Lord Sheen's retinue. Let the matter rest here. I do not wish to implicate others, Lord Pitcher declared. Your magnanimity is appreciated. We shall endeavor to serve with utmost diligence. With the Marnie Mercenary Guild vanquished, the remaining fugitives pose little threat. However, we face another formidable concern, the Nick chapter. Though affiliated with the Azure Sea organization like the Lance chapter, the Nick chapter's actions are enigmatic, and their influence within the organization is considerable. We must remain vigilant. Duke Gerbas's concern is mine as well. The Nick chapter, regardless of their affiliations, are members of the Azure Sea organization. Should matters escalate beyond control, the Lance chapter may suffer repercussions. Chris, having fled Marnie City, bore multiple wounds, the dried blood on his garments forming a rigid crust adhering to his flesh. His destination remained uncertain. He resolved to venture to Upper Marnie, hoping to find refuge among its two major tribes. En route to the Vari Pass, Chris commandeered a fine steed from a sword division courier, a stroke of luck that provided him with a long sword, short bow, water, and jerky. Chris spurred the horse onward, making swift progress to the Vari Pass, where he overtook the Tortoise Fish Mercenaries and the Nick chapter. That son of a bitch Lord Pitcher has betrayed us, slaughtering over 20 of our brethren from the Marnie Mercenary Guild and the Fox Wolf Mercenaries. Chris lamented, pouring out his grief to Alvarado, the standard-bearer of the Tortoise Fish Mercenaries, and Raduga, the Nick chapter's envoy. Upon hearing the calamitous news, the Tortoise Fish Mercenaries erupted in indignation, drawing their long swords. Revenge. Kill Pitcher. Avenge our comrades. Brothers of the Tortoise Fish Mercenaries, heed my words, Raduga of the Nick chapter interjected. Lord Pitcher commands a formidable force. We must not act rashly. Raduga speaks wisely. We must not succumb to impetuousness, lest Pitcher ensnare us all, Chris declared, abruptly ceasing his lamentations. What do you suggest, Chris? Alvarado, the standard-bearer of the Tortoise Fish Mercenaries, inquired. Chris is our standard-bearer. We shall follow his lead, Alvarado affirmed, his sentiment echoed by the other Tortoise Fish Mercenaries. We heed the standard-bearer's command. The two garrison units of the Wary Division were conducting routine inspections at the Wary Pass. A considerable number of merchants were queuing up to travel to Upper Marnie. What goods were they transporting? We are the Nick branch of the Songhai organization, heading to Upper Marnie for business. I am Deacon Radga. Ah, Deacon Radga, I recognize you. Under normal circumstances, you would be allowed to pass without issue, but recently. Here is a small token of appreciation, please accept it. Radga hastily handed over a small pouch of gold coins. Oh, go on, proceed. We find ourselves truly at a dead end. We never anticipated that Lord Pickhell would launch a brutal attack on the Marnie Mercenary Guild, leaving no foothold for it in the capital of Marnie. Chris expressed his disappointment to Kyvra. Do you know who orchestrated the attack on the Marnie Mercenary Guild? It was the Sword Division and the Marnie branch, led by the Phantom Duke and the Sword Division commander, Duke Gerbus. I had a fierce battle with them, but they were overwhelming in number, forcing me to shatter a wind magic scroll to escape. I have not seen the Phantom Duke in a long time. Why did she lead an assault on the Marnie Mercenary Guild? According to Commander Iyer, days before the attack on the Marnie Mercenary Guild, members of the Songhai organization Lance branch were causing trouble at the Jashan Magic Dock in the capital of Marnie. Subsequently, the Phantom Duke gathered forces from the Lance branch in the capital to form the Marnie branch. There are 3 magic docks in the capital of Marnie, but only the Jashan Magic Dock refused to comply with the Songhai organization's directives. It is possible that the closeness between the Marnie Mercenary Guild and the Jashan Magic Dock offended the ambitious Lord Pickhell, who seeks to dominate all magical equipment and weaponry in Marnie. Kyvra took Chris in, and he established the Nis Tribe Mercenary Guild in Upper Marnie, which includes a D-class turtle fish mercenary unit. Under Kyvra's leadership, the Nis Tribe formed the Nis Legion, the Nis Sorcerers, and the Nis Puppeteer Division, with Leon, Narivi, and Kyvra serving as the respective commanders, Grand Sorcerer, and Puppeteer. The Nis tribe is experiencing significant military expansion and is severely lacking in magical equipment and weaponry. While the transport of such goods from Lower Marnie and the Wary Pass to the Nis tribe has become increasingly stringent, the Nis tribe had no choice but to produce weapons themselves, requiring iron or to be smelted into ingots before being forged into weapons. This time, the Nick branch delivered a substantial quantity of longswords and iron ingots to the Nis tribe from Lower Marnie, and helped establish 2 blacksmith shops, alleviating the weapon shortage to some extent. Recently, the Nis Legion added 2 new spear cavalry units, a longbow cavalry unit, and a shortbow cavalry unit. Leon spotted the banner of the Nis tribe's chief, the Divine Eagle banner, in the distance, indicating that Chief Buni had arrived. He immediately rode over to pay his respects. Chief Buni, may you be well, and may Chief Kyvra be blessed. It is a pleasure to see both chiefs in good health. Commander Leon, it is quite exhausting. Today, I have come with the chief and 2 chieftains to relax and to observe the Nis Legion's drills. Commander Leon, the chief has been incessantly expressing his desire to see the progress of his cavalry units. You must not disappoint his earnest wishes. How could I dare? Yes. Buni and the others dismounted and took their seats at the observation platform, where fresh flowers and a large platter of fruits were arranged. Buni graciously handed Kyvra a peeled banana, asking, "My chief, is there something troubling you?" The Marnie Mercenary Guild and the Nick branch are vital sources for our magical equipment and weapons. With Lord Pickhell expelling the Marnie Mercenary Guild from the capital, he may soon set his sights on the Nick branch. The Nis tribe's military expansion is severely hampered by the lack of magical equipment and weaponry, which gives me cause for concern. My chief, you are the supreme commander of the Hugu Valley Alliance. Is there truly nothing that can be done at Wary Pass? Dick betrayed me and was elevated by Pickhell to the rank of First Duke of Marnie. He is now the supreme leader of the Hugu Valley Alliance, which no longer recognizes my command. Leon commanded the Nis Legion's several cavalry units to array in a line opposite the observation platform. He personally selected a spear cavalry unit to step forward and align neatly in front of the platform. As the command was given, the spear cavalry commenced their drills. Uphold the spears. Over 200 spears from the cavalry unit were raised in unison. Left front spear. The riders grasped their reins with their left hands and thrust their spears forward vigorously with their right hands. Right front spear, left rear spear, right rear spear. First row, charge. The first row of the spear cavalry surged forward like the wind, their spears striking the breastplates of a row of straw dummies almost simultaneously. The sound of drums echoed, heralding success. Second row, charge. Another round of applause followed. The people of Upper Marnie believe that the spear cavalry represents a formidable military power. The Nis tribe now boasts over 10 spear cavalry units. Each member of the spear cavalry is equipped with a spear, a round iron shield, and a longsword, with both man and horse clad in heavy armor, making them the epitome of heavy cavalry. When several spear cavalry units charge together, it is akin to an avalanche or tidal wave, leaving destruction in their wake. Although Lord Pichel commands a strong military force, his cavalry pales in comparison to those of the Upper Marnie tribes. Were it not for the natural defenses of Wary Pass, the outcome for Lower Marnie would be uncertain. Leon rode closer to the targets, waving red and yellow flags to issue different commands, prompting the longbow cavalry unit practicing before the observation platform to change formations accordingly. When the red and yellow flags drooped to 270 degrees, it signified a halt. When they waved between 0 and 180 degrees, it indicated an attack. Each set of movements represented a distinct command. Chief Bieni watched with delight, clapping and cheering occasionally. Drumroll. The first shots have all hit the targets. Kyvra exclaimed loudly from the observation platform. Splendid. Truly splendid. Commander Leon indeed has a method to his military exercises, Chief Bieni rejoiced. Once the 2 cavalry units completed their drills, the straw dummies bore numerous spear marks, and the targets were riddled with arrows. Commander Leon's carefully chosen spear and longbow cavalry units did not disappoint, bringing joy to Chief Bieni. Chief Bieni decreed that Leon be bestowed the title of Nilu of the Nis tribe, and that the spear cavalry unit be named the Dragon Cavalry, and the longbow cavalry unit the Eagle Cavalry. Nilu signifies elder among the Upper Marnie tribes, equivalent to the status of the chieftain's brother. When Commander Leon attempted to decline, Chief Bieni insisted it was a gesture of goodwill, and since Nilu implies elder, it was only fitting for Leon to assume a position among the elders of the Nis tribe. Kyvra encouraged him from the side, with the chief saying so. Commander Leon should not refuse. I have long intended to recruit the commander since his tenure at the Wary Star Tower. Now that he belongs to the Nis tribe, it is indeed a blessing for me. Chief Bieni spoke earnestly. Your kindness is duly noted. I shall serve with utmost dedication, Leon replied. The Dragon Cavalry is valiant, and the Eagle Cavalry is formidable. I have decided to appoint my 2 sons, Abula and Nahan, as the commanders of the Dragon Cavalry and the Eagle Cavalry. Chief Bieni declared, rising and taking Abula and Nahan by the hands, leading them before Leon. Abula, Nahan, you must collaborate closely with Commander Leon. Chief Galer of the Gash tribe is aware of certain developments regarding the Nis tribe's military preparations and expressed a desire to remain uninvolved in the disputes between the Nis tribe and Wary Pass. I had long anticipated that this old curmudgeon would not readily acquiesce to our requests. Has the matter of the Holy See dispatching the Paladin Commander Lyle to the Valley Pass been communicated to Commander Rienstedt? I privately informed him. What was his response? Commander Rienstedt expressed that the Gas Legion firmly supports the Holy See, a fact beyond dispute. Should conflict arise, the Gas tribe will not side with the Nis tribe and will provide full support to the Valley Pass if necessary. What is the stance of the Grand Sorcerer Vala? The Grand Sorcerer's position coincides remarkably with that of Chief Gale. If the Gas tribe truly allies with us, the confidence of the Hugu Valley Coalition in defeating the Nis tribe will undoubtedly be bolstered. How many forces does the Gas tribe currently have? The Gas tribe is not numerous. The newly formed Gas Legion, the Gas Sorcerers Guild, and the Gas Golem Legion together comprise just over 1,000. The troop strength of the Gas tribe is not significantly greater than that of the Nis tribe. If coins are spent, these forces can indeed be recruited. The tribal forces are rather chaotic. I have dispatched High Priest Laker to the main city of Marnie, both to gauge Lord Pichel's attitude and to seek reinforcements from the Holy See in Lower Marnie. Dick harbors some doubts about Lord Pichel, fearing he may betray us. The High Priest of the Hugu Valley Coalition, Laker, did not disappoint Dick. Upon arriving in the main city of Marnie, he began to persuade others, and Lord Pichel ordered the withdrawal of the arrest warrant against High Priest Laker from the former main hall of Marnie. The Shadow Mercenaries and the Songhai organization have given Lord Pichel enough trouble. He does not wish to create more enemies, especially since Dick has already accepted the title from Marnie regarding the Valley Pass. Laker was warmly welcomed in the main city of Marnie. The Holy See has always wielded significant influence in Marnie, and Laker, a former High Priest of Marnie, enjoys a reputation far surpassing that of the current High Priest, Mang. After the departure of the former head of the Light Magic Guild, Lang, the remaining Marnie people viewed Laker as a representative of the Holy See. With the assistance of the priests from Lower Marnie, Laker successfully recruited a formidable force known as the Radiant Knights Legion in the main city of Marnie. All members of the Radiant Knights were recommended by the priests of Lower Marnie. Most are devoted apostles who, upon passing the recruitment test, were bestowed the title of Radiant Knight. A great battle commenced without warning, with the Nis tribe launching the first assault on the Valley Pass. The Nis army, traversing the wind and sand, arrived at the Valley Pass with a force of 5,000. The Nis Legion, led by Leon, serves as the vanguard of the Nis army, comprising 17 divisions, including 11 spear cavalry divisions, 4 longbow cavalry divisions, and 2 shortbow cavalry divisions. Following closely are the Nis Sorcerers Legion, commanded by the Grand Sorcerer Norif, accompanied by a longbow cavalry division and a shortbow cavalry division. Finally, the Golem Legion, led by Chief Buni and Chief Kevala, includes a longbow cavalry division and a shortbow cavalry division. Dick had long been prepared for the Nis tribe's advance, yet he was still somewhat taken aback by their speed. Fire! With a command from Leon, a storm of arrows was unleashed, enveloping the Valistar Tower at the edge of the Valley Pass. Fire! Waves of arrows continued to rain down upon the Valistar Tower. Charge! 5 spear cavalry divisions from the Nis Legion surged into the Valley Pass in a dense formation, followed closely by 2 longbow cavalry divisions. The Valistar Tower, along with 2 siege engines, swiftly fell into the hands of the Nis Legion. The Hugu Valley Coalition had only 2 garrison units defending the Valistar Tower. They were either shot down or pierced through by the spears of the cavalry. Their deaths gruesome and tragic. Dick summoned several division commanders of the Hugu Valley Coalition to his office. The Nis army has arrived much faster than I anticipated, having already captured the Valistar Tower, and they are advancing rapidly toward the Hugu Valley. I suspect this is the work of Deputy Commander Leon. Our Chief Kevala is not one to employ such cunning strategies. What shall we do? Perhaps we should flee? Chief Kevala will not spare me. The commander of the 2nd Division, Gavri, was already terrified upon hearing of the Nis army's approach, his expression betraying his panic. What a coward, scolded Tiz, the commander of the Valistar Division. Fool, our longswords are not to be underestimated, cried Leo, the commander of the Waterfowl Division. I command the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Hugu Valley Coalition and the Waterfowl Division shall engage immediately. The Valistar Division will deploy 6 garrison units, taking the 6 siege engines and long arrows from the Valistar Castle into battle. During Laker's absence from the Valley Pass, Tiz will lead the Valistar Monks Division. Dick remained calm and collected, orchestrating the troop movements with precision. He shot a fierce glare at Gavri. You worthless scoundrel, should you dare to surrender to Kevala, I will have you executed. The Hugu Valley Coalition was well trained, and Dick swiftly gathered 3 divisions on the flank of Valistar Castle, heading towards the heart of the Hugu Valley. They prepared to staunchly defend Valistar and retaliate against the invading forces at the Valley Pass under advantageous terrain. Several wind signal arrows sliced through the sky, signaling the Valistar Division to attack. The 6 garrison units of the Valistar Division quickly seized the steep slopes on both sides of the valley, deploying 3 garrison units and 3 siege engines on each slope. The crossbows of the 6 siege engines opened fire almost simultaneously, unleashing 18 long arrows with tremendous force upon the Nis Legion. The Nis Legion's left and right flanks were suddenly assaulted by the 6 siege engines of the Hugu Valley Coalition, causing their formation to become somewhat disordered. The Hugu Valley was narrow at both ends, with steep slopes in the middle, making it unfavorable for a straight-line formation. Leon, the commander of the Nis Legion, remained unfazed and decisively commanded the 9 spear cavalry divisions to form triangular formations, advancing in defense. A longbow cavalry division and 2 shortbow cavalry divisions were assigned to the front, with a longbow cavalry division on each flank. The Royal Guard, Dragon Riders, and Eagle Riders provided support from the center. The people of Upper Marnie frequently dealt with horses and excelled in horsemanship. The 17 cavalry divisions of the Nis Legion gradually stabilized their formation in a triangular arrangement. Leon commanded with precision, demonstrating tactical prowess that rivaled that of Dick, the commander of the Hugu Valley Coalition. Despite being outnumbered and lacking sufficient cavalry, the Hugu Valley Coalition did not falter in their clashes with the Nis Legion. The 1st Division and the Waterfowl Division of the Hugu Valley Coalition had originally been reformed from the Marnie Sorcerers Legion, and many members of the 2nd Division were former members of the Marnie Sorcerers Legion, bolstered by the mages. The 3.5 divisions of the Hugu Valley Coalition steadfastly resisted the fierce assaults of the 17 divisions of the Nis Legion. My chief. The Nis Legion boasts 17 cavalry divisions, their numbers vastly outnumbering the Hugu Valley Coalition. In my view, the Nis Legion need not engage the Grand Sorcerer Norvandas. They could easily capture Valistar Castle. Chief Buni declared triumphantly to Chief Kevala. Divine forces descend upon the earth. Elemental magic floating in the air. Guided by the will of the gods, unleash powerful spells to vanquish our foes. The mages of the 3 divisions of the Hugu Valley Coalition, under Dick's leadership, began chanting complex spells of ice, fire, wind, and light, unleashing a torrent of combined offensive magic. The air was filled with a blend of red, white, blue, and gold magical elements, coalescing into a formidable wave of magical energy that violently struck the Nis Legion. Many warhorses were torn apart by this combined offensive spell, and numerous soldiers of the Nis Legion were thrown into the air. The skies above the Hugu Valley were adorned with a myriad of colorful rings of light, resplendent and beautiful. "Well done, Duke Dick," Tis exclaimed as she witnessed this magnificent display from the battlements of Valistar Castle. The 3 spear cavalry divisions at the forefront of the Nis Legion suffered significant losses, nearly half being annihilated by the Hugu Valley Coalition's combined offensive magic, with casualties exceeding 200. General Leon swiftly dispatched a spear cavalry regiment from each flank to provide reinforcement. The Nis Legion unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows from 1 longbow cavalry regiment and 2 shortbow cavalry regiments, inflicting severe casualties on the Hugu Valley Coalition's 3 divisions. The Nis Legion's flanks each mounted a longbow cavalry regiment and a spear cavalry regiment, launching successive assaults on the steep slopes of the valley, while the 6 garrison units of the Valley Division suffered heavy losses, with the 6 siege crossbows on the slopes now devoid of any arrows. The Hugu Valley Coalition found itself in a passive position, compelled to retreat entirely into the lower valley fortress, having endured appalling casualties. Blood and sweat mingled in the air, which was thick with the stench of gore. "Duke Dick, take a moment to rest and hydrate," Tis urged, extending a golden cup filled with water. "Those scoundrels of the Nis Legion are indeed formidable opponents." Dick seethed. "We unleashed a significant assault, yet it also claimed many of their lives. My Valley Division, alas, now has but 2 garrison units remaining." In her distress, Tiss's tears flowed freely. "Do not fret, Tiss. I shall ensure the safety of everyone in the Valley Division. They are all valiant souls." The Star Tower Mage Regiment of the Hugu Valley Coalition formally joined the fray, casting a collective light-based spell that temporarily stymied the Nis Legion's offensive against the lower valley fortress. However, the Nis Legion's numbers were overwhelming, and the Star Tower Mage Regiment struggled to maintain its magical energy amid continuous casting. "This cannot continue. Our assault must persist. The 3 divisions must break through," Dick asserted to Rio and Gaffrey, who sat on the ground. "The 3 divisions cannot fight any longer. We must rest," Rio replied. "Very well, let us charge out together. We may perish, yet victory could still be within our grasp," Dick declared, his resolve unwavering and filled with hope. "Under Dick's command, I have no objections," Gaffrey conceded, recognizing the battlefield's escalating intensity, where the lines between friend and foe blurred. Moreover, most of the garrison unit leaders of the Hugu Valley Coalition's 2nd Division were loyal to Dick. Comforted by Dick's stance towards Gaffrey, he turned to Tiss, saying, "The long arrows for the 6 siege crossbows of the Valley Division are nearly exhausted. We need someone to deliver more. Tiss, please send your people to assist." "I shall send 1,000 long arrows with my 2 garrison units," Dick resolved. Gathering courage, Dick led the 3 divisions out of the lower valley fortress, charging like wolves toward the Nis Legion. The cacophony of battle reverberated through the valley pass as the Hugu Valley Coalition clashed fiercely with the Nis army, staining the earth red with blood. The 2 garrison units of the Valley Division seized the opportunity, while the 3 divisions of the Hugu Valley Coalition engaged the Nis Legion, splitting up to transport a large quantity of long arrows to the central steep slopes of the valley. Unfortunately, over half of them fell to the arrows of the Nis Legion's longbow cavalry, with only about 500 long arrows successfully delivered. The 6 siege crossbows on the steep slopes could once again unleash arrows propelled by fierce winds, launching wave after wave of 18 long arrows, powerfully supporting the 3 divisions of the Hugu Valley Coalition in their fierce confrontation. Although the Nis Legion sustained significant losses, they still maintained numerical superiority. The Hugu Valley Coalition fought valiantly, yet their numbers dwindled. One by one, the steep slopes of the valley fell, and the majority of the Valley Division's forces were annihilated. With the elimination of this major obstacle, the Nice Legion concentrated 6 spear cavalry regiments and 3 longbow cavalry regiments to mount a decisive assault on the lower valley fortress. Fire! Commanded Nathan, the captain of the Nice Legion's Eagle Cavalry, leading 3 longbow cavalry regiments in a relentless rain of arrows that wrought devastating casualties upon the Hugu Valley coalition. As it appeared that the lines of the 3 divisions were on the verge of collapse, the Star Tower Mage Regiment, under Tiss's leadership, rushed to their aid. Tiss, a novice in light magic, directed the Star Tower Mage Regiment to chant a group attack spell, invoking divine guidance and the resurgence of holy light, shattering the barriers of darkness and dispelling all evil. A colossal golden halo suddenly appeared in the sky, radiating an intense aura of light magic, unleashing a torrential downpour of luminous spheres upon the 17 cavalry regiments of the Nice Legion. The Nice Legion suffered grievously, with several of their divisions rendered incapable of combat, and the Dragon Cavalry and Eagle Cavalry also sustained varying degrees of casualties. The Star Tower Mage Regiment of the Hugu Valley Coalition unleashed formidable magic, inflicting heavy losses on the Nice Legion, while General Leon sustained minor injuries. A messenger swordsman reported the situation to Chief Buni and Chiefess Kevela. Why hasn't the Sorcerer Regiment of Archmage Narivi advanced yet? Kevela expressed her dissatisfaction. Archmage Narivi explained, the terrain of the Valley Pass is peculiar, with areas wide and narrow. Too many from the Nice Legion are blocking the way, preventing those behind from advancing. Foolishness. Push forward, push hard. The main attack direction of the Nice Sorcerers is ahead. If we can break through the Hugu Valley Coalition in front, we shall claim victory. Kevela commanded. Relay my orders. The Nice Sorcerers are to advance and launch a full-scale assault to obliterate the Hugu Valley Coalition and seize the lower valley fortress. Heeding Chiefess Kevela's orders without delay, Archmage Narivi led the Nice Sorcerers, along with 1 longbow cavalry regiment and 1 shortbow cavalry regiment, to confront the Star Tower Mage Regiment of the Hugu Valley Coalition. Under Narivi's guidance, the Nice Sorcerers summoned a powerful stacked spell, causing thick vines to sprout from the ground, quickly bearing fruit. Each fruit released a green vine arrow, and countless fruits produced countless green vine arrows, all flashing with green light as they violently shot toward the Hugu Valley Coalition. Receiving reports from the front, Kevela grew increasingly restless as the Nice Sorcerer's magical offensive faced challenges. She mounted her horse and rushed to assist the Nice Sorcerers. As a mid-level light magic user, her healing spells were highly effective, significantly hastening the recovery of magical energy for the Nice Sorcerers. With casualties mounting among the Hugu Valley Coalition, the battlefield situation grew increasingly dire. Dick led the 3 divisions of the Hugu Valley Coalition and the Star Tower Mage Regiment to endure the struggle, fighting desperately for survival. A shimmering sea of silver emerged behind the Hugu Valley Coalition as 300 cavalry horses moved in perfect unison, their silver armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Perhaps it was divine favor or Dick's good fortune, but the Grand Priest of the Hugu Valley Coalition, Rakel, along with El, arrived at the Valley Pass with a newly formed Radiant Knight Corps of 300 men. With a single command, 300 long spears were hurled at the Nice Legion, and 300 swords glimmered ominously as they cleaved toward them. A poem attests, in the blazing fire, the spirit endures, though knights may fall, their essence remains. May the sword of justice trample evil, may the sword of justice sever sin. The Nice army could not withstand the fierce onslaught of the Radiant Knight Corps and retreated in disarray. On the afternoon of the second day, 1,000 reinforcements from the Gash tribe arrived at the Valley Pass, delivering a devastating blow to the Nice army from behind. The Nice army attempted to use 2 siege crossbows on the Valley Tower to halt the advance of the Gas forces. Yet such measures were futile in averting their impending doom. Led by General Rainster and Archmage Vala, the Gas Legion, alongside the Gas Sorcerers, swept through the Nice army, while the Gas Sorcerers and the Star Tower Mage Regiment joined forces to vanquish Narivi's Nice Sorcerers. In the chaos, Chief Buni was struck in the heart by a long arrow, dying on the spot. Seeing defeat inevitable, Chiefess Kevela fled with her remaining troops. The Hugu Valley Coalition, the Radiant Knight Corps, and the Gas Army merged their forces, emboldened and exponentially stronger, swiftly clearing the remnants of the Nice army. Dick selected 100 elite troops from the Hugu Valley Coalition to pursue the remnants of the Nice army, chasing them for dozens of kilometers until they captured the crucial water well of the Nice tribe, Raga. To their astonishment, The once mighty nice army of 5,000 lay defeated at the Valley Pass, with Chief Buni tragically perishing in the turmoil. Leon sat on the ground, his face buried in his hands as he wept incessantly, overwhelmed by sorrow. "Damn Dick," he lamented, "I underestimated him. I never anticipated that he would move troops from the Gas tribe to block our retreat." The chieftain Kivra spoke gravely. "This is not the time for assigning blame. Chief Buni has fallen, our forces are scattered, and we are left with only a handful of warriors. What shall we do moving forward?" The great wizard Norlivi furrowed his brow, wiping the blood from his face. Nahon looked up at Kivra, rising silently from the ground and stealthily approaching her from behind. "I have a plan," he declared, as he suddenly drew his sword and thrust it into Kivra's heart. The chieftain, seated on the ground, was devoid of strength and vigilance, and thus met her demise at Nahon's hands. Leon, Norlivi, and Abula gasped in shock, exclaiming in unison, "Nahon, what are you doing?" But it was too late. Kivra's body was pierced by the sword, blood gushing forth. "Unless she is slain, Duke Dick at the Wary Pass will not easily relent against the Nis tribe," Nahon stated coldly. Leon, Norlivi, and Abula exchanged glances, rendered speechless. With a swift motion, Nahon severed Kivra's head and dispatched it to Duke Dick, declaring a truce between the Wary Pass and the Nis tribe. Nahon had preserved the Nis tribe, yet he lost the land of Laga, which became the fiefdom of Duke Dick. The World Wizard competition is set to take place on November 29, 7035, in Sebagal, lasting 10 days, with the venue located at the Jakob Raby Altar Grand Square. The event will commence with preliminary rounds, followed by knockout stages, culminating in the finals. This year's competition boasts substantial prizes, with the champion having the chance to acquire one of the 10 divine artifacts, the Firebow. The Upper Marnie tribes, Wary Pass, and Lower Marnie have all received invitations to the Sebagal World Wizard competition. Rakel, being of advanced age, chose not to participate in this year's competition, instead recommending the Radiant Knights Legion's Finchuer to compete. Sebagal is adjacent to the Enchanted Forest, boasting a well-established magical commerce chain, and each year, wizards from across the globe enter the forest to undergo trials. The Enchanted Forest has 2 entrances, one in Sebagal, and the other in the Shiwa Great Rift, where the Shiwa Beast Tide and the Serpentine creatures are the stuff of nightmares for wizards, deterring most from traversing this perilous route. In my memories, Sebagal was once merely a city-state inhabited by wise and valiant Sebagal people. Known for their hospitality, the Sebagal culture is rich and vibrant. Originally nomads residing on the fringes of the Enchanted Forest, they survived by hunting low-tier magical beasts. The great prophet Moros proclaimed to the Sebagal people, "God has summoned me to be your prophet. Obey me, and you shall receive divine protection. Otherwise, you shall face ruin." The Sebagal people, unwavering in their faith, heeded the prophet's guidance and migrated from the forest's outskirts to the lower reaches of the Mara River, ultimately evading a catastrophic beast onslaught from the Enchanted Forest. Prophet Moros established the Jakob Raby altar in Sebagal to seal the mysterious powers that had escaped from the Enchanted Forest. It is said that he dreamt of divine blessings, proclaiming, "Pray to me, Jakob Raby, and I shall bestow blessings. The Sebagal people pray to me, Jakob Raby, and I shall bless them. Establish an altar beside the millennia-old cedar tree to spread my gospel, Jakob Raby, and I shall bless." El approached the threshold of a novice wizard, empowered by one of the 10 divine artifacts, the Dragon's Soul, which significantly augmented his magical energy for the invocation of wind magic. He utilized flight magic to soar over the Shiwa Valley, arriving at the Sebagal Mercenary Guild. The Sebagal Mercenary Guild is a traditional structure of marble and concrete, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance, with 12 grand marble columns supporting the vaulted ceiling of the main hall. To the left and right of the hall lie storerooms and treasury rooms, with commissions and beverages as their primary sources of income. Long ago, the Lord of Sebagal reached agreements with several prominent mercenary organizations and guilds, establishing the Sebagal Mercenary Guild as a shadow lord within Sebagal territory, thus securing its esteemed position among many mercenary guilds. The territory of Sebagal is not vast, nor is its populace large. In a bid to significantly enhance Sebagal's revenue, the former lord chose to collaborate with mercenaries, a tradition that endures to this day. "Little Jia, a cup of coffee, please," El called out as he settled into a seat. "Sir, would you like some beer?" "What kind of beer?" "The fizzy kind." "Oh, then I'll have a glass." "Certainly." The Sebagal Mercenary Guild employs many young attendants, each possessing striking features, clad in leather skirts and tops, adorned with fragrant mousse and vibrant lipstick, their movements captivating. A cup of coffee and a glass of beer were swiftly delivered to L's table. He first sipped his coffee, then took a hearty gulp of beer, subsequently pouring the coffee into the beer. The combination of beer and coffee was delightful, a customary way for Sebagal people to enjoy their beer, while the Manolins prefer to mix tea with coffee. Everyone together. How about some beer? An attendant swayed over to Jerry. One for each person. Would you like coffee? No. Is there anything to eat? Yes, but it will take a bit longer. Then let us drink beer for now. It was not unusual for a group of mercenaries to enter the guild. However, Jerry was the only one among them donning a wizard's robe, making him particularly conspicuous and catching L's attention. Several attendants brought over the beers requested by Jerry and his companions. Are there any mercenary tasks involving magic cores? Jerry inquired of one attendant. I'm not certain. There are many mercenary tasks updated daily, all listed on the mercenary task board over there. I don't know Seven. Seven speaks fluently, but is unfamiliar. What a peculiar fellow. Such is life. Well then, the flag bearer Annie of the Mercenary Guild will assist you. Annie, one of the many flag bearers at the Sebagal Mercenary Guild, was 30 and unmarried, tall and well-proportioned in her mercenary attire, not conventionally beautiful, but striking in her own right. Annie led Jerry to the mercenary task board. The task board is divided into two sections, with a colorful plaque inscribed with the Gaiden Yas covenant separating them. Almost all mercenary guilds adhere to this covenant, which establishes that mercenaries undertake tasks for gold, devoid of faith, and without the right to prisoners of war. Each section of the task board displays mercenary tasks classified into 5 levels: AAA, A, B, C, and D, denoting difficulty from extremely difficult to simple. Annie briefly explained the contents of the task board to Jerry, noting that the guild typically charges a 30 commission on mercenary earnings. Jerry focused on inquiring about B-level mercenary tasks, as the Shadow Mercenaries, one of the 5 major mercenary organizations, seldom engaged in tasks below B-level. The right side of the mercenary task board, partial content B-level mercenary task 1, 10 Firewolf Magic Cores task duration, October 11th, 7035 to November 30th. 7035 Initiator, Sebagal Fire Mage Association Compensation, Gold B-level Mercenary Task 2, 10 Canet's Flowers task duration, November 10th, 7035 to December 16th. 7035 Initiator, Sebagal Magic Markets Annie's Magic Dock Compensation, 5000 Gold L, You're quick, arriving first, a familiar voice echoed in L's ears. Dick. L and Dick had initially planned to set out together. But the great battle between the Nis tribe and the Wary Pass had severely depleted the Hugu Valley Coalition's strength. Some pressing matters within the coalition required Dick's personal attention, prompting L to depart ahead, with an agreement to meet at the Sebagal Mercenary Guild. The Shadow Mercenaries have come to Sebagal to participate in the World Wizarding Competition, perhaps with a keen interest in one of the 10 legendary artifacts, the Flame Bow. Suddenly, a series of flames erupted, causing a palpable tension in the Sebagal Mercenary Guild Hall, which also caught the attention of Dick and L nearby. A heated argument ensued among a group of 7 or 8 young male and female wizards, their faces flushed with excitement. Looking for some excitement? Called out a fire mage in her 20s. Another mage of similar age advised her, Carrie, we shouldn't make a move before the competition. Monroe, they provoked us first. We can't back down, Carrie retorted. You're always so impulsive. Hey, girl, why get so worked up over a joke? I'm Musa, an ice mage. How about we become friends? Musa, who appeared to be of similar age to Dick, suggested. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. One of Musa's companions chimed in. Rianes, if it comes to a fight. They are no match for us. We have 6 members, and they only have 2, Musa asserted. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Rianes proposed, how about we have a drink? I don't oppose that, Monroe agreed. That's a splendid suggestion, Musa concurred. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I'd have you dragged out to bleed. Carrie remarked with a smirk. The beer and coffee at the Sebagal Mercenary Guild captivated everyone present, and the dart competition was equally entertaining. The champion of the dart contest, which required at least 10 participants, would win a free barrel of beer. The rules were simple. Each participant throws 3 darts at a single target over 10 rounds, aiming to reduce a preset score of 51 points to 0. The target featured 6 regions: a miss zone, a single zone, a double zone, a triple zone, a 2.5 zone, and a half zone, with respective scores of 0, 2, 4, 6, 5, and 1. A burst dart, where the score exceeds 51, results in immediate disqualification. Since Musa and Rianes were 6 in total and Carrie and Monroe were only 2, the combined number fell short of the 10 required for the dart contest. Therefore, Monroe invited Dick and Elle, who were clad in wizard robes, to join. Dick and Elle seemed enchanted, participating with enthusiasm. Who throws first? Dick inquired. Our rule is 1 dart per person. Whoever's dart is closest to the bullseye throws first, Carrie explained. Clearly, we have more participants. Why should we adhere to your rules? Musa countered. I propose that whoever's dart is closest to the miss zone throws first, Elle suggested. Perhaps that is a good idea, Rianes agreed. It certainly is fresh, Monroe added. Everyone expressed their agreement, even though they had never before used Elle's method to determine the throwing order. The dartboard was position 1, 75 meters above ground, with the throwing line set at 3, 5 meters away. Dick, holding a dart, stood at the line, glancing left and right, taking his time to aim. Hurry up. Blue-haired handsome guy, we're all waiting, Carrie urged. Duke Dick, do you even know how to throw? Elle chimed in. Just give me a moment, Dick replied, furrowing his brow again. With a swift throw, he landed a dart squarely in the 2.5 zone. Unlike other competitions, throwing first in darts offered a significant advantage, and Dick was keen to seize it. The blue-haired fellow has quite the skill, right on target, how impressive. Monroe praised with a thumbs up. Duke Dick, you've made a mistake. That was clearly off. We agreed that whoever's dart is closest to the miss zone throws first, Elle pointed out immediately. As Carrie prepared to throw her dart, Elle reminded her. Step back, please stand behind the line. Carrie took a large step back and, with a flick of her wrist, sent her dart directly into the miss zone. Regrettably, those hitting the miss zone do not throw first. Those closest to it do, Elle stated. Monroe's dart landed in the single zone. Musa's dart hit the single zone as well, and Riane's dart found the half zone. It was now Elle's turn, and knowing his throw wouldn't possess much power, he opted for a flicking motion, landing a dart in the double zone. Each participant took turns throwing 1 dart, establishing the throwing order. Elle first, followed by Monroe. Then Musa, Rianes, Dick second to last, and Carrie last. Annie, the flag bearer of the Shadow Mercenary Guild, served as the witness for this dart competition, where the goal was to reduce the score of 51 to 0, with a burst dart resulting in disqualification. The first round commenced. Elle threw first, adopting a cautious strategy, landing all 3 darts in the single zone for a total of 6 points. Monroe hit 2 darts in the single zone and 1 in the miss zone for 4 points. Musa scored 12 points with 1 dart in the triple zone, 1 in the single zone, and 1 in the double zone. Rianes accumulated 10 points with 1 dart in the triple zone and 2 in the single zone. Dick scored 9 points with 1 dart in the 2.5 zone and 2 in the single zone. Carrie scored 8 points with 1 dart in the double zone and 2 in the single zone. By the end of the 5th round, 3 participants had burst darts, leaving 7 in the game. In the 6th round, Musa, wary of a burst dart, opted to skip. Dick and Carrie joined him in halting their turn, while Rianes and another burst their darts this round. Elle held a total of 44 points after 6 rounds. As did Monroe, Musa had 50 points, Dick had 47, and Carrie had 46. The 7th round became the pivotal moment of the competition. Elle scored a lucky hit in the 2.5 zone for 5 points, followed by a single zone dart for 2 points, reducing his total to 51 points and completing the game first. Those who burst darts have burst, and those who halted have halted. Luck is simply not on our side. Rianes sighed in resignation. You did well in the 1st round, Dick expressed a hint of regret. Just because the blue-haired handsome guy went first doesn't guarantee victory, Carrie remarked to Dick. Luck is not on our side, Monroe stated. I was the most unfortunate, ending up with a score of 50 for nothing, Musa lamented. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Shadow Mercenary Guild. Thank you, witnesses. Your support is greatly appreciated. Elle celebrated his victory at the Shadow Mercenary Guild, winning a barrel of beer, which he generously shared with his companions. The Shadow Magic Market stands as the most open marketplace for magical goods in the world, bustling with activity both day and night, offering a dazzling array of magical items. One must not miss visiting this vibrant market when in Shadow. The market is hexagonal, known as the Hexagonal Magic Market, encircled by over 200 standalone villas, with a door on each side. The 6 doors connect to 6 wide avenues, all converging at the center of the hexagonal market, resembling an ancient magical array. Dick and Elle wandered through the Hexagonal Magic Market for quite some time, traversing each road at least once. and they were beginning to feel fatigued. "Do you only sell magic wands here?" Elle inquired at one magic shop. "Indeed, we only sell magic wands," was the response. "Do you only sell magic robes?" Elle asked at another shop. "Yes, we only sell magic robes and nothing else," came the reply. "Do you only sell magic scrolls?" Elle queried at yet another establishment. "Yes, we exclusively sell magic scrolls or buy them," they confirmed. All the magic shops seemed to specialize in a single type of magical merchandise. After visiting many shops, Elle began to discern a pattern and shared his thoughts with Dick. "I have traversed many places in the past, and the hexagonal magic market stands distinct from other magical harbors. Here, every magical product is meticulously designed and exquisitely crafted, featuring numerous priceless magical artifacts and rare high-tier magical scrolls that leave one in awe." After a restful night, Dick and Elle spent the morning exploring the hexagonal magic market before heading to the Jacobabi altar. The expansive Jacobabi altar is the venue for this year's World Magician competition. Bustling with activity, drawing a diverse crowd from around the globe, participants, spectators, traders, circus performers, and many who have come specifically for the Flaming Bow. Familiarizing ourselves with the competition environment might just lead us to victory with the Flaming Bow, Dick suggested to Elle. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Merely catching a glimpse would be a privilege," Elle replied. "The Flaming Bow, one of the 10 artifacts, is not something we can hope to obtain easily. By the way, do you know where Duke Masha, the Lord of Sebagal, resides?" "At the Stone Palace, not far from the Jacobabi altar." "Duke Dick, shall we visit the Stone Palace together?" "What for?" "I wish to share a secret. I am one of the candidates for the lordship of Sebagal." "Really? What is your relation to Duke Masha?" "My grandfather was Duke Masha's uncle. If Duke Dick could lend his support, I might just become the Lord of Sebagal." Elle and Dick walked to the Stone Palace. The palace, adjacent to the Jacobabi altar, is grand and expansive, featuring the Cosmic Palace, Primordial Palace, Life Palace, and Dragon Palace. Arranged in a square with long corridors connecting them, surrounded by coconut groves and flourishing ironwood trees. "This is the Stone Palace. How do we enter?" Dick inquired. "Just walk in," Elle replied. "Is it really that simple?" "The guards are formidable. Can we simply waltz in?" "Follow my lead." "Are you joking? Just come along." A row of guards stood at the entrance, blocking Dick and Elle. "This is the forbidden area of the Lord of Sebagal's Stone Palace. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Please announce my arrival. I am the nephew of Duke Masha." "My name is Elle," Elle stated to one of the guards. "Very well. Please wait here while I notify them." "You are Duke Masha's nephew?" Dick asked Elle. "Of course. Are you certain?" As Uncle Elle encountered Duke Masha, he rushed to embrace him, weeping. "Uncle, it has been so difficult for me." "You are? Which nephew of mine?" Duke Masha appeared not to recognize Elle. "I am the son of Nat, the alchemist." "Nat? Oh, I recall your father. He is indeed the only alchemist in our family. What is your name?" "Elle." "Welcome to Sebagal, my nephew Elle. You must have traveled from afar." "And who is this?" "This is my friend Dick, a Marnian. Without him, I wouldn't have made it here." "Good evening, Duke Masha. It is a pleasure to meet you," Dick said. "Dick, a lovely name. You must not have had lunch yet. Let us dine together." The Stone Palace's cuisine primarily features roasted dishes, and today's lunch is a roasted peak camel, impressively large and well-prepared. Served alongside various vegetables and fruits with an array of spices, presented on a platter the size of a bed, truly appetizing. "Duke Masha, Dick." And Elle shared the roasted peak camel. "How is your father, Nat?" Duke Masha inquired of Elle. "My father is in good health, though he is troubled by many concerns. Recently, a coup occurred in Marnie, splitting the region along the Shiwa Rift. There is a pass on the other side, where the Hu Valley Coalition has been gaining considerable wealth, with their commander later rising to a prominent position." "Dick, being a Marnian, you must be familiar with the Hu Valley Coalition." "I am aware of it, though I have not encountered them," Dick replied. As the World Magician competition approaches, throngs of participants are arriving in Sebagal from all corners of the globe. Representatives from the 5 major magician guilds, the Holy See, and numerous mercenary organizations, including the Wind Spirit Mercenaries, gather in anticipation. Duke Masha received wave after wave of guests, all seeking to achieve commendable results in the competition. He felt a sense of helplessness, for success in the World Magician competition requires genuine competitive prowess. No amount of gold can swiftly forge personal connections with every individual. Ovid, the second in command of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries, personally visited Duke Masha. "Esteemed Duke Masha, may the benevolent light bless your crown." Louise, the leader of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries. has entrusted me to convey her respects to you. The Flaming Bow, one of the 10 artifacts, is being offered by the Holy See as a prize for the competition's champion. To be candid, our leader is quite interested and has sent me to participate, Ovid stated. We warmly welcome the Wind Spirit Mercenaries' participation in the World Magician competition. It is an honor to meet the second-in-command of such a prominent mercenary organization. Please convey my regards to Leader Louise. Leader Louise has expressed that the Wind Spirit Mercenaries are old friends of Sebagal. The hosting of this World Magician competition in Sebagal is a privilege for the people here, one that the Wind Spirit Mercenaries are delighted to see. This is a magic card worth 5 million gold coins from the Sebagal Mercenary Guild. I implore you, Duke Masha, to accept it as a gesture from Leader Louise. Ovid seemed to underestimate me. Presenting a magic card worth millions directly to a lord during the competition is quite unwise. We require your assistance. It would be difficult for me if you decline. The Chief Overseer of the World Magician Competition, Hall, will provide relevant competition information to all participants. Ovid's magic card appears to have been misdirected, yet that does not prevent us from becoming friends. You are the wisest lord I have encountered. A generous friend. I shall wish you the best of luck. On the morning of the 29th, the World Magician Competition officially commenced in Sebagal, with an array of magician groups and individuals participating from around the world. The area beneath the Jacobabi altar was teeming with people, as over 60,000 competitors registered for the preliminary rounds, with only a little over 1,000 advancing to the elimination rounds. Duke Masha of Sebagal, along with numerous representatives from various lords and tribes, as well as delegates from several large magician or mercenary groups, attended the opening ceremony of the World Magician Competition. The Chief Cardinal of the Holy See, Hughes, accompanied by several white-robed priests, ascended the Jacobabi altar to the sound of melodic hymns, standing beside the magical amplifier to proclaim the sacred edict. Honored magicians, ladies, and gentlemen, welcome, friends from all over the world, to the beautiful and prosperous Sebagal, for this year's World Magician Competition. In the beginning, the Divine created all things, the air and the water. We bask in the holy light of the Divine, experiencing equality and brotherhood. The purpose of the World Magician Competition is to enhance mutual understanding among magicians of different schools. It is undeniable that misunderstandings exist to varying degrees among us, and at times, we may turn misunderstandings into conflicts. Under the noble guidance of the great Magus of the Purple Moo River, light magicians will join hands with magicians from all schools to dispel misunderstandings together. This time, I bring with me the sincere blessings of Pope Patty from the Holy See, who entrusted me with the solemn task of spreading divine mercy across the globe. God is omnipotent and omnipresent, dear Yakalabi. May God's blessings accompany you, dear Yakalabi. May he bestow good fortune upon you, dear Yakalabi. The current World Mage Tournament features numerous judges from the 5 major mage guilds, the Holy See, and other magical or mercenary groups, who either observe the proceedings from the Yakalabi altar's judging seats or adjudicate from the expansive arena at the altar. The vast grounds of the Yakalabi altar can simultaneously host 4 sets of elimination matches, with a multitude of mage judges ensuring that the magic unleashed by the participants remains within the confines of their respective arenas. The World Mage Tournament resembles a gladiatorial arena, where outwardly cordial interactions conceal fierce battles. Lower-tier mages or mercenary groups often find themselves outmatched, halting in their tracks mid-battle, with the ultimate championship likely falling to one of the 5 major mage guilds, though the victor remains uncertain. It is certain, however, that the Light Mage Guild and the Holy See are exceedingly reluctant to witness the Dark Mage Guild claim victory in the tournament. Musa, a distinguished young mage from the Ice Mage Guild, dons a white mage robe and wields an ice phosphor staff, exuding an air of authority. Monroe, a standout from the Fire Mage Guild, is clad in a red robe and black skirt, her movements graceful and captivating, adorned with shimmering golden earrings and wielding a fire cloud staff. This marks a fierce clash between ice and fire magic, unfolding between the 2 young mages in the expansive arena of the Yakalabi altar. Musa remains composed, chanting incantations as divine guidance leads forth the ice elements, enveloping him in a mist of frost and crystalline formations. Under his mental control, the icy elements manifest in the air as a dense shower of ice crystals, which coalesce into countless ice disks, forming a formidable protective barrier. Monroe's elemental fire dragon is unable to breach Musa's ice shield, becoming sluggish before ultimately freezing solid until shattered. Both Musa and Monroe are intermediate mages, one mastering ice and the other fire, each possessing equal magical prowess. The ice and fire magics are inherently antagonistic. Monroe's flames are susceptible to the freezing power of Musa's ice. The clang of a gong resounds as a deep voice from the Yakalabi altar's judging panel announces Monroe, the intermediate fire mage from the Fire Mage Guild, as the victor. Several officials carry the unconscious Musa from the arena on stretchers, while members of the Ice Mage Guild gather around to assess his injuries. Musa's wounds are grave. He breathes weakly, his body battered and bleeding profusely. Two white-robed priestesses from the Holy See employ healing magic for basic treatment, their gentle, warm golden light caressing Musa's lifeless form. Musa expels a mouthful of congealed blood. Awakening from his stupor, Monroe, how vicious you are, you wicked shell. Do not speak too much. Focus on resting, advises a sweet-faced white-robed priestess. None other than Sally, the beloved daughter of Pope Patty and a senior light mage. Though Pope Patty initially hesitated to allow Sally to attend the tournament in Sabegar, her enthusiasm for the spectacle, particularly mage competitions, led him to relent. Cardinal Rias, the chief red-robed cardinal of the Holy See, has brought 8 white-robed priestesses to Sabegar, including Sally and another named Wendy. From birth, Sally and Wendy were chosen by Pope Patty as the twin holy maidens of the Holy See, holding a unique status within the institution. When the Pope and the 9 red-robed cardinals face indecision, the twin holy maidens wield the divine authority granted to them. Despite their youth, akin to Al's age, they possess extraordinary talents akin to the divine insight found near the Kosti barrier. Rias's presence in Sabegar serves not only to deliver a sacred decree during the World Mage Tournament, but also to escort one of the 10 legendary artifacts, the Fire Bow. Additionally, he aims to gauge the current state of the magical realm, as the Light Mage Guild and the Holy See seek to rally the magical community against the Dark Mage Guild. It is unlikely that the Holy See would readily offer such a powerful artifact as a prize for the tournament's champion without ulterior motives. Facing an intermediate mage, Dick realizes that merely evading attacks is not a viable strategy. He resolves to fully harness his speed, unleashing wind blades in a surprise assault on Carrie while soaring through the air. 3 wind blades are released, targeting Carrie from various angles. Carrie, in response, conjures a fire shield to defend against Dick's onslaught. Dick suddenly dips, then ascends sharply, launching himself at an angle towards Carrie, his magic staff striking her left ear unexpectedly. Ouch! Carrie cries out, blood trickling from her ear as she reels from the blow, for mages skilled in close combat, like Dick, are a rarity. The Yakalabi altar's judges conclude that the novice wind mage Dick has triumphed over the intermediate fire mage Carrie, a rare occurrence that elicits gasps from the onlookers. Carrie, bruised and teary-eyed, departs the arena in dismay, declaring, "Dick, I shall remember you. Await your reckoning." Al, hailing from the Radiant Knight Legion, is garbed in a white mage robe and silver helmet, exuding valor with a sword at his side. Jerry, from the Yila Desert, belongs to the 12th Shadow Mercenary group. His weathered face, draped in a gray robe, reveals a black obsidian staff in hand. Both Jerry and Al are hybrid mages, with Jerry mastering shadow magic and alchemy, while Al excels in fire magic and alchemy. Although Jerry is an intermediate mage and Al merely a novice, Jerry's advanced magical level significantly surpasses Al's. Yet Al wields one of the 10 legendary artifacts, the Dragon Soul, ensuring he remains competitive. With a flick of his black obsidian staff, Jerry chants an incantation, summoning the dark elements to coalesce into a powerful electric eel spell, unleashing a surge of 600 volts toward Al. In response, Al channels the power of the Dragon Soul to manifest a massive fire shield, effortlessly deflecting Jerry's electric assault. The judges at the Yakalabi altar are left astonished by the unprecedented scale and strength of Al's fire shield, a spectacle never before witnessed. Indeed, the magnitude of this fire shield defies the principles of fire magic, remarks a senior fire mage judge from the Fire Mage Guild, pondering the implications. Why is this the case? I cannot conjure such a shield, concurs another senior fire mage judge from the Flame Mercenaries. Is this fire shield even permissible? Inquires Bennett, a senior Dark Mage judge from the Dark Mage Guild. Following the demise of the Dark Mage Guild's spiritual leader, Randimor, the aging Bennett has emerged as a pivotal figure capable of influencing the guild's dynamics. His presence at the tournament serves to bolster his personal standing while simultaneously consolidating power over other senior dark mages. Bennett seeks to usurp Randimor's position, aspiring to ascend as the leader of the Dark Mage Guild. The fire shield indeed falls within the realm of fire magic, and from this perspective, it is not in violation of any rules. The referee of Group X is unable to control such a colossal fire shield should a large-scale magical overflow occur. It may disrupt the competitions in other arenas. Bennett wishes to see Al, from the Radiant Knights Brigade, defeat the Shadow Mercenaries, striving to persuade the altar judges to rule Al's actions as illegal. The Mage Lasso aptly remarks that the fire shield in Group X is not against the rules. Ms. addressing Bennett, states, "The issue you raised regarding the possibility of magic splashing out of Group Z is indeed a concern. I will go replace the referee in Group X immediately." Al and Jerry are fiercely engaged in combat, their struggle producing countless flashes of lightning and fireballs soaring through the air. Al's mastery of fire magic and alchemical magic has not yet reached the novice level. However, leveraging the formidable power of the Dragon Soul, he astonishingly refines his authentic alchemical magic scroll amidst this intense magical contest. Typically, an alchemical apprentice receives guidance from an alchemical master before officially becoming one, allowing them ample time to select their authentic alchemical magic device and prepare for its refinement. Al is an exception. Even a level 1 alchemical apprentice would require at least 6 to 7 years to refine their authentic device. His father, the novice alchemist Nat, could never have anticipated that Al would achieve this so swiftly, making it seem almost inconceivable in both time and space. Observing Al's bashful demeanor and somewhat dazed gaze, Jerry realizes that Al has transitioned from level 1 alchemical apprentice to novice alchemist. Having experienced something similar in the past, Jerry exclaims in surprise, "So you are a dual-practice magician of fire and alchemy, having just advanced to novice alchemist." Al vaguely recalls his father mentioning the signs of an alchemist's advancement, but had not paid much attention. Aware that Jerry's observation is accurate, he recognizes this as the manifestation of his alchemical promotion. However, in the arena of the World Magician Championship, he cannot help but chastise Jerry, saying, as a dark magician, refrain from unnecessary chatter in the arena. With divine guidance, he channels elemental forces, concentrating his energy as he prepares to unleash a novice alchemical magic scroll. Having just ascended in rank, Al's magical energy is evidently insufficient. He draws upon the potent magical energy contained within the Dragon Soul to execute a grand scroll spell. A large magical scroll materializes in the air, slowly unfurling, radiating powerful golden magical energy that envelopes Jerry in a dazzling brilliance. In response, Jerry releases a novice alchemical magic shield, which rotates before him, channeling the immense magical energy from the scroll into the ground in a desperate attempt to mitigate its effects. The clash of their authentic alchemical devices ignites brilliant sparks in the air. Al's newly refined alchemical device, though impressive, lacks the maturity and finesse of Jerry's. Despite the immense power of the magical energy from the Dragon Soul, Al's ability to manipulate alchemical magic does not match that of his spellcasting prowess. The intricacies of alchemical magic demand the integration of multiple magical elements, requiring precise arrangement and layering. In contrast, the simpler nature of spellcasting typically does not demand such high precision. Al's limited proficiency in alchemical magic hinders his capacity to effectively wield the Dragon Soul's power, thus diminishing his ability to defeat Jerry through alchemical means. The overwhelming force of Al's grand spell leaves Jerry gasping for air, and he exhausts his resources to counter it, having never encountered such a crude yet potent display of alchemical magic. Once Jerry regains his composure, he retaliates with an electric eel spell aimed at Al. Unfazed by the electric eel, Al effortlessly dispels it with his alchemical magic. He proves equally adept in close combat, drawing his sword and charging at Jerry while unleashing a barrage of fireballs, enveloping Jerry in a storm of flames. Typically, magicians are not skilled in melee combat, so Jerry is taken aback by Al's unconventional tactics, witnessing a magician wielding a sword with such frequency in a magical duel. While Jerry struggles to defend against the rain of fireballs using his electric shield and golden barrier, Al closes the distance. And just as Jerry prepares to cast the electric eel spell, he is a moment too late. Al swiftly dodges to the side, thrusting his sword downward, summoning a massive fireball at the tip. The electric shield and golden barrier may withstand ordinary fireball spells, but they are no match for Al's powerful fireball thrust, which pierces through Jerry's defenses, inflicting fiery damage upon his left leg and causing Jerry to fall to the ground. "Victory for Al of the Radiant Knights Brigade," announces Judge Miz from the altar in a booming voice. Unwilling to concede defeat, the limping Jerry protests, "This doesn't count. If you have the ability, let us compete again." "Dick, I recognize you, the one who cannot throw a dart. You are the one who defeated Carrie from Group E." Monroe's eyes blaze with intensity as she locks her gaze onto Dick. "Indeed, that was me," he replies. "Did you know that Carrie is the most exceptional young sorceress in the Fire Mage Guild? Jacob, the judge at the altar, is Carrie's uncle. And what of it? You dare to defeat Carrie? It's time for you to experience some retribution for your constant overstepping. Come on, let me show you the taste of cream." That was a close call. Dick breaks into a cold sweat. Monroe's elemental fire dragon coils around him, accompanied by dozens of fireballs hurtling towards him, limiting his options for retreat. Dick thinks to himself, this woman's elemental fire dragon and fireball spell are formidable. The gaps between the fireballs are so narrow that maneuvering through them is quite challenging. With divine guidance, the wind element descends as he gathers his focus, unleashing a blade of wind. His mental acuity precisely controls the wind elements, causing dozens of wind blades to swirl and deftly disperse the incoming fireballs, creating a more advantageous escape route. The more precise a magician's control over magical elements, the less magical energy is consumed, and the greater the effectiveness of the spell. Dick's agility is extraordinary, akin to a dragon or leopard, as he weaves through the fire magic with lightning speed, escaping Monroe's onslaught. Surprised by Dick's skill, Monroe realizes that even advanced magicians would struggle to evade her combined magic so easily. However, her spells demand considerable magical energy, making prolonged engagements unfavorable for her. Dick attempts to employ the same strategy he used against Carrie against Monroe, but she is not Carrie, and he finds no immediate opportunity to strike. In a duel of experts, one cannot afford to be distracted. In a moment of carelessness, Dick falls into Monroe's trap and loses consciousness on the spot. "Victory for the intermediate fire magician Monroe from the Fire Mage Guild," announces Judge Miz from the altar. The holy light stone staff of Learwato circles in the air, magical beams of light pouring forth as he channels magical energy through his staff, unleashing a spell of radiant light that strikes at Al with fervor. Al, summoning the power of the dragon soul, conjures a massive fire shield. Typically, a novice mage's fire shield would be inadequate against Learwato's spell, yet Al is an exception. The thickness of his grand fire shield surpasses that of an ordinary one. Though the spell leaves a significant dent in the shield, it ultimately withstands the assault. After all, Al is merely a novice magician and has yet to fully grasp the structural arrangements of fire magic elements. In a recent competition, Al advanced from alchemical apprentice to novice alchemist. Mastering both fire and alchemical magic, Al's fire magic is now nearing the novice level. Bolstered by the powerful assistance of the dragon soul, which harbors immense magical energy, even when unleashing a spell that has not yet reached the novice level. Its potency remains formidable, allowing Al to consistently counter Learwato's intermediate spells. The match between Group T and Group X is indeed perplexing. Despite the intermediate light magician holding a clear advantage, they cannot breach the defenses of the novice fire magician, prompting murmurs of intrigue among the spectators outside the arena. Unbeknownst to you, this novice fire mage appears to be deliberately concealing some of his abilities. He is a dual-class mage, proficient in both fire and alchemical magic. I have observed several of his matches, all of which he won against adverse circumstances. His name is El, hailing from the Radiant Knights Legion. However, your perception is profoundly mistaken. It is not that this novice fire mage is hiding his prowess, but rather that he does not effectively harness magical energy. Such a substantial outpouring of magical energy is indeed rare. Lilvardo ascended into the air using levitation, frequently unleashing orbs of light around El. Ael deployed an all-encompassing magical defense, constantly augmenting the thickness and expanse of his large fire shield. Lilvardo proved to be quite a formidable opponent, and El began to exhibit signs of impatience. The magical energy he expended was excessively immense, and even a dragon soul can become fatigued. After consecutive matches over the past few days, Ael's dragon soul, which has been tirelessly outputting magical energy, seems to have reached its limits. Ael had received a message from the dragon soul indicating that it indeed requires rest. While Lilvardo incessantly repositioned himself in the air, Ael attempted to memorize his location, discerning the patterns of his movements, and preemptively targeted Lilvardo with a large fireball spell. Lilvardo, not being a wind mage, was not particularly swift in evading, and the immense magical energy he expended in casting spells began to take its toll. When he attempted to conjure a holy shield, he found it somewhat beyond his capacity, allowing Ael's fireball attack to succeed. Lilvardo was forced to descend to the ground. And seizing the opportunity, Ael utilized flight to swiftly charge toward the still-falling Lilvardo, drawing his longsword for a powerful thrust. Taken by surprise, Lilvardo was struck, blood gushing forth as both he and his magical staff fell to the ground. The two white-robed priests from the church immediately rushed to provide urgent medical assistance, rescuing him from the clutches of death. Ael from the Radiant Knights Legion was declared the victor by the referee, Mississippi. The 5 major magician guilds include the Intermediate Fire Mage Guild represented by the Intermediate Fire Mage, Monroe, the Intermediate Ice Mage Guild represented by the Intermediate Ice Mage, Rianes, the Intermediate Wind Mage Guild represented by the Intermediate Wind Mage, ESRI, the Advanced Light Mage Guild represented by the Advanced Light Mage, Marnie, and the Advanced Dark Mage Guild represented by the Advanced Dark Mage, Locab. The 5 major mercenary guilds consist of the Shadow Mercenary, 9 Shadows, Sensi, the Wind Spirit Mercenary. Number 2, Ovid, the Fire Spirit Mercenary, Standard Bearer, Sane, the Ice Spirit Mercenary, Standard Bearer, Savafric, and the Holy Light Mercenary, Deacon, Tas. Other magician or mercenary organizations include the Songhai Organization S Fleet Master, Razalo, the Lozihis Mercenary Guild S Standard Bearer, Kananani, the Siren Mercenary Guild S Standard Bearer, Slitfira, the Northern Luin Mercenary Guild S Standard Bearer, Griwo, the Southern Luin Mercenary Guild S Standard Bearer, Leda, the Eastern Luin Mercenary Guild S Standard Bearer, Lalas, the Cybagal Mercenary Guild S Standard Bearer, Tone, the Intermediate Summoner from Demon Valley, Cly, and the Apostolic Envoy of the Tri-Spirit Envoy, Nadahi. Territories and tribes feature the Intermediate Light Mage, Mang of Mani, the Intermediate Fire Mage, Onako of Valen, the Intermediate Fire Mage, Nelateo of Garge, the Intermediate Ice Mage, Nesoto of Gallus, the Flag Bearer of the NIS Tribe Mercenary Guild, Chris, the head of the Dark Mage Guild of the Mosh Tribe, Ratani, and the Flying Water Mage, Ael of the Radiant Knights Legion at the Warpass. Such is fate. Perhaps our friends may one day become enemies or rivals, whether in the arena or on the battlefield. Following the conclusion of all elimination rounds, the finals of the World Mage Tournament commenced without delay. The final arena is significantly larger than the previous 4 combined into a grand venue. The rules of the finals are exceedingly brutal. Only one champion may emerge from the 26 contenders. The champion of this World Mage Tournament will have the opportunity to win one of the 10 divine artifacts, the Flame Bow. However, this does not guarantee possession of the Flame Bow, as one must also undergo the Church's trials. Even so, this prospect holds immense allure for these 26 individuals, none of whom are willing to forfeit the competition. A vivid red longbow rests upon the altar of the Yakalabi, a sight to behold as one of the 10 divine artifacts. Its fiery hue radiates strength and elegance, akin to a bird soaring or a dragon leaping through the heavens. The Flame Bow lacks arrows, relying solely on the mage's magical energy to conjure fire arrows capable of cleaving through iron. The Flame Bow possesses the ability to convert among different magical energies, making it most suitable for fire mages. While other mages incur a 10% increase in magical energy expenditure when wielding it. When the Flame Bow is drawn, flames ascend, and fire bursts forth, inflicting harm upon those it touches and death upon those it strikes. All those who have reached the finals of the World Mage Tournament are undoubtedly the elite of the magical realm. The rules for the finals are reiterated. Only one champion may emerge from the 26 participants, and those who forfeit shall be deemed defeated. The judges of the World Mage Tournament reaffirmed these rules. The 26 top contenders in the magical community stood in a sparse circle within the vast Yakalabi altar, surveying one another, each lost in thought. In the arena, Ael encountered not only Chris and Monroe, but also the High Priest Mang of the Nema Temple and Tiz's father, Cly. To Ael's astonishment, Tiz's father was a denizen of Demon Valley. Who could have imagined that an ordinary bakery owner would be a summoner? Ael had often visited Tiz's bakery and recognized her father, feeling a twinge of unease. Tiz was like a sister to Ael, warm, ethereal, and beautiful. The thought that she could have a father who was a summoner from Demon Valley, notorious for its ill repute, was unfathomable to him. You must be Cly. The summoner from Demon Valley, Monroe assessed Cly. Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monroe, an intermediate fire mage. I am Mang, an intermediate light mage. I am Cincy, an intermediate dark mage. I am Razalo, an advanced ice mage. I am Ovid, an advanced wind mage. All the mages participating in the finals introduced themselves loudly, having already known the list of the 26 participants prior to the competition. Today marked their first encounter with one another. The melee among the 26 participants resembled a frenzied clash among mad dogs, with the rules of the finals bordering on chaos. The last person standing would emerge as the champion. Cly's notoriety as a summoner from Demon Valley made Cincy express his reluctance to associate with him. Why not pool our strengths? There are few advanced mages present. The Light and Dark Mage Guilds are represented solely by advanced mages. Ovid, the second in command of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries, is an advanced mage, and so is Razalo from the Songhai organization. Why don't we join forces first, and then settle the score among ourselves? Cly, aware of the unfavorable circumstances for himself, proposed to ally with several advanced mages. Joining forces would be of no benefit to me, Ovid retorted, unimpressed by Cly's proposition. Joining forces does not necessitate allying with summoners. Moni, the advanced light mage, also expressed his disdain for Cly. Why not first eliminate Cly, the summoner? Cincy, feeling overlooked by Cly, voiced his strong discontent. Excellent suggestion. Summoners are despicable. Razalo from the Songhai organization concurred. I have no objections. I will join. I too shall join. I shall remain neutral, Ovid declared. In this three-way contention, one faction would inevitably gain the advantage. Then let us cease our quarrels, Cly replied coldly. The World Mage Tournament finals reached a stalemate for several minutes, as the atmosphere within the vast Yakalabi altar became increasingly frigid and tense. Very well. I agree to join you. Ovid finally conceded to Cincy and the others. Let us embark on this journey together. Cly, with a malevolent gleam in his eyes, waved his wolf-bead staff and began to chant an incantation. The divine will illuminated the earth, and in the name of the wolf deity Cambella, he summoned the Fire Wolf. The Fire Wolf King, sensing the summoning spell from 100 kilometers away in the enchanted forest, along with his 30 great fire wolves, transformed into wisps of wolf hair and traversed the spirit path of beast summoning, arriving at the expansive altar of Yakalarbi, materializing around Cly. A colossal fire wolf appeared before him, followed closely by the 30 formidable fire wolves, their sharp fangs and fierce eyes glinting like lightning. Cly was a mid-level summoner, typically capable only of summoning mid-tier beasts, yet with the aid of the treasured wolf bead from the Fire Wolf clan, he had summoned the legendary Fire Wolf King. As the extraction of magical ores from the enchanted forest grew increasingly arduous, fire wolves became synonymous with the accumulation of magical ores, and in some instances, they were regarded as equivalent to the ores themselves. What manner of summoner was Cly that he could conjure a horde of fire wolves? The judges at the Yakalarbi altar buzzed with speculation, and the arena was in an uproar. Is that colossal creature truly the Fire Wolf King? Inquired the white-robed priestess Sally. I have never seen the Fire Wolf King, but from what I have heard, it certainly resembles him, replied the white-robed priestess Wendy. The situation today feels awry. Everyone must exercise caution, cautioned the chief red-robed cardinal, Shoes, with a contemplative air. Traitor. The crowd erupted in unison, denouncing Ovid. Traitor. I appreciate those who recognize the times, Cly remarked to Ovid. Ovid sidestepped, unwilling to oppose Cly or to aid him against the crowd, instead hoping to reap the benefits from the chaos. The high-level Dark Mage Locab did not favor Ovid's incessant prattle. He chose to remain an observer, distancing himself from Ovid. Cly unleashed 23 rose-shaped magical summons as a guiding beacon for the wolf pack, marking 23 participants, excluding Ovid and Locab. The 30 great fire wolves, sensing the 23 magical summons, launched a fierce assault on Cincy and the others, compelling each participant to withstand the magical onslaught of at least one fire wolf. However, the Fire Wolf King remained still, baring its fangs and watching the unfolding events with its emerald green eyes, occasionally glancing toward the spectators Ovid and Locab. In terms of magical ranks, firewolves were mid-tier beasts, with a single great firewolf's combat prowess akin to that of a mid-level human mage. Excluding Cly, the collective strength of the 25 participants surpassed that of the wolf pack. Yet, in terms of coordination, even the combined efforts of the participants might not suffice against the coordinated attacks of the Firewolf pack. At the onset of battle, Cly successfully forced 2 high-level mages, Ovid and Locab, out of the fray, leaving only 2 high-level mages, Marnie and Lazaro, among the remaining participants who posed any threat to him. The Light Mage Guild's Marnie and the Songhai organization's Lazaro each harbored their own agendas, initially reluctant to engage fully, focusing more on defense than offense. Momentarily overwhelmed by the inferno unleashed by the firewolves, they frequently cast defensive spells but lacked the means to retaliate. The plight of the other 21 mages was dire. Although their magical prowess surpassed that of individual firewolves, the sheer number of the wolves compensated for their collective shortcomings. The firewolves began to unleash their devastating group magic, the death flames, as torrents of fire erupted, engulfing the altar arena in a sea of flames, scorching the 23 participants marked by the summons. Ovid and Locab, unmarked, narrowly escaped the flames' wrath. The 23 mages incessantly cast defensive spells, yet they were no match for the overwhelming inferno. Monroe, Senshi, Mang, Elle, and Chris formed a protective circle, simultaneously casting 4 defensive spells: Fire Shield, Electric Shield, Holy Shield, and Flame Shield, to withstand the chaotic fire magic of the wolves. Monroe's hair was singed, Senshi's garments bore holes. Mang emitted the scent of roasted meat from his leg. Rien suffered a severe scratch from a fire wolf, and Esri was charred by the flames. Ovid and Locab remained detached, observing coldly. "Do not panic, remain calm," thundered Shoes, the chief red-robed cardinal. A large orb of light slowly ascended from the Yakalarbi altar as Shoes cast a holy light spell, the resplendent golden radiance dispersing the seemingly endless black mist. Before the altar's table stood an enchanting woman clutching the fire bow, poised to flee. "Who dares to steal the fire bow?" Shoes bellowed, casting a high-level light magic spell. Auroral Beam, a divine golden light slicing through the air toward the alluring woman. It had been long since Shoes had engaged in combat. The world was unaware that his magical prowess had ascended to that of a grand mage. This enchanting woman was none other than the Firewolf King, disguised as Cly's accomplice. The Yakalarbi altar arena was now a cacophony of chaos, with panicked crowds fleeing. "Run. The firewolves are causing havoc." The Firewolf King had stolen the fire bow, transforming into the form of the celestial Firewolf King. "We shall employ the church's formation magic against it." Shoes instructed the 8 white-robed priestesses nearby. The 9 high-level light mages of the church formed a formation, first unleashing a holy light spell, a more enduring version of the typical holy light spell, banishing the black mist that enveloped the arena. Under the guidance of the chief red-robed Cardinal Shoes, the 9 high-level light mages unleashed an ultimate spell, Light Explosion, bathing the earth in an infinite glow, invigorating life itself as golden clouds in the sky shimmered in anticipation of the divine presence, the power of the deity descending from the heavens like a gentle spring rain. The celestial Firewolf King felt the divine power, a force emanating from the celestial realm, as the church's formation magic was blessed by the gods. The celestial Firewolf King instilled a sense of suffocation in all present, as the 9 high-level light mages felt a tinge of weakness. The judges at the Yakalarbi altar, a dozen high-level mages, joined the church's ranks along with many lesser mages. The celestial Firewolf King, unable to withstand the overwhelming numbers, gradually succumbed, leaping into the air and releasing a series of piercing howls, clutching the fire bow, one of the 10 legendary artifacts, as it made its escape. Cly, hearing the retreat command from the Firewolf King, abandoned the participants on the field and fled alongside the wolf pack. The Firewolf King had purloined the fire bow. The summoner Cly was in cahoots with the Firewolf King. The World Mage Tournament concluded amidst upheaval, devoid of the fire bow and a champion. Whether this was success or failure, joy or regret, or merely the presence of a colossal fire wolf and its pack, all of this had become irrelevant, relegated to the past. The journey had been beautiful, forged through struggle and sweat. The summoner Cly, in collusion with the Firewolf King, had audaciously stolen one of the 10 legendary artifacts, the fire bow, from the hands of the chief red-robed Cardinal Shoes. The church was incensed, as were the 5 mage guilds, and the entire realm of Sebagal began to stir. The 5 mage guilds and the church convened an emergency meeting in Sebagal regarding the Firewolf King and the magical ores. Under the pretext of annihilating the Firewolf King and Summoner Cly, intensifying their plunder and control over the magical ores in the enchanted forest. The Shadow Mercenary Guild publicly declared that gold was the greatest employer, provided sufficient gold was offered. They were willing to undertake the mercenary task of eliminating the Firewolf King. We can no longer tolerate the Firewolf King. He is not content with his magical and has audaciously extended his grasp towards the Holy See, brazenly stealing one of the 10 sacred artifacts, the Flame Bow, which has brought disgrace to Sabajar at the World Sorcerers Competition. This scoundrel, the Firewolf King, and that summoner magician, Goei Jin Cho Klai, are utterly shameless. Aguero, the chief representative of the Sabajar faction, spoke eloquently at the assembly. Duke Masha believes that forging alliances with the 5 major sorcerer guilds and the Holy See will enable them to share the spoils of magical ore from the enchanted forest. These despicable rogues, the Firewolf King and Klai, must be confronted with military force. We should advance into the enchanted forest. The chief cardinal of the Holy See, Hyas, seethed with rage, particularly at the theft of the flame bow from his possession. I concur with the decision to deploy forces into the enchanted forest to eliminate the Firewolf King and the summoner magician Klai, stated the Fire Sorcerer Guild's steward, Mississippi. Conquering the enchanted forest by force is foolish, countered Sanaka, the steward of the Ice Sorcerer Guild. The divine light can penetrate the enchanted forest adequately, asserted Tan, the steward of the Light Sorcerer Guild. Our only recourse is to obtain magical ore from the Firewolf King. No better alternatives currently exist, remarked Dorn, the steward of the Wind Sorcerer Guild. The Firewolf King is neither my enemy nor my ally. However, I do not wish to be at odds with him, expressed Jenny, the steward of the Dark Sorcerer Guild. Sabajar refuses to compromise with the Firewolf King and is determined to eradicate him. Amidst heated debates regarding the Firewolf King and magical ore, a coalition led by the Holy See was established, comprising the 5 major sorcerer guilds, the Sabajar faction, and the Sorcerer Guild Alliance. This coalition appointed a representative council to oversee all operations, with Cardinal Hyas elected as the council leader. Ovid, the second-in-command of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries, allied with Hyas and was appointed as the council's deputy. Ovid, a high-ranking wind sorcerer, had previously served under Louise, the leader of the Wind Spirit Mercenaries. The 5 elite guard regiments of Duke Masha of Sabajar, along with the Mara and Mumu legions under the Sabajar faction, and a sorcerer regiment from the Sorcerer Guild Alliance, were urgently dispatched to the periphery of the enchanted forest. The Holy See dispatched a contingent of 500 paladins to form a magical army with the 5 major sorcerer guilds, directly subordinated to the coalition's command. 2 regiments, 5 divisions, a magical army, and a sorcerer regiment are poised to take action along the edge of the enchanted forest, heralding an impending great battle. Deputy Ovid of the coalition inquired of the quartermaster, Lonia, about the preparations for the impending conflict. Almost ready, reported Lonia. Are there any oversights? We have only found 10 ballistae, and the arrows are insufficient, numbering less than 10,000. According to the coalition's earlier assessments, we need at least 40 ballistae and no fewer than 100,000 arrows. Dispatch someone to Hexagon Magic City to expedite this. They have a plethora of ballistae and ample arrows, so gathering the required equipment should not pose a challenge. Al, a hunter mercenary of the D-grade Sabajar Mercenary Guild, was fortunate enough to recruit 3 experienced veterans, Tiras, Bernie, and Shafusk, from whom he could learn a great deal. Tiras previously worked for the Shirin Mercenary Guild, but after his unit, the Lizard Mercenaries, was decimated by the Cerna rebels, he wandered to Sabajar. Bernie had been with the Roses Mercenary Guild, but was expelled after a violent altercation over a woman with another mercenary. Shafusk was part of the Donluan Mercenary Guild, but left due to inadequate compensation and has since arrived in Sabajar. Al assumed the role of the mercenary standard-bearer, with the 3 veterans taking on smaller flags. Hexagon Magic City offers a wide array of weaponry, from long swords to short swords, long bows to short bows, available for a price. Al equipped his hunter mercenaries with brand new weapons, for long bows, for short bows, and a long sword for each. The kinship between Al and Duke Masha afforded the hunter mercenaries access to the most lucrative contracts from the coalition, which sought to dispatch mercenaries into the enchanted forest to scout the Firewolf King. The commission for this mercenary task was 200,000 gold coins, and after deducting the 60,000 gold coins for the Sabajar Mercenary Guild's fees, the hunters stood to earn 140,000 gold coins. With confidence, Al and his hunter mercenaries set forth on the path to the enchanted forest, a realm of mystery and pristine beauty unknown to those who have not ventured there. The enchanted forest unfurls like a wondrous fairy, draped in gossamer garments. each smile an expression a breath of fresh air. The vast expanse of ancient forests looms majestically, with vines as thick as ropes cascading from soaring trunks, while verdant moss kisses the damp, decaying earth beneath their feet. Shrouded in mist and serene streams, an existence beyond worldly concerns. Al, what are you pondering so deeply? Tiras inquired. The mercenary's life is one of peril, earning gold at the edge of a blade, unlike that Songhai organization, which thrives on maritime ventures. Keep your voice down. You might attract a dragon, warned Marnie. What are the odds of encountering a dragon? Scoffed Shafusk. Dragons in the enchanted forest are predominantly found near the Shiwa Rift. They are seldom seen on the Sabajar side. Al replied. With this commission of 200,000 gold coins, after the 60,000 gold coin fee, we will receive 140,000 gold coins. With our current number of 16, no matter how we divide it, it feels inadequate, Shafusk remarked. Then let us not divide it, Al declared. The hunter mercenaries cautiously navigated the enigmatic enchanted forest, their presence undetected by the magical beasts residing there. Distant, eerie sounds echoed, and rustling in the underbrush sent shivers down their spines. What is that? Tiras whispered to Al. The hunter mercenaries immediately became alert, drawing their bows and brandishing their swords, scanning their surroundings. It sounds like a long-toothed demon boar, Al quietly informed Tiras, urging everyone to remain calm. Do not make a sound. We must be stealthy. The long-toothed demon boar is among the weaker magical beasts, and we can easily handle them. The message spread quietly. It's the long-toothed demon boar. Do not make a sound. Al, Tiras, Marnie, and Shafusk divided into 4 smaller groups, gradually approaching the herd of long-toothed demon boars from different directions, moving stealthily through the grass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 7 long-toothed demon boars in total, 2 large and 5 small. At Al's command, the hunter mercenaries launched a sudden assault, utilizing their long swords, short bows, and long bows, swiftly dispatching all 7 long-toothed demon boars with minimal effort. Al's crew unexpectedly collected 7 demon boar cores and 14 long boar tusks, including 4 large tusks. The demon boar cores are of modest value, akin to rabbit demon cores, worth about 1 gold coin in Hexagon Magic City. However, the long boar tusks are quite valuable, especially the large ones, which can fetch up to 1,000 gold coins each. The hunter mercenaries had struck gold upon entering the enchanted forest, with the 4 large long boar tusks alone worth 4,000 gold coins. The enchanted forest is replete with treasures. Al pointed to a distant flower resembling a cage, saying to his fellow mercenaries, that is the Kanaz flower, a wondrous bloom found in the enchanted forest. It originates here, blooming into what appear to be small cages. I have seen it in magical tomes. The Sabajar Mercenary Guild has numerous contracts for the procurement of Kanaz flowers, many of which come from Annie's Magic Dock in Hexagon Magic City. As the group of hunters and mercenaries approached the Karnath flowers, Trellis remarked, I have never seen such flowers before. One of the Karnath flowers appears to be moving, Marnie observed. Do not touch it. We do not know if it is poisonous. Shafusk cautioned carefully. Karnath flowers are not toxic, but it is best not to handle them carelessly, as they can easily attract insect-type magical beasts. Al informed the 3 small banners of the hunters and mercenaries. Karnath is a carnivorous plant that only grows in the enchanted forest. This plant does not exist outside its confines. It can capture small, low-tier magical beasts and possesses a certain degree of magical defense. A living, blooming Karnath can fetch at least 500 gold coins in the hexagonal magic market if captured with a fixation magic scroll. Like most plants in the enchanted forest, a Karnath will wither immediately if removed from the forest for more than 2 hours. To preserve a Karnath flower in pristine condition, one must expend a fixation magic scroll to bind its natural form with magical energy, ensuring it does not wither rapidly. It seems there is a magical beast inside this Karnath flower, still moving, Trellis stated. I have never encountered such a peculiar plant. The flora of the enchanted forest is entirely different from that outside, Marnie commented. Al drew a small dagger from his sleeve and swiftly sliced at the base of the Karnath. Viscous crimson liquid oozed forth, releasing a foul stench. As an insect-type magical beast, a scarab struggled to emerge from the Karnath's pouch. A scarab? How did it end up inside the Karnath flower? Al expressed his surprise. Is it possible for a Karnath to consume a scarab? Marnie questioned, puzzled. What should we do? Trellis asked. Al held his banner high and inquired. Do you have any magic scrolls left? None. I only brought one. A fixation magic scroll costs 500 gold coins in the hexagonal magic market. A living Karnath flower also costs 500 gold coins. This endeavor may have been in vain, Marnie muttered quietly. The enchanted forest is boundless, requiring constant vigilance against ferocious magical beasts and carnivorous plants alike, keeping the hunters and mercenaries on high alert. The task assigned to them by the Shadow Mercenary Guild was to infiltrate the enchanted forest and gather intelligence on the whereabouts of the Fire Wolf King and the Summoner Mage Clay. Failure to complete this mission could result in the Your League seeking assistance from other mercenary organizations or inquiring with mages attempting trials within the forest. Some things are utterly perplexing. Why have the 5 major mage guilds failed to locate the Fire Wolf King for years? Are the members of these guilds truly inept? The situation is evidently more complex than one might assume. The 5 major mage guilds have formed a symbiotic relationship with the Fire Wolf King, unbeknownst to outsiders, to ensure that the magical ores within the enchanted forest are not plundered by others. The Songhai organization has long coveted the magical ores, and several larger mercenary groups and guilds do not wish for the 5 major mage guilds to hold exclusive control over these resources. Even the Demon Valley and Jashan are eager for a share of the magical ore bounty. The Fire Wolf King has become synonymous with magical ore. Had it not been for its collusion with the Summoner Mage Clay from the Demon Valley in stealing one of the 10 divine artifacts, the Flaming Bow, which incited the Church's wrath, the 5 major mage guilds would not have mobilized such a force deep into the enchanted forest to hunt down the Fire Wolf King. Magical, or do you think this stone is magical, or? Ael jested, picking up a gray stone the size of an egg. That is certainly not, Trellis replied. How can you be so sure? Magical or has a fluid sheen. This stone is unremarkable and dull, therefore it cannot be magical or. Although Trellis is not a mage, he is quite knowledgeable and has encountered magical or during his time at the Shiloan Mercenary Guild, recognizing its appearance. Ael had never seen magical or and was unaware of its characteristics, trusting Trellis's judgment implicitly. Suddenly, Ael felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of unease, as if countless eyes were watching him from some hidden corner of the enchanted forest. He abruptly halted, raising his guard. The hunters and mercenaries swiftly strung their bows and unsheathed their swords, forming a small circle. What is happening? Trellis looked around, seeing nothing amiss. You see nothing? Marnie exclaimed. Quiet, it's the wood chickens, wind ravens, and ice sparrows. All are feathered-type magical beasts. Though they are low tier, their numbers are substantial. We must not let our guard down. Ael's keen eyes had detected several types of feathered magical beasts he recognized from his studies. The magic tome states that wind ravens are particularly sensitive to the scent of magical beast blood and often appear in droves around the carcasses of magical beasts, greedily consuming the blood and flesh of the deceased. Wood chickens and ice sparrows sometimes accompany wind ravens to partake in the feast. Ancient magical beasts such as the magic lion, magic leopard, and ice hyena often raid the food of wind ravens. So the presence of wood chickens and ice sparrows helps keep these ancient beasts at bay. How did these feathered magical beasts discover our presence? Shafusk asked, visibly anxious. Perhaps the scent of the magical pig's blood attracted them. Do not fear. The 7 magical pigs are sufficient to sate these feathered beasts, and once they are full, they will not attack us recklessly. Let us wash by the water to wash off the scent of blood, El suggested. A river, the Mara, flows through Sabager and meanders through the enchanted forest, featuring several tributaries. The waters are not very deep, with the deepest parts reaching a height of a person, and Ael led the hunters and mercenaries to the riverbank. Marnie, take 3 people to guard the wind. We will wash first, and then you can follow. Ael, Trellis, and Shafusk quickly shed their clothing, eagerly jumping into the cool, clear waters of the shallow stream, feeling refreshed as the tension and fatigue washed away. Suddenly, a dozen arrow frogs leapt from the trees into the stream, startling the hunters and mercenaries, who gasped in shock. What was that? It's an arrow frog. Hurry to the shore, Ael commanded decisively. The arrow frogs varied in size and were covered in patterns. They are low-tier water-type magical beasts capable of shooting toxic water projectiles. If struck by these projectiles, one could experience prolonged dizziness. The Karnath flower is known to counteract the toxicity of the arrow frog's water projectiles. The Shadow Mercenary Guild heavily procures Karnath flowers primarily for defense against the magical attacks of arrow frogs. Though the magical defense of the arrow frogs is not robust, Their water shields offer little protection and are easily pierced by arrows from skilled archers. When an arrow frog is struck, archers typically skin the creature carefully, as the toxic skin of the arrow frog is worth more than a rabbit's magical core, fetching 2 gold coins in the hexagonal magic market. Archers often roast the skinned arrow frogs over fire, as their flesh is considered a rare delicacy. In a flurry of panic, the hunters and mercenaries scrambled ashore, hastily grabbing their long and short bows to unleash a volley of arrows at the group of arrow frogs, striking a few. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A water crocodile emerged from the depths of the stream, swimming toward the hunters and mercenaries. Ael cried out in alarm, "Run! It's a water crocodile!" The arrows shot by the hunters had disturbed the lurking crocodile. The water crocodile is a formidable high-tier aquatic beast, boasting an elongated jaw lined with razor-sharp teeth, embodying ferocity. An adult water crocodile can reach lengths of 4 to 5 meters, causing even the most seasoned mages to hesitate in its presence, while hunters and mercenaries choose to steer clear of its lurking waters. This particular water crocodile unleashed a high-level spell, a storm of biting fangs, as countless sharp teeth soared from the stream toward the hunters and mercenaries. El promptly activated a scroll and conjured a large fire shield, successfully mitigating a significant portion of the creature's magical onslaught, yet many still fell victim to its deadly barrage. Bernie, summon 2 individuals to accompany me on this hunt. Bring along a longbow and a short bow, commanded El Tress and Shevsk. Your duty is to tend to the injured. El meticulously selected a strategic position within the enchanted forest, setting 3 magical traps, 1 intermediate and 2 novice. The quartet stood guard, awaiting their quarry. As night enveloped the forest, El's traps proved effective. The 2 novice traps ensnared a pair of magical antelopes, while the intermediate trap captured a young fire wolf. El and Bernie expertly butchered the antelope meat, collecting 2 magical cores in the process. Discerning the fire wolf's meat to be unpalatable, El opted not to consume it, instead tossing the innards of the antelopes into the intermediate trap to nourish the young fire wolf, intending to transform it into a contracted beast. They gathered sufficient branches and skewered the antelope meat, placing it over 2 large bonfires to roast. The well-cooked flesh exuded an enticing aroma. The hunters and mercenaries feasted upon the roasted antelope meat, accompanied by fresh bread and warm water. The nights in the enchanted forest were fraught with discomfort. The harsh environment was rife with eerie sounds, and they remained vigilant against the carnivorous beasts that roamed the night. Many mercenaries struggled to find restful sleep, fatigue overtaking them in the latter hours, with all but the night watch succumbing to slumber. As dawn broke, a gentle ray of sunlight roused those still weary from the night. Under El's leadership, the hunters and mercenaries pressed onward into the depths of the enchanted forest. However, the young fire wolf El had captured had escaped the magic trap during the night, vanishing without a trace. The silhouette of a man before him appeared strikingly familiar. El pondered, yet could not recall his identity. He followed at a distance behind the figure clad in black robes, arriving at a spacious cave where he halted. "Clay, you are late," a deep, resonant voice echoed from within the cavern. "Forgive me, Dragon King," Clay replied. "Should you be late again, you may find yourself as the meal, fresh meat, no less." It was Clay, father of Tiz, who had located him. El felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated completing the mercenary task for the Or Alliance so swiftly. This mission was classified as B tier, and upon its completion, the rewards would suffice to elevate a D tier hunter mercenary to C tier status. El observed as Clay unfastened a long sack he bore at the cave entrance, revealing a bound individual, their mouth securely gagged. A colossal flower-patterned python slithered from the cave, opening its gaping maw to consume the captive in a single bite. "Clay, the meat is fresh and well-prepared. The magical stones shall not be lacking," the Dragon King declared. "Who goes there?" "Trouble," El realized, hastily retreating from the cave. "An intruder of modest magical prowess," Clay informed the Dragon King, "likely a wind mage come to test their mettle in the enchanted forest." The Dragon King sighed, reflecting on the past. Had it not been for the misalignment during the Divine Demon War and the resultant loss, the 48 Beast Kings would not be relegated to this secluded corner of the enchanted forest today. An increasing number of low-tier mages now treat this forest as their proving ground. How did the Dragon Clan lose during the Divine Demon War? 300 years have passed since then. Old Dragon King Brolo could not have anticipated that the Archmage Zimyu could harness the powers of the Divine Realm. The first pope of the church, Zimu? How many in this world can rival him? Time marches on, leaving behind traces of sorrow upon the battlefield. The dark sorcerer Ares was once in his prime. Who could have foreseen his utter defeat? The dragon clan has since been cursed. And old dragon king Brolo remains sealed deep within the enchanted forest. Even after all these years, the dragon clan's curse endures. The dragon king exhaled a crimson mist, radiating a potent aura of malice. It is said that the dragon king possesses 4 legs, yet I have never witnessed such a thing. Have you also fallen victim to the curse? What you may not know, Clay the Mage, is that dragons indeed possess legs, but I am not of the dragon lineage. Then, you are not a dragon? Correct. I am the leader of the Python clan. Both the dragon and Python clans belong to the ancient lineage. In accordance with our traditions, when a dragon leader's position becomes vacant, it must be filled by another leader from the ancient clans until a new dragon leader is chosen. You have always been the dragon king, without change. That is because there has been no new dragon leader appointed. Internal strife has diminished their numbers. To my knowledge, only 19 dragons remain. Among the 48 beast kings, over half are from the ancient clans, with the feathered, water, and insect clans all obeying the dragon's command. Hence, I have taken the place of the sealed old dragon king Brolo, while my brother Balk has assumed my position as the Python king. Ah, I see. Clay, you and the Fire Wolf King Wolf must deal with this intruder. I cannot summon Fire Wolf King Wolf. She is injured and lacks sufficient magical energy to activate the teleportation pathway, Clay lamented to the Dragon King. The Dragon King shook his head, a look of resignation crossing his face. He produced the Golden Beast Order, murmuring a spell to infuse it with his magical energy. He sensed that the Bat Demon Core of Porter had fused with one of the 10 divine artifacts, the Purple Sky Sword, and it seemed he could only summon other Beast Kings using the Golden Beast Order. The Dragon King appeared somber, exhaling a sigh. It was revealed that the Bat Demon King Porter had been inadvertently slain by the sorcerer Randimor near the Kosti barrier, and Porter's core had melded with the Purple Sky Sword. Once a celestial being, the spirit of the sword now bore angelic powers. The Golden Beast Order was forged by the 48 Beast Kings 3 centuries ago, capable of summoning an individual Beast King or all of them. The Dragon King rarely employed this artifact lightly. As soon as the Wind Leopard King received the summons from the Golden Beast Order, he swiftly traversed the teleportation pathway to the Dragon King's cave. The Wind Leopard King, entirely white and twice the size of an ordinary tiger, epitomized speed with its streamlined form, and its sharp fangs and claws could instantaneously rend prey to shreds. Prince Novas, it has been a long time. I did not expect such good fortune today. What is your command? The Wind Leopard King addressed the Dragon King with respect. Clay, this is the Wind Leopard King Separe. This is Clay, the summoning mage from the Demon Valley. You should introduce yourselves. Wind Leopard King, it is an honor to meet you, Clay acknowledged. Having heard of the legendary Beast King, a summoning mage from the Demon Valley, how distasteful, the Wind Leopard King remarked, seemingly ungracious toward Clay. Do not be alarmed. Beast Kings transforming into human form is merely for convenience. Not all magical beasts possess this ability, the Wind Leopard King retorted. I sense a rich scent of flesh emanating from that intruder. Where is he? Just ahead, I believe. Clay mounted the Wind Leopard King, riding the winds to swiftly catch up with El. So it is this little brat. You insolent wretch. Who are you to intrude upon the Dragon King's cave? Who sent you? Clay and the Wind Leopard King intercepted El midair. Have you heard of thee or alliance? I am a summoning mage sent by them. You, alongside the Fire Wolf King, have stolen the church's sacred artifact, the Fire Bow. I have been tasked by thee or alliance to locate the Fire Wolf King and the summoning mage Clay, who is hiding in the enchanted forest. It was, after all, the people of the Or Alliance. The 5 great mage guilds were deteriorating increasingly, and despite considerable efforts, they had sent only a mere youth, still reeking of immaturity. Clay scoffed. I am the Wind Leopard King Sepal. The summoner, Clay, is not under my command, and I am unaware of the dealings he has with the Fire Wolf King, Wolf. The enchanted forest is the domain of the Dragon King. Trespassing into the Dragon King's lair is exceedingly disrespectful. Allow me to offer a kind warning. The hands of the Or Alliance should not reach too far. Suspended in the air, the Wind Leopard King posed gracefully, swaying his large striped tail, whispering ambiguously, we hunters and mercenaries only know to perform tasks for gold, nothing else. Al immediately declared, hunters and mercenaries? I have never heard of such a thing. They likely aren't even B-class mercenaries. Clay chuckled derisively. Al unleashed a flurry of fireballs, over 100 blazing orbs, assaulting the Wind Leopard King, Seapaul, and the summoner, Clay. It appeared that this youth was not to be underestimated. The Wind Leopard King deftly maneuvered through the gaps between the fireballs using his flight magic, moving with grace and agility. Clay, perched atop Seapaul, pressed closely against the Wind Leopard's smooth fur, evading the incoming fireballs that rained down like arrows. Why, the summoner, Clay, is hardly impressive. He cannot even deal with a mere child and speaks such nonsense. It is rather nauseating, mocked the Wind Leopard King, Seapaul, withdrawing from the battle to watch from a distance. In the name of the divine, shining upon the earth, I summon the fire wolves in the name of the wolf god, Cambella. 10 great fire wolves leapt forth from the teleportation pathway. Clay cast a rose magic mark on Al, and the pack unleashed a torrent of flames upon him. Al summoned a large fire shield and a scroll spell, successfully defending against the fire magic unleashed by the wolves. He then employed flight magic to charge toward Clay, releasing an enormous fireball at close range. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Clay used an invisibility spell to shift behind one of the fire wolves, causing Al's fireball to miss its target. Clay directed the 10 fire wolves to attack Al from multiple angles, relying on his formidable dragon soul power. Al unleashed a rain of fireballs, making it unwise for Clay and the pack to approach him. Although Al's fire magic had not yet reached the beginner level, leading to a lack of precision in his fireball spells, he compensated by skillfully flicking his sword to release 5 fireballs in quick succession, which proved devastating in close combat. With agile maneuvers, Al evaded attacks while simultaneously striking back, inflicting severe injuries on several of the large fire wolves with his flickering fireballs. In the name of the divine, shining upon the earth, I grant the supreme power of the wind god, the wind blade of the leopard god, Its. Seeing Clay on the verge of defeat, the treacherous Wind Leopard King, Seapaul, took advantage of Al's momentary distraction and unleashed a devastating attack. A colossal wind blade, imbued with potent magical energy and accompanied by fierce gales, sliced toward Al with astonishing speed and strength. Al's defensive magic was utterly inadequate against the sharpness of the leopard god's wind blade, and he was on the brink of being cleaved in two. Foolish human, what audacity! An icy voice suddenly echoed around Al. Who are you? Where's this place? Al exclaimed. Neither human nor wolf. I am Danila, the wolf maiden. The cold voice carried a hint of menace. A werewolf clung to the wall of the elevator shaft, as if glued there, her sharp claws scraping against the wall, sending sparks flying. You are a firewolf. Foolish human, you cannot escape. If you release me, I promise not to covet the magical ore. Al patted his chest, assuring the wolf maiden, I am not like your father, who betrayed us for a pitiful amount of magical ore. What makes you different? Humans excel at deception. I swear I will not reveal the secrets of the magical ore. Humans all were the same face. Only the dead do not betray the secrets of magical ore. The wolf maiden, Danila, had somehow approached Al, her sharp claws poised dangerously close as she sniffed him intently, a chill washing over him. The scent was eerily familiar. I have more to say. If you agree to conduct business regarding the magical or solely between us, without involving anyone else, then we may have grounds for cooperation. You seem to be a clever individual. My impression of you is not favorable. You once ensnared me with magical traps. I do not know how you found this place. As the members of the 5 mage guilds are unaware of it, this is the red-white magical or field of the firewolf tribe. Considering you fed me once, I shall spare you for now. The wolf maiden, Danila, was the little fire wolf captured by Al's magical trap the previous day, while pursuing 2 magical gazelles. She inadvertently fell into Al's trap, but cunningly chose not to escape immediately, waiting until nightfall. Al was taken aback. The firewolf tribe not only protected the magical or fields within the enchanted forest, but also possessed their own. It was rumored that the firewolf king hoarded all magical ores in the enchanted forest, and this did not seem like mere hearsay. I too do not know how I arrived here. I had a fierce battle with a summoner named Clay and the Wind Leopard King, Seapaul, and then found myself here inexplicably. The Wind Leopard King, Seapaul, has quickly allied with the summoner, Clay, taking advantage of my mother wolf's recovery. This Wind Leopard King was indeed despicable. He had ambushed me. The wolf maiden, Danila, was the daughter of the Fire Wolf King, Wolf, and a prominent figure in the Songhai organization, possessing natural beauty akin to flowing water and flowers, able to transform at will into human form. While the Fire Wolf King recuperated, Danila temporarily wielded all authority over the Firewolf tribe. Al gained the trust of the Wolf Maiden, and a cooperative agreement was established between the hunters and Danila. The Wolf Maiden consented to transfer half of the rights to the red-white magical or field to the hunters, while Al would utilize his share to procure a variety of necessary goods and supplies for the Firewolf tribe. Al learned from Danila that the 5 mage guilds maintained a very close collaboration with the Firewolf tribe, annually extracting a significant quantity of magical ore from the enchanted forest, profiting immensely as the prices for magical ore skyrocketed. With Danila's assistance, the hundreds of firewolves posed no threat to Al, allowing him to depart the red-white magical ore field unscathed. It was a solitary red-white structure standing atop a small hill, surrounded by vines. An iron elevator continuously transported shimmering magical ore from the red-white house to the surface. Al discovered a concealed path among the thick vines and proceeded along it as the route widened. Employing flight magic, Al located the hunters in the enchanted forest, who had been anxiously awaiting his return. To the 3 flags of the hunters, Al declared, "Let us depart this cursed place swiftly. I have traced the whereabouts of the summoner, Clay." Finding Clay was indeed exhilarating. This mercenary task could be reported completed, netting 140,000 gold coins. Plas was overjoyed. "Understood. Plas, I will visit the Or Alliance's headquarters. I heard that the hunters returned safely from the enchanted forest. What is the situation there?" Ovid inquired of Al. "Reporting to you, Deputy Ovid, we have tracked down the summoner, Clay, and discovered the Firewolf King's lair." The chief cardinal of the church, Hux, paid little heed to the affairs of the Or Alliance's headquarters. Actual command had fallen into the hands of Deputy Ovid. Ovid valued the role of the mercenary guilds within the Or Alliance, particularly the Cybagle Mercenary Guild, as AL's hunters grew increasingly sought after. Due to the successful completion of the B-class mercenary task assigned to the Cybagle Mercenary Guild by the Or Alliance, AL's hunters were promoted from D-class to C-class. Ovid led the Or coalition with fervor into the enchanted forest. As they advanced, an instinctive sense of impending peril prompted him to command a halt. Why this cessation? The 2 legion commanders, 5 division leaders, and various representatives from the magical corps approached Ovid with inquiries. The path ahead narrowed, complicating the coalition's coordinated movement. They had now entered the orange zone of the enchanted forest, a region frequently inhabited by fire wolves, posing significant danger. Thus, caution was imperative. However, stopping here would yield even greater risks, argued Commander Chaz of the Mumu Legion. Countless pits and thickets exacerbated their march's difficulty, as expressed by Commander Rasno of the Mara Legion. If only they could connect these numerous pits, they could channel the waters of the Mara River into them, thereby hastening their advance, suggested Tozan, the head of the Or Magical Corps. A heated debate ensued among Ovid, the Legion and Division leaders, and the representatives of the Magical Corps regarding the decision to proceed. Ultimately, they accepted the counsel of the hunter mercenary Shevsky, opting for a forceful, progressive march to clear the towering primitive trees and dense underbrush of the enchanted forest, while filling in the pits and widening the path. The primitive trees fell to the buzzing of axes, causing numerous lower-tier magical beasts to scatter in disarray. Much of the Firewolf tribe's territory lay within the orange zone of the enchanted forest, where Firewolf King Wolf received news from the Flying Water Firewolf about a large group invading their domain. These intruders were not here for trials, but rather to indiscriminately fell trees and slay magical beasts. Having suffered injuries from a forbidden spell during the World Mage Tournament, the Firewolf King's current magical prowess was inferior to that of an average mid-level mage. Clay, positioned near Wolf, repeatedly pressed for possession of the Flame Bow, one of the 10 legendary artifacts. While Wolf offered vague reassurances, Clay remained momentarily placated. "I have received word from the Flying Water Firewolf. A vast group has invaded the orange zone of the enchanted forest, wreaking havoc. You should investigate," Wolf instructed Clay. "Are they after the Flame Bow?" Clay inquired. "Uncertain. But many pits have been filled," Wolf replied. "What is the Dragon King's stance?" "Unknown. I will inform him," Wolf responded. The intruding faction was the Or Coalition, as Clay revealed to Wolf. This coalition was formed by 5 major mage guilds, the Church, and the Cybagle faction, boasting a well-structured and formidable force. They had dispatched 2 legions, 5 divisions, and nearly 1,000 personnel from the Or Magical Corps, with Ovid serving as the supreme commander. It was astonishing that the Dark Mage Guild, typically at odds with the other 4 guilds, had allied with the Or Coalition. There is likely only one explanation. The Dark Mage Guild is equally interested in magical, or, Clay speculated. There is no need for the Dragon King to intervene. With 300 great firewolves, I can defeat your coalition, he boldly asserted after the departure of the Lingyan King. Is Clay truly capable of vanquishing your coalition? Wolf pondered. If we ambush them along the banks of the Mara River, we can decisively annihilate a significant portion of their forces. The Mara River had several tributaries within the enchanted forest, two of which intersected directly on the coalition's route. With a thunderous wolf howl, Wolf summoned the Fire Wolf Pack, which quickly assembled 300 great fire wolves. 200 were stationed in ambush along one tributary, led by the summoner mage Clay. 50 more were positioned on the Sebagal side of the Mara River to cut off the coalition's retreat, commanded by the long-haired fire wolf Sonados, and another 50, under the leadership of the wolf maiden Daniela, lay in wait to strike. Lingyan King informed the Dragon King of the coalition's situation, prompting the Dragon King to produce the Golden Beast Order, summoning the ancient, feathered, aquatic, and insect tribes to aid the firewolves. The relentless felling of primitive trees and filling of pits drained the coalition's energy, significantly hampering their progress, sometimes advancing no more than 15 kilometers in a day. Clay, Daniela, and the 300 great firewolves waited by the Mara River for an entire day before finally catching sight of the coalition. The coalition, slow and hesitant, took another day to prepare for crossing the river. At this moment, the 300 great firewolves lay in wait, poised to launch a surprise attack on the approaching coalition. Although the Mara River was shallow, transporting 40 siege crossbows and a substantial number of long arrows across posed considerable challenges. Quartermaster Lonia had entrusted all the siege crossbows and arrows to their legion, which frustrated Chaz, the Mumu commander, who lamented, "Why doesn't the Mara Legion assist us? The siege crossbows are our primary weapon against the Firewolf King." Lonia's decision to entrust them to you signifies trust. "I will dispatch the magical corps to assist your Mumu Legion in transporting these crossbows across the river, and I look forward to hearing good news from you," Ovid assured. The Mumu Legion, accompanied by the magical corps, set out to cross the Mara River with the 40 siege crossbows and a multitude of arrows. The Mara Legion and 5 elite divisions followed closely behind. The Mara River here was nearly a person's depth. Just as the Mumu Legion reached the river's midpoint, Clay led 200 great fire wolves in a sudden ambush, catching the coalition completely off guard. The mages of the magical corps found their magical abilities diminished by the river's currents, which hindered their focus and effectiveness. The 200 great fire wolves attacked relentlessly, inflicting heavy casualties on the Mumu Legion and the magical corps. As the fire wolves tore through their ranks with ferocity, Commander Chaz recognized the dire situation and ordered a retreat. The 40 siege crossbows and a significant number of arrows were abandoned in the Mara River. One fire mage division of the magical corps disregarded Tozen's order to retreat, recklessly advancing into the river, only to face a fierce assault from the 50 great fire wolves led by Daniela, resulting in their total annihilation. The Mumu Legion and the magical corps began a rout, triggering a complete collapse of the Mara Legion and the 5 elite divisions following them. Sonados, leading his 50 great fire wolves, pursued relentlessly, their howls echoing through the forest as the once formidable coalition crumbled in disarray, corpses strewn across the enchanted forest. The battered remnants of the coalition retreated to the edge of the enchanted forest on the Sebagal side, convening a strategy meeting that devolved into chaos, with commanders and leaders vocally denouncing Ovid. "Ovid, you absolute fool." All 40 siege crossbows were cast into the Mara River without firing a single arrow, decimated by waves of foolish fire wolves. This is an unprecedented defeat for the 5 major mage guilds. Utterly ridiculous. This is not command, it is self-destruction. Ovid was overwhelmed by the torrent of accusations. "I propose a radical idea," declared the hunter mercenary L, boldly suggesting at the strategy meeting. "We should completely abandon the pursuit of the Firewolf King and disregard the flame bow. The magical, or is our true objective, to aimlessly wander through the enchanted forest, filling pits and slaughtering, merely to lose a significant portion of magical or for the sake of the flame bow is exceedingly foolish. A single stone can stir 1,000 waves." The Alliance's strategy meeting appears to have rediscovered its light amidst the darkness. A young boy has seemingly emerged as a glimmer of hope, illuminating the path for the Alliance.